Tianran walked through the supermarket, an AirPod in his ear playing news about a sudden surge in animal attacks on humans. He barely reacted, focused instead on filling his cart with supplies for his younger sister, Han Han. As he turned into the produce aisle, he overheard two men whispering about a man who had been fine one moment but collapsed and died from a mysterious disease. Loading his purchases into the back of his car, Tianran glanced around the parking lot, the unsettling conversation lingering in his mind. The world still seemed normal, but he couldn't shake the feeling that it wouldn't stay that way for long. With the car packed to its limit, he drove off, determined to be ready for whatever was coming. Tianran glanced at the supplies in the back of his car. Instant foods, meat, snacks, and canned goods stacked neatly. All he needed now was diesel. As he drove toward the nearest station, his phone rang. "Hello?" he answered. The voice on the other end was familiar. It was a woman, a potential wife, reminding him of the proposal she had brought up before. She spoke of how much better his life could be if he accepted her conditions, hinting at how his current life didn't align with her plans. Tianran's tone was steady as he responded, "I'm not willing to put my sister in an orphanage just to make this work." There was a sharp intake of breath on the other end, followed by her cold response. "If you're planning to bring her along, I'm not interested in marriage." Tianran's grip on the steering wheel tightened, but his voice remained calm. "Li Han is my sister," he said firmly. Tianran listened as the woman's voice on the other end grew sharper. Her anger boiled over, and she declared she was done. She wouldn't marry someone unwilling to leave his sister behind. "Fine," Tianran replied calmly, not bothering to argue. He ended the call, his focus on the road ahead. Suddenly, a loud thud jolted the car, and Tianran slammed on the brakes. His heart raced as he looked out, wondering if he'd hit a dog. Stepping out to check, he saw what looked like a goat lying on the road. But as he approached, he froze. It wasn't just any goat. Its eyes glowed an unnatural red, staring straight at him before it bolted into the woods. Shaking off the strange encounter, Tianran parked the car and began unloading the groceries at home. His thoughts were interrupted by his sister, Han Han, calling out to him from a distance. She ran toward him, two excited dogs trailing behind her. "Brother, let me help!" she exclaimed, her face beaming with enthusiasm. Tianran handed her a bag of groceries, his lips curling into a small smile. "Here, carry this inside, but don't drop it," he said, watching as she ran off with the dogs close at her heels. As the group walked towards their destination, a strange creature with glowing red eyes loomed in the distance, watching them silently from the shadows. Unnoticed by them, it stayed motionless, waiting. Later, they gathered around a table, excitement buzzing in the air as they discussed the solar eclipse that was about to happen. The countdown had begun, and everyone was eager to witness the rare event. Tianran glanced over at Li Han, reminding her, "Make sure you put on your glasses." As the countdown continued, Tianran's gaze shifted toward the window, noticing something strange. "What is that?" he muttered, his voice low with concern. Li Han, looking out, gasped. The sun had turned an eerie black, surrounded by a growing blue glow. The phenomenon expanded, continuing to grow with every passing second. With the countdown nearing its end, 3. Suddenly, without warning, the air outside shifted. A massive storm began to swirl, winds howling as they ripped through the surroundings. The group scrambled in confusion, realizing that something far more sinister than the eclipse was unfolding before them. As the eclipse reached its peak, Tianran watched in horror as his black dog began to convulse, its body shifting and contorting, its eyes glowing an eerie red, as if the celestial event was transforming it into something unnatural. Suddenly, a bull-like creature charged at Tianran, its massive horns aiming directly for him. Heart pounding, he sprinted towards where his bow was resting, hoping it was close enough. When he grabbed it, his breath caught. The dog, now transformed and mangled, lay in the corner, bloodied from the creature's attack. His hands trembled as he notched an arrow, gathering all his focus to pull back the string. Just as he prepared to release, a window popped up before him, displaying unfamiliar information. Without hesitation, he shot. Multiple arrows shot forward in rapid succession, slicing through the air, heading straight for the creature. The bull let out a shrill, agonized shriek as the arrows embedded into its head. But to Tien Ran's shock, it didn't slow down. It only grew angrier, its massive body charging forward relentlessly. Tien Ran's excitement quickly turned to frustration as the creature continued its assault. Desperately, he glanced around for more arrows, but a chilling thought struck him. If the bull had mutated, then his black dog had likely mutated too, and it was no longer safe for his sister, Li Han, to stay inside. In the room, Han Han anxiously paced, glancing at Xiao He, her once innocent dog now acting strangely. "What's wrong with you, Xiao He?" she whispered, worry creeping into her voice. But before she could react further, her other dog with glowing red eyes, now unmistakably mutated, lunged at her with terrifying speed. In a split second, Tien Ran burst through the door, eyes wide with horror. With a swift leg maneuver, he quickly intercepted Xiao Bai's attack, knocking the dog aside in a desperate attempt to protect his sister. The once loyal pet, now a twisted version of itself, growled fiercely, ready for another strike. Tien Ran, panting with urgency, turned to Han Han. "Get to the safe house, now. Don't come out until it's safe," he ordered, his voice firm with desperation as he tried to shield her from the chaos unfolding. As Tien Ran rushed to push Han Han inside the safe room, a sudden blue projection appeared in front of him, displaying a readout of how many living beings were within range. Far too many for comfort. He quickly shoved his sister inside, his voice urgent. "Stay here and don't come out no matter what," he commanded, locking the door behind her. Just as he closed it, the mutated white dog lunged at him, its teeth bared. But Xiao He, the black dog, now a fierce protector, intercepted the attack, biting down hard on the creature's neck, forcing it back. Grateful but knowing the danger wasn't over, Tien Ran turned and sprinted toward the weapons stash. He grabbed his axe, determination burning in his chest. The bull was still out there, and he had no intention of letting it, or anything else, threaten his sister's safety. The bull charged at Tien Ran with terrifying force, but with a swift sidestep, he managed to evade the creature, causing it to ram into the tree behind him. The bull's horn became lodged deep in the bark, leaving it temporarily stuck. Tien Ran seized the opportunity, gripping his axe with both hands, and shouted at the creature, "Go and die!" before swinging it with all his strength. But just as he prepared for the final blow, a sharp pain erupted in his neck. The mutated white dog, Xiao Bai, had attacked from behind, sinking its teeth into him. Tien Ran gasped in shock, realizing the depth of the danger. If Xiao He hadn't intercepted earlier, he might have been the one lying dead now. The frustration and anger surged through him, but his attention was quickly diverted back to the bull. Suddenly, the bull, still impaled by the tree, shifted, and its own horn plunged into its stomach, seemingly killing itself in the process. Tien Ran blinked in disbelief, but before he could process it, a strange voice echoed through his mind. Apocalypse, survival game matching. Blood pouring from his wounds, Tien Ran collapsed to the ground, barely able to keep his eyes open. He was about to succumb to the darkness when the system's announcement cut through the chaos. Apocalypse survival games successfully matched. Apocalypse game successfully loaded. The system's voice echoed coldly in Tien Ran's fading mind. Player, Li Tien Ran. Shelter, a poorly run manor, level 1. Shelter, skill Eye of Truth. Rank, B rank. The words blurred together as Tien Ran drifted in and out of consciousness, his body weak and drenched in blood. The system's mechanical tone continued, indifferent to his pain. Points needed to upgrade to Fortress rank. 8 million. Through the haze of agony, Tien Ran's thoughts scrambled. What shelter? What system? None of it made sense, yet the ominous numbers and rankings carved themselves into his mind as his vision dimmed further, leaving him teetering on the edge of life and death. Tien Ran's eyes fluttered open, his body sprawled on the cold ground outside his home. He blinked against the dim light of dawn, the chill seeping into his bones. "I'm still alive," he murmured, his voice hoarse. The memory of being pierced by the bull's horn flashed through his mind. He looked down at his torn, blood-soaked clothes, proof that it wasn't a dream. Yet as his hand instinctively touched his neck and chest, he realized something impossible. His wounds were gone. "What is going on?" he whispered, his heart racing. He struggled to his feet, scanning his surroundings. The chaos of the battle was evident. Broken trees, claw marks on the ground, and the faint metallic smell of blood in the air. "Where's that bull? And Xiao Bai?" he muttered, his thoughts swirling in confusion. His eyes darted to the ground, searching for answers. He clenched his fists, desperate to piece together what happened during the moments he had lost consciousness. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Tianran's mind, snapping him from his daze. "Player Tianran, welcome to the Apocalypse survival game. Player identity has been activated." He froze, the haunting words replaying in his head. The memories of the strange system, the bull, and Xiao Bai came flooding back. Before he could process it all, the voice continued. "The first round of destruction season has descended. There are 30 days until the next round of destruction season. Natural disasters will ravage the world, and the only fortress you can rely on is your shelter." Tianran's pulse quickened as the weight of the situation sank in. The system's tone remained emotionless as it issued a mission. "Survive the Apocalypse survival game and build your shelter into the strongest fortress." His mind reeled. "Wait, this is just the start?" he muttered. The voice offered no answer, but the realization dawned on him as he surveyed the poisoned land around his home. The once vivid greens now dull and lifeless. The first round poisoned the land where we live. What's going to happen next? The question lingered, heavy with dread. Walking closer to his white dog, Tianran noticed it lying unconscious on the ground. Its chest faintly rose and fell, proof that it was still alive. He crouched down, examining the creature closely. "It must have eaten a poisoned plant and mutated by accident," he murmured, his voice tinged with both frustration and concern. Reluctantly, he decided to lock Xiao Bai in a cage. "I'll find a way to cure you, my precious dog," he vowed, his heart heavy as he carried the limp animal to the barn. Turning his attention to his sister, Tianran opened the barn door. Darkness engulfed the space as he reached for the light switch. Nothing happened. His heart sank. "The power's out!" "But the diesel generator should be fine," he muttered, confusion growing into unease. Han! He called out, his voice echoing in the stillness. No answer. His worry deepened as he scanned the barn, his footsteps quickening. Then, his eyes caught sight of something, a pair of small feet sticking out from behind a stack of supplies. Han! He screamed, rushing toward her motionless form. Dropping to his knees, he grabbed her, shaking her gently. Fear gripped his chest like a vice as he desperately searched for signs of life. Meanwhile, Han remained peacefully asleep, unaware of the chaos unfolding outside. Elsewhere, Tianran was gripping the wheel tightly, the distant hum of the generator back at the barn now a faint memory. In his vehicle, a simple handgun rested on the passenger seat, the only weapon he'd brought along. Out of nowhere, mutated creatures emerged from the shadow, their glowing eyes locking onto his car as they began to chase him down the desolate road. The creatures' shrieks filled the air, growing louder with every passing second. Just as Tianran contemplated using his handgun to fend them off, the distant rumble of a powerful engine shattered the tension. A military truck roared into view, barreling down the road and overtaking him in seconds. Before he could react, the truck swerved abruptly, cutting him off and forcing him to slam on the brakes. His car skidded to a halt, tires screeching against the pavement. The truck stopped ahead, its mounted machine gun swiveling to aim directly at him. Tianran froze, his grip tightening on the handgun as the standoff began. As Tianran cautiously approached the city, he found himself surrounded by scenes of desperation and chaos. A man popped out of the military truck, gripping the machine gun tightly and pointing it straight at him. Tianran immediately raised his hands, deciding it was better to comply than risk further trouble. The soldier, speaking into a walkie-talkie, briefly glanced at Tianran and then back at the road. It didn't take long for Tianran to notice the insignia on the soldier's uniform. It was from the nearby military base. "Don't stay out here too long," the soldier warned, lowering his weapon slightly. Tianran explained his dire situation, mentioning the lack of resources at his house and his need to gather supplies. "What's the situation in the city?" he asked cautiously. Before the soldier could fully answer, a voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. "Base B needs immediate assistance. it commanded. The soldier hesitated for a moment before turning back to Tianran. "The city isn't safe anymore. Get what you need and head home early," he warned firmly. Tianran nodded in agreement, though his mind drifted to someone else. Despite their breakup, he still felt an obligation to check on his ex-girlfriend, Zhonglin. She might be in danger, and he couldn't ignore that possibility. As he ventured further into the city, announcements blared over loudspeakers, detailing the dire state of emergency. Police cars and ambulances were scattered across the streets, but civilian vehicles were almost non-existent. Tianran noticed a stationary ambulance nearby, with paramedics frantically loading a bleeding man into the back. Chaos was everywhere. People screaming, others injured, and the city's pulse in disarray. Near the main road, he stumbled upon a government resource station. A long line of people waited impatiently as supplies were rationed out. A police officer announced the rules: 5 caddies of rice and 1 caddy of vegetables per person with valid certification. The prices were staggering. Rice was being sold for 160 caddies, vegetables for 280 caddies. Arguments broke out in the line, tensions flaring as people fought over their place. As Tianran neared Zhonglin's apartment, a vehicle suddenly screeched to a halt in front of him, cutting him off. A large, overweight man with a stylish mustache stepped out, holding a hefty bag of supplies. "Need food?" the man asked, showing off his stash of watermelons, tomatoes, rice, and more. Tianran wasn't in the mood for games. "If you're willing to eat all that food, then I'll buy it," he replied coldly. The man blinked, confused and slightly offended. "What are you talking about? You were just in line for supplies, weren't you? Are you calling me a liar?" he demanded angrily. Tianran didn't flinch. His patience was running thin, and his distrust of strangers had only grown. "Leave me alone," he said firmly. When the man refused to back off, Tianran pulled out his handgun and aimed it directly at him. "Last warning," he said, voice steady. "Leave me alone." The man hesitated, his eyes darting between Tianran's gun and his face, before grumbling and backing away. Tianran lowered his weapon, but kept it ready as he continued to Zhonglin's apartment. When he reached her door, he knocked and called her name, but there was no response. He knew where she kept her spare key, so he retrieved it and let himself inside. The scene inside the apartment immediately put him on edge. The place was in complete disarray, furniture overturned, belongings scattered everywhere. But there were no bloodstains or clear signs of a struggle. "What happened here?" he murmured, stepping carefully through the mess. His heart sank as he realized she was nowhere to be found. Standing in the chaos, Tianran couldn't shake the thought. Where could she have gone in the apocalypse? At home, the system began to speak. Rank B Level 1, Shelter Skill Reward, Eye of Reality. All objects and creatures will be displayed digitally in front of the host. The system continued, explaining that Tianran now had Level 1 Shelter Authority, which allowed him to remotely control the shelter and perceive it even when he wasn't physically there. Shelter area, 30 acres, usable for fishing, farming, and construction. The system then revealed that Tianran's farm was currently operating at a loss. The greenhouse was displayed as a Level 1 dilapidated greenhouse, broken down and shabby. Determined to turn things around, Tianran grabbed a hoe and began working the field, sweat dripping down his face. Just then, Han called out excitedly, "Big brother, a plant has sprouted." Rushing to her side, Tianran saw a tiny green shoot emerging from the soil. The system prompted, "Tomato seedlings detected. Time until crop maturity, 48 hours. Relieved and ecstatic that the anti-radiation seeds were working as promised, Tianran realized this might be the key to surviving the apocalypse. He turned to Han and asked if she had memorized the rules he'd given her. Excitedly, she recited, 1. Don't eat any food unless it's given by Big Brother. 2. Without Big Brother's permission, don't leave the farm. 3. If I see any strange animals, I must hide. A notification suddenly appeared. Crops are mature, ready for harvest. Tianran harvested 70% of the crops, converting a portion into points while keeping the rest in his inventory. The system prompted, "Are you sure you want to recycle 200 kilograms of anti-radiation crops?" After confirming, the system notified him that he'd gained 2,000 points. Tianran kept 30 kilograms of crops in his inventory and stored the ancient medicinal carrots for later. The system announced, "First recycle complete. Achievement unlocked. Recycle master. Reward, artificial intelligence work robot." Tianran was thrilled by the reward system. Holding the small robot in his hands, it greeted him cheerfully. At first glance, the robot appeared tiny and unimpressive, but its sleek design hinted at hidden capabilities. Suddenly, the robot sprang to life, moving with incredible speed. Slash-like appendages emerged from its arms, ready for action. Tianran realized the robot could execute commands directly from his thoughts. To celebrate the successful harvest, he prepared a large chicken dinner for everyone. Before serving the food, he reminded Han Han, "Don't tell anyone we have food. If you do, you won't eat for 3 days." Han Han promised to keep the secret. After dinner, Tianran gave some chicken to Xiaohe, their other dog, and comforted Han Han, who was worried about Xiaobai. "Xiaobai's badly hurt, but once he recovers, he'll play with you again. For now, don't disturb him while he rests." Heading to check on Xiaobai, Tianran found the dog caged and glaring at him defensively. The once loyal pet now looked like a feral monster, its mutation further progressing. Xiaobai's eyes locked on Tianran, a strange hostility emanating from the animal. Suddenly, the system alerted him. Intrusion detected. Accessing the monitoring screen, Tianran saw a figure outside his gate. A shabby-looking man identified by the system as a level 3 threat, male, 42 years old. Recognizing the man, Tianran muttered in surprise, "Uncle Nan? What is he doing here?" Tianran stood just inside the gate, watching Uncle Nan carefully. "Why are you here?" he asked, his voice steady but firm. Uncle Nan, holding a used cloud maker, looked desperate. "Tianran, I need help," he said quickly, his voice trembling. "Do you have any surplus food? The market prices are outrageous. I can't afford anything." Tianran studied him for a moment before responding, "Speak clearly." "What's going on?" Uncle Nan explained his dire situation, his family struggling to survive amidst the chaos. "We're barely holding on," he admitted, his voice heavy with shame. "I don't know where else to turn." There was a pause. Tianran didn't want to reveal too much and carefully replied, "I don't have much either. Most of my crops were destroyed by the mutations." Hearing this, Uncle Nan rubbed the back of his head awkwardly, realizing he had little to offer in return. His helplessness was written all over his face. Despite the harshness of the apocalypse, Tianran thought of the time Uncle Nan had saved his family. He decided to repay the kindness. "Wait here," Tianran said, heading inside. He returned moments later with a bag full of cup noodles. "This is all I can spare," he said, handing it over. Uncle Nan's eyes welled up with gratitude as he took the bag. "Thank you, Tianran. You've helped more than you know," he said before leaving. Watching Uncle Nan walk away, Tianran muttered to himself, "That's about 5 days worth of food." He knew the unpredictability of human nature during the apocalypse and decided that if he helped Uncle Nan again, it would have to be in secret. Later that night, Tianran crept toward Uncle Nan's home with another bag of supplies. As he approached, he heard coughing, harsh and wet. Peeking inside, he was startled to see a man lying on a bed, coughing up blood. Uncle Nan was kneeling beside him, tears streaming down his face. "My son!" Uncle Nan sobbed. "Don't die on me," he muttered. Han Han, who had followed Tianran unnoticed, whispered, "Uncle Nan's son is coughing a lot of blood." Tianran examined the scene closely. He must have eaten irradiated vegetables by mistake, he concluded. Though the situation was grim, a thought crossed Tianran's mind. This might be the perfect opportunity to test my products. Suddenly, the window shattered and a bag was thrown inside. Uncle Nan jumped to his feet, yelling at the unknown assailant, "Show yourself!" His son, however, seemed oddly intrigued. "Father, get the bag," he urged, his voice filled with excitement despite his condition. Tianran, still outside, decided it was time to leave. From a distance, he could hear Uncle Nan comforting his son, offering him food from the mysterious bag. "Eat this. The hospital can't help you anymore," Uncle Nan said, tears in his eyes. As the young man ate, he suddenly screamed in pain. Uncle Nan rushed to his side, shouting his name as the coughing worsened. But then, something unexpected happened. His son's body reacted violently, followed by silence. Meanwhile, Tianran walked along the road, noticing something peculiar. Electricity flickered back on in the distance. Does this mean the signal is working now? He wondered aloud. Pulling out his phone, he dialed Zhonglin's number. It rang a few times before going to voicemail. Unbeknownst to Tianran, the phone he called was inside a car. A woman lay unconscious in the back seat, her phone ringing loudly. "Turn that off," one man in the car snapped, annoyed by the noise. The other man complied, silencing the phone before returning to their conversation. "How much food do you think we can get with this new product?" one of them asked. The driver shrugged. "Does it matter? They want humans for some reason. Just take the money and keep quiet." In a world where trust is hard to find, betrayal can come from the least expected places, even dating apps. With Cheaterbuster AI, you can uncover the truth about anyone on dating apps. It's simple, just a name, age, and location, and Cheaterbuster AI does the rest. Cheaterbuster is a website that helps you see if your partner is cheating on you on dating apps. No more secrets, no more guessing, just answers. Click the link in the description and see how Cheaterbuster can help you expose the truth on dating apps. Don't wait, check now. Now, back to the video. Driving back home, Han excitedly remarked, "Did you see that? Just by eating the carrot, the person healed, and Zhao Tian's body changed from gray to blue. How amazing is that?" Tianran was astounded at how graphic her description was. His mind raced with the possibilities. As the car sped through the road, a figure suddenly darted near them at incredible speed. With a sudden bang, the creature slammed into the roof of the car, shaking the vehicle and startling both of them. A monstrous hand gripped the roof, and Tianran's eyes widened as he saw the creature towering on top, its massive teeth and blood-red eyes glaring down. With a deafening roar, it reared back, slashing at the vehicle with a deadly swipe, narrowly missing Tianran. Han, get down!" Tianran shouted, grabbing his handgun. The creature's claws scraped along the roof as the car bounced, but Tianran floored the accelerator, attempting to outrun the beast. And Tianran's speed worked in their favor. He slammed the vehicle into the creature's stomach, sending it flying off the hood with a resounding crash. With the creature now sprawled on the ground, Tianran stopped the car. He stepped out cautiously, inspecting the monster. Seeing that it was dead, Tianran bent down to examine the creature. It looked like a mutated monkey, with a strange serial number marked on its body. He wondered where it could have come from. There were no nearby farms or zoos. After dealing with the creature, Tianran turned to Han. "Go watch the animation the TV," he told her, trying to change the subject and lighten the mood. As he made his way toward his mutated dog, Tianran felt a mix of hope and worry. He was determined to try something new. "System, take the medicinal roots out of my inventory," he commanded. The system responded immediately, and the roots appeared in his hand. Knowing the food could remove toxins, Tianran wondered how it might affect his dog. If the carrot could cure human mutations, maybe it could help his dog return to normal. He made the dog eat the carrot, hoping for the best. At first, the dog became agitated, barking and growling furiously. Suddenly, thunder raged outside, which startled Han, causing her to jump. Alarmed, she rushed to her brother's side. Sneaking up on him playfully, she tried to scare him. But when she saw her dog lying motionless on the ground, she froze. "No, she cried, rushing over to the dog. She shook it gently, but it didn't respond. Tears filled her eyes. "Why does this have to happen? We have the carrots. Why can't they save Xiao Bai?" she asked, her voice trembling with desperation. Tianran kneeled beside her and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "The carrots can't save those that are already mutated. The process is too far gone." Han Han refused to accept it. "No, please, I don't want her to die," she cried, refusing to let go of the hope that somehow there was still a chance to save Xiao Bai. The two siblings stood silently beside a towering tree, its ancient branches swaying gently in the wind. At its base was a newly built grave, the soil fresh and undisturbed. Both Tianran and Han Han stared at it, their hearts heavy with loss. The atmosphere was tense and downcast, the weight of the moment pressing down on them. Later at home, Han Han sat on the couch, watching her favorite kids' show in an attempt to distract herself. Her laughter was absent though, and her eyes lacked their usual sparkle. In the kitchen, Tianran busied himself preparing dinner. He glanced toward Han Han and called out, "Xiaohei, stay with Han Han, will you? Keep her company." Xiaohei, the loyal dog, wagged its tail and obediently trotted over to Han Han. It nuzzled her hand, trying to lift her spirits. Just as Tianran finished chopping vegetables, the system's familiar voice chimed in. "Radiation-resistant crops have matured. It's time to harvest." Tianran tapped the system interface, accepting the harvest with a click. In an instant, a notification popped up. "You have harvested 500 kilograms of radiation-resistant crops and 10 kilograms of ancient medicinal-grade crops." A small smile tugged at Tianran's lips as he redeemed the points. His hard work had paid off. Moments later, another notification appeared. "Congratulations, your greenhouse has upgraded to level 2, ordinary greenhouse." Tianran's excitement was short-lived, however, as a new system announcement echoed in his mind. "Warning, system defense shelter is only at level 3. Current protection is limited to small animals. Risks are significantly high. It is recommended to prioritize safety improvements immediately." Tianran furrowed his brow. The realization hit him. His shelter was barely adequate to defend against the dangers of the apocalypse. He couldn't afford to leave things as they were. "Looks like safety has to come first," he muttered to himself, his determination growing. Expansion could wait. For now, his priority was ensuring that he and Han Han would be safe, no matter what threats came their way. With a determined click, Tianran upgraded the walls of the shelter to level 2, immediately deducting 1,000 points from his system balance. He didn't hesitate. Safety came first. Next, he purchased a perimeter power grid for an additional 500 points. The system confirmed the installation, and the defenses around the shelter lit up, crackling faintly with energy. Scrolling through the options, Tianran noticed a red robotic unit labeled Radar Parade, Level 1, and decided to buy it. The system deployed the robot, a sleek machine with glowing sensors, designed to scan for intruders and provide early warnings. But as the notifications rolled in, he glanced at his remaining points. They were dangerously low. He knew he still needed to purchase mechanical guards to ensure Han Han's safety when he wasn't around. His gaze landed on the robotic dog option, a high-tech protector with an impressive skill set. Yet, when he saw the cost, his heart sank. It was far beyond what he could afford. After a moment of hesitation, Tianran made a decision. Points could be earned again, but lives were priceless. He accessed the system's warehouse, selling off a large portion of the grains he had stored. The points surged back into his balance, and he immediately allocated them to purchases. First, he acquired a Level 1 Hummingbird, a small but deadly aerial unit. It had a speed rating of 5 and a damage rating of 3. Its attack method was precision shooting. Then, he purchased a Level 2 Hound, a mechanical dog with a damage rating of 7. It boasted an arsenal of attacks, including burning, shooting, and biting. Wanting to test his new companions, Tien Ran commanded the hummingbird to target some falling leaves outside. The tiny machine zipped through the air with uncanny precision, slicing the leaves in half as they drifted downward. "Impressive," Tien Ran muttered, watching the small patrol bot in action. It was now an airborne guardian that could swiftly eliminate intruders. Next, he turned to the hound warrior. "Let's see what you can do," he said, pointing to a large rock. The mechanical dog opened its mouth, and a purple laser beam shot from its mouth, striking the rock and shattering it into pieces. Tien Ran couldn't hide his astonishment. Calling Han Han, he brought her to the shelter's yard, where the robotic dog stood waiting. "Han Han," he said, gesturing to the machine, "this is for you. It's your new companion, and it will always keep you safe." Han Han's eyes widened as she approached the mechanical dog. She placed a hand on its smooth metal surface, her expression torn between wonder and sadness. "You can even name it," Tien Ran said gently. "If you want, you can call it Xiao Bai, like our old dog." Tears welled up in her eyes, and she nodded. "Xiao Bai, you'll protect me, won't you?" The robotic hound let out a soft mechanical bark, as if in response. Han Han knelt down, hugging its sturdy frame as tears rolled down her cheeks. In that moment, Tien Ran felt a sense of relief. He couldn't replace the past, but he could give Han Han a safer future. In an office, an assistant was reporting to a man who's asking how everything was going. The assistant reported that only number 7's data was doing well and able to punch through 5mm thick steel plates. When he mentioned the other project, the assistant murmured that Vice President Ren is not happy that we didn't donate the medical equipment if we report this to the head office. Things won't be good, sitting down Liang Tianyu, the general manager of Tianrun. Pharmaceutical? Champete. He says that the girl's background is small, and things were done secretly, and she wouldn't be able to figure it out. He told the assistant to tell Chen Nan to keep an eye on Ren Xiao, so that she doesn't ruin her business, hoping that maybe, just maybe, there will be a great treasure. In a bustling hallway, Vice President Ren Xiao stormed into the general manager's office, her tone sharp and unyielding. "Where is Liang Tianyu?" she demanded, her piercing eyes locking onto the startled assistant. The assistant hesitated before replying. "Mr. Liang is not at the office at the moment," she says. As she opened the office door, Ren Xiao's expression darkened. She began to yell. Instead of donating equipment and medicine to help people, he's busy conducting animal experiments. Her voice carried a biting edge of frustration. The general manager, seated calmly behind his desk, interjected, his tone composed but firm. "Vice President Ren, this is the general manager's office. I'd appreciate it if you didn't barge in unannounced." Ren Xiao turned her glare toward him, but the man remained unfazed. "Also, I'm a businessman," he said evenly, leaning back in his chair. "It's only natural for me to aim for profit in everything I do. Frankly, I'm not sure today's medicine can even begin to address the world's current diseases." "What?" Ren Xiao snapped, her disbelief evident. The general manager smiled faintly. "You're a shareholder in this company, aren't you? Imagine the impact and the profits if we discovered a groundbreaking cure to the problems plaguing the world." Ren Xiao tilted her head, a glimmer of curiosity crossing her face. "So," she said, with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, "has Mr. Liang's research made any progress?" The general manager chuckled lightly. "Even the federal government hasn't developed effective drugs yet," he said, deflecting her question. "Then I suppose I'll have to visit your lab myself," she declared, her tone resolute as she fingered the glowing blue necklace resting on her chest. Mr. Liang continues, his demeanor calm, but his voice eager. "Vice President Ren, if you could allocate more manpower to our project, progress would undoubtedly be faster." Ren Xiao glanced at him, her expression unreadable. "I'll consider it," she replied. "But first, I need to see the lab for myself before I decide to cooperate further. Mr. Zhang, standing nearby, nodded politely. You're more than welcome to visit, Vice President Ren. I'll arrange for a personal escort to ensure you have full access. Ren Xiao turned on her heel, her heels clicking against the polished floor as she headed out. Prepare the lab for my inspection, she called over her shoulder, leaving the room filled with a tense but purposeful energy. As Ren Xiao exited the lab's main corridor, her assistant hurried alongside her, their voice low but filled with concern. Vice President, you spent so little time in the office that we still haven't found any secret entrances to the lab. It's like this place is a fortress. Ren Xiao smirked. That general manager is a sly fox. He's hiding something, and I intend to find out what. She paused, then asked, What about the scientist we captured? Did you get anything from them? The assistant shook their head. No, they're blindfolded every time they go in or out of the lab. But we did manage to get our hands on a keycard. Ren Xiao's eyes narrowed as she considered the possibilities. Then the question is, where's the secret laboratory? Moments later, they entered the brightly lit research wing, accompanied by a man named Tu Zi, who introduced himself as the lab director. Vice President Ren, Tu Zi said with a rehearsed smile, I'll personally walk you through everything we've been working on. He led her to a towering glass tube filled with a glowing blue liquid. Suspended inside was a grotesque, mutated creature with pulsating veins and sharp, unnatural features. This, Tu Zi explained, gesturing to the tank, is subject number 7. It's the only one among our test subjects that didn't go berserk. Its physical power has increased tenfold, though it still exhibits some instability and occasional aggressiveness. Ren Xiao raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. Before she could ask more, a nervous-looking scientist hurried into the room and leaned close to whisper in Tu Zi's ear. Tu Zi's face drained of color as he absorbed the message. Ren Xiao noticed his unease and couldn't help but smirk knowingly. This is my doing, she thought, though she maintained an innocent expression. Tu Zi straightened and turned to her, his voice strained but polite. Vice President Ren, it seems there's been an urgent matter that requires my attention. Someone else can continue the tour in my place. Ren Xiao interrupted him with a wave of her hand. No need. I'll just look around a bit and leave on my own. The director hesitated, visibly uncomfortable. I'm afraid that's against protocol. All visitors must be accompanied. Ren Xiao cut him off with a disarming smile. Relax, we're all under surveillance, aren't we? Nothing to worry about. Tu Zi's hesitation lingered for a moment before he finally relented. All right, but for your safety, we'll keep monitoring you at all times. He gestured to his team and hurried out to deal with the emergency. Once alone, Ren Xiao casually strolled through the lab, her demeanor calm and collected. With a subtle touch to her earpiece, she murmured, It's time to act. A man's voice responded in her ear, calm and focused. Understood. Back at a control station, the hacker's fingers flew across his keyboard. In moments, the lab's surveillance system was hijacked and the camera feeds went dark. Ren Xiao grinned. Cameras are down? She asked. Completely, the hacker confirmed. Good, she replied. Her voice turned sharp. Start scanning this place. Find their hideout. On it, the hacker said, as he began running a full sweep of the lab's network and layout, uncovering its hidden secrets. Ren Xiao stood still for a moment, looking around the room with calculated confidence. Let's see how well that sly fox hides his secrets. Ren Xiao ran her fingers along the smooth walls, feeling for any signs of a hollow section. The hacker's voice came through her earpiece, calm but urgent. You've got 30 minutes tops before they notice the system's been tampered with. Understood, she whispered back, her eyes scanning for anything out of place. After a tense few minutes, her fingers tapped against a subtle indentation in the wall. Pressing it, she heard a soft click, and a hidden doorway slid open, revealing a narrow, dimly lit passageway. Ren Xiao stepped inside cautiously, her heels echoing against the cold metal floor. The air was heavier here, carrying a faint chemical odor. She moved deeper into the hidden lab, and as she turned a corner, she froze. Before her stood rows of massive glass tubs filled with water. Inside them were human beings, floating lifelessly, their bodies unnaturally pale, with wires and tubes snaking into their skin. Some had strange growths or scars, as if their bodies had been surgically altered or experimented on. The hacker's voice cut through the silence. "What's it like in there?" Ren Xiao's voice was low, laced with a rare hint of unease. "It's worse than I imagined. This isn't just unethical, it's monstrous." "Do I need to call the dead office to intervene?" the hacker asked, referring to a covert task force that specialized in eradicating illegal experiments like these. Ren Xiao hesitated, her gaze moving to the far end of the room. "Not yet, wait a minute." Her eyes locked onto another tank, larger than the rest, with an eerie glow emanating from its base. Inside was a creature that made her stomach turn. The being had the face of a human, but its lower half was that of a fish, grotesquely stitched together at the waist. Its eyes were open but lifeless, and its body was scarred and misshapen, as though it had endured unspeakable torment. Ren Xiao swallowed hard, her composed exterior cracking just slightly. They're not just experimenting on humans, they're hosting things, abominations. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the fields as Tian Ren picked the last of his special corn. The golden husks shone under the light, showing they were ready to eat. Han bounced over, eyes bright. "Finally, we're having grilled corn, right?" Tian tossed her an ear of corn. "Help me finish picking, and we can eat sooner." Han groaned. "I'm too hungry to wait." Tian chuckled. "Then go get some firewood. I'll make grilled corn with butter." Han's face lit up. "Butter? You're the best." She ran off and quickly came back with a pile of wood. Soon, the fire crackled and the smell of roasted corn filled the air. Han grabbed one as soon as it was ready and took a big bite. So good." Tian sat nearby, smirking. "If you keep eating like that, you'll turn into a fat pig." Han glared at him, but kept chewing. "Not my fault your food is so good." Tian watched her eat. She'd been eating more lately, and so had he. These special crops made their bodies stronger. "Don't worry," he said. "You won't get fat, you're just growing." Han grinned. "Good, make me a spicy one next." Tian flipped another corn over the fire, but then knock, knock, knock. He looked up. Who would visit at this hour? When he opened the door, Xia stood there holding a bag. Tian frowned. "Xia? What are you doing here?" Tian turned to Xia, curiosity flashing in his eyes. "So, what brings you here?" he asked. Xia rubbed the back of his neck, looking a little embarrassed. "The other day, you gave my family some instant noodles. My father insisted on returning the favor, so he sent some food for your family. I brought it over." Tian smiled, waving it off. "You didn't have to do that. I just helped the right person, that's all." Still, something piqued his interest. "Where did you find all this food?" he asked. Xia hesitated for a moment, then admitted, "I found it in my yard. Might have been left there by a relative, or someone who snuck it in." Tian raised an eyebrow, but didn't press the matter. Xia then shifted, looking like he had something else on his mind. "Actually, there's something I wanted to ask you." "Go ahead," Tian said. "I heard there's a new grain shopping center opening on the outskirts, south side," Xia explained. "Still has a lot of stock. I wanted to borrow your truck to go buy some." Tian considered the request. "Oh, and I don't have a driver's license?" Xia added sheepishly. "It's not too far, but the place is kind of remote." That was it. He was asking Tian to drive him there. Tian had been meaning to check the place out in a few days anyway. Now seemed as good a time as any. Plus, with the mechanical guards at home, he wasn't too worried about Han's safety. Ba's combat abilities alone were more than enough to handle trouble. All right, Tian agreed. We're old acquaintances, after all. but I need to be back before noon to cook for Han. Xia's face lit up with relief. Thanks, I appreciate it. Sorry for the trouble. Tian waved him off again. Wait here, I'll get the truck. Before leaving, Tian made sure to check on Han. Stay inside and don't open the door for anyone, he told her. Han grinned. Don't worry, besides, Ba is super strong now. But then he gave her a serious look. Only use B in emergencies, all right? It's dangerous otherwise. Han pouted but nodded. Okay, I won't blow up rocks anymore. Tian chuckled and ruffled her hair. Be good, Xia and I are going shopping. We'll bring you back some candy. Han perked up instantly. Candy? Really? Really, Tian assured her. Her excitement doubled. Can I say hi to Xia? Tian smirked. You just want to show off Ba, don't you? Han huffed. I'm 6 now. I'm not a little kid anymore. Tian laughed, but let her come along. Outside, Han greeted Xia eagerly. Hi, Xia. Guess what? Ba can... Tian quickly cut her off. All right, time to go. Han, get out of the truck so Xia can sit. Han frowned but obeyed. You're so mean, she muttered as she stomped back inside. Tian shook his head, smiling. As soon as the truck pulled away, Han sighed dramatically and went back to her cartoons. Tian, meanwhile, focused on the road. But Xia, after a few moments of silence, turned to him. Is it okay for Han to be alone? He asked. The world's getting chaotic. What if bad guys target the farm? Tian scoffed. Who'd bother with my shabby farm? I don't have money or food worth stealing. But Han is only 6, Xia pointed out. Even if she had a weapon, she wouldn't be able to use it. Tian nodded. That's why the gate's electrified. No one's getting in. Xia looked reassured and leaned back in his seat. But after a moment, he pulled out his phone and quickly typed a message. Tian noticed. Texting someone? Xia stiffened and stuffed the phone back in his pocket. Just borrowed some money from friends, he muttered. Back at the farm, Han was glued to her cartoons. Excitedly, she threw her arms up. Rainbow warriors should use their super evolution. Lemon yellow, golden yellow. She hugged her dog tightly and giggled. Hey, do you think Xia can be a rainbow warrior too? Her dog barked in response. Han snickered. Last time we saw Xia, he was green with greed, but now he's all red. She burst into laughter at her own joke, kicking her feet happily. Tian handed some money to Xia, who looked confused. Tian explained that he didn't have much either, but Xia could take it for now. Xia refused, insisting that Tian had already done enough for his family and he couldn't accept more. Tian, however, insisted, telling him to stop talking nonsense and focus on driving. Grateful, Xia promised to repay his kindness. As they drove, Tian navigated. Go straight for 500 meters, turn right in 300, then another 200 meters ahead, there's a fork in the road. After 100 more meters, turn right. But just as Tian prepared to make the turn, Xia suddenly swerved left, claiming the road ahead was closed. Tian immediately sensed something was wrong. That's not true, he snapped. I travel this road all the time. It's the main route through the township. It wouldn't just close unless there was a major disaster. He demanded to know where Xia had heard that. Xia hesitated before saying a friend told him. Tian wasn't convinced. Give me your friend's number. I want to hear it from him directly. Xia urged him to trust him, promising he wouldn't do anything to harm him. Hesitant, but with no other choice, Tian turned the car around. Meanwhile, a group of bystanders noticed the unusual situation. One man whispered, "Something's not right." He alerted others in a nearby car. Why would Tian turn back alone? What should we do? Another asked. Nan, their leader, responded grimly. Get ready, the target is approaching. We stop them here. Lang added, we need them alive. Block all escape routes and attack from the front and rear. He sneered. Let's see if they can grow wings and fly away. Inside the car, Xia suddenly broke down, apologizing. His voice cracked with guilt. Tian, I betrayed you. It's all my fault." Tian tensed. "What are you talking about?" Tears streaming, Xia confessed, "They took my father. I had no choice." Tian's grip on the wheel tightened. "Who?" "They're from Tin Run. They know you have the antidote for the poisoning. They forced me to lure you away so they could capture Han and make you submit." Tian's blood ran cold. "Han is only 6. They're trying to kidnap a child?" "I don't know what they plan to do," Xia cried. "They threatened my father's life. I had no choice." Just then, a car screeched to a stop, blocking their path. Xia turned pale. "They're here." Tian's eyes darkened. "Enough. You tested me. Everything you did, everything you said, was just to confirm if the farm was protected." His voice turned sharp. "Even when you were playing with your phone, you were messaging them." Outside, armed men were already closing in on Tian's house. Xia pleaded, "Tian, please, just give them the antidote. There's too many of them. We can't escape." Tian stared at him coldly. "You put Han in danger. I don't want to kill you, Xia, but I will never forgive this." Xia sobbed. "I regret everything, but I had no way out." Tian's voice was firm. "I'll deal with you later." He turned toward the approaching enemies, eyes blazing with fury. "As for them," his voice like steel, "not a single one is leaving my farm alive." Xia remembered the night when he was healed. Nan had been so happy about it, saying how scared he had been. Xia admitted that he couldn't believe he had actually survived. Nan commented that Xia was an idiot for eating something different that caused his illness. Xia explained that he was so hungry he couldn't stand it anymore, and found an apple in the cellar that didn't seem to have any trace of contamination. Nan scolded Xia for being so desperate and daring to eat anything from the cellar, as it was all in contact with the ground. Xia replied that they had been eating nothing but gruel for several days, so he decided to take a gamble. Otherwise, he would have starved to death sooner or later. Nan told him to stop talking nonsense and mentioned that he had borrowed some food. They had received a wave of food drops, among them a magical elixir that saved Xia's life. This must have been a blessing from the gods. They couldn't bear to see Xia suffer so much, so they saved his life. Nan reminded Xia that many people had died from accidentally eating poisonous vegetables, and he was the only one who survived. Therefore, they must go to pay homage to their ancestral graves later to thank them for their blessings. Xia thought that if there really was a god, such a disaster shouldn't be allowed to happen in this world. He believed the elixir had been given by someone who didn't want to reveal their identity. Then, he noticed a bag of fruits and heard Nan ask if he was hungry. Xia couldn't believe someone had given them so much food while their family had been left to starve without even the basic necessities for survival. Nan reassured him that they had received all this food and he was going to get something for Xia to eat, emphasizing that Xia was still recovering from a serious illness and needed to recover well. Suddenly, Xia remembered something and got up to go outside. Nan asked where he was going. Xia replied that he would be back in a while. Nan insisted that Xia wasn't fully recovered and needed to rest. Xia asked to be left alone, then went to someone's home and knocked on the door. The boy inside replied, telling him to stop knocking rapidly and demanded to know who was there. When Miao opened the door, he was shocked to see Xia covered in blood. Miao asked what Xia wanted. Xia replied that his home had been robbed and he just wanted to check the surveillance video. Miao asked what that was. Xia showed him the camera and said it was a 360-degree unplugged wireless monitor. Miao agreed. Xia asked to check who had beaten him up because he needed to find them. Miao agreed but told him to hurry because it was his sleep time. As Xia went to check, he thought the camera had the perfect angle for his alleyway and wondered who the person would be. Then, he saw a truck and recognized its owner by the license plate. He then returned home. Nan asked what he had been doing. Xia replied that he had found out who saved his life. Nan asked who it was. Xia said it was Tian. He had checked the CCTV and found that Tian's arrival and departure times matched the time of Xia's rescue. Nan said that Tian was a good person who who not only gave them food, but also saved Xia's life. Xia then asked Nan if he had heard the news that the Tina and Run group was paying a good amount of money to those who could find a solution. Nan was shocked and asked what Xia was thinking of doing. Xia replied that he was trying to make life a bit easier for both of them in this hellish world. He questioned how long their current food supply would last and what they would do afterward, asking if Nan still expected Tian to give them more food. Nan slapped Xia and asked if he wanted to repay Tian with such hatred. He exclaimed how he could have given birth to such an ungrateful beast and threatened to break Xia's legs if he dared to go to Tiannan. Xia asked if Nan understood their current situation, saying they could only rely on themselves to survive. He insisted he was doing what he had to do to survive, and that was all, as he was thinking about how they couldn't get rid of their pursuers because they were following too closely. He saw 2 cars blocking his way. Just then, he found himself surrounded from all sides. He came out holding Xia tightly in his grasp. Chen called Tian, introducing himself as an affiliate of the Tiannan-run pharmaceutical company. He explained that he was using a special method to get Tian to meet him and assured Tian that he had no ulterior motives. Chen mentioned that the Tiannan group had the cure for the poisoning pandemic and proposed discussing a cooperation. Tiannan would provide the cure, and they would contribute their efforts, making huge profits together. Tian asked what would happen if he refused. Chen replied that Tian had only 2 options. The first was to cooperate, making everyone happy, allowing them all to earn money with smiles on their faces. Tian then asked about the second option. Chen responded that they would find the cure for the disease themselves, implying they would use force if necessary. Tian replied that it was only by chance he had discovered the cure for the poisoning epidemic, and there was only 1 dose, which he had already used. Chen called Tian, introducing himself as an affiliate of the Tiannan-run pharmaceutical company. He explained he had come to discuss cooperation regarding Tian's cure for the poisoning pandemic. Tian regretted they had come all this way for nothing, noting they didn't even have guns, and Xia was of no use to them. If they had firearms, they could have simply injured Tian without the need for threats. Chen remarked that Tian seemed unmoved, even in the face of danger. Chen made a call and asked if they were at the farm gate, instructing them to capture the little girl and feed her the poisonous fruits. He questioned the point of electrifying Tian's broken fence, knowing it was surrounded by insulation protection veterans. He urged Tian to understand his own value and cooperate to make money together with Tiannan. Tian's demeanor turned ominous, and he expressed his hatred for threats. Chen wondered how a mere farmer could have such a terrifying gaze. Tian warned Chen that he should be grateful they hadn't come to the farm together, or they wouldn't be alive much longer. Chen dismissed Tian's warning, feeling confident in their numbers. He demanded Tian cooperate, promising he and his sister would live. Seeing Tian's reluctance to cooperate, Chen ordered his people to cut off Tian's limbs and leave him alive. The intruders managed to break through the walls of Tian's farm, creating such a loud disturbance that Han could no longer enjoy her cartoons in peace. Annoyed, she felt a strong urge to silence them once and for all. Meanwhile, Tian found himself fighting alone, effortlessly throwing enemies aside with sheer force. Chen, witnessing the chaos, was stunned. He hadn't expected the farm to have such powerful defenses, and it was clear that the intruders needed to be lured away. From a distance, a man observed the battle, his suspicions growing as rocks were blasted apart. At first, he thought explosives were being used, but upon closer inspection, he realized something else was at play. His plan quickly changed. Tian needed to be captured alive. No one had truly grasped the extent of his strength. Tian himself was amazed. Just a few days of eating radiation-resistant crops had drastically enhanced his body. His speed, strength, bone density, and reflexes had improved far beyond what he ever imagined. In ancient times, warriors pursued mastery through swordsmanship, but Tian had found his own path, with his fists. A man lunged at him with a knife, but Tian sidestepped with ease. His movements felt sharper, more refined. Let's create some space first, he thought, fully aware that his physical abilities were no longer ordinary. Spotting Chen, Tian raised his gun. Fear flashed in Chen's eyes as he realized his mistake. He hadn't expected Tian to be armed. If he could just close the distance, the gun would become useless. Desperate, Chen tried to warn Tian, insisting that there were far more powerful figures backing him and that provoking them would bring dire consequences. Tian didn't care. He fired, taking down several fleeing intruders. The survivors scattered in panic, and Chen took the chance to disappear into the woods, waiting for Tian to run out of bullets. As Tian's shots stopped, Chen smirked from behind a rock, assuming his enemy was finally out of ammunition. This was his chance. He prepared to strike, but before he could make a move, he heard the distinct click of a pistol being loaded. Tian had retrieved another gun from his inventory and was now aiming directly at Chen from above. Chen's confidence wavered. How does he still have a weapon? He muttered, growing uneasy. Is he a martial artist too? Meanwhile, back at the farm, the battle had already ended. Every intruder lay motionless on the ground. B stood at the center of the carnage, her mechanical systems running through a final assessment. The last intruder had been eliminated, his head blown clean off. For a moment, she hesitated. If Tian returned and saw this, would he think she was too violent? Would he reject her? Not willing to take that risk, B hurried to dispose of the bodies before Tian came back. Chen, now severely injured, gasped for breath, realizing too late that threatening Tian with a child had been a grave mistake. Desperate, he pleaded for mercy, promising to reveal everything if Tian spared him. Tian, unfazed, told him there would be no easy way out. But he gave Chen a choice, either a quick, painful death or a chance to be healed, only to continue suffering. I have plenty of bullets and plenty of time, Tian remarked coldly. Faced with no alternative, Chen agreed to talk. Tian's first question was simple. Who was behind the attack? Chen hesitated, but then admitted that it was Liang, the CEO of Tianrun Pharmaceuticals. Tian wasn't surprised. Liang was ruthless, known for manipulating markets and inflating prices. It all made sense. When asked if anyone else was involved, Chen explained that Liang had kept the operation secret, even from the company's top executives. However, he revealed that Liang had been in conflict with the company's vice president and was using this situation to gain more authority, impress headquarters, and eliminate the VP from the Southern City branch. Tian considered this carefully. Tianrun Pharmaceuticals, despite its power, was only a subsidiary of a much larger corporation. He needed to be cautious. He smacked Chen to keep him conscious and demanded to know if Liang had reported anything to headquarters. Chen shook his head. Liang was too afraid that word would get back to his rival, the vice president, which could ruin his plans. That meant the situation hadn't escalated beyond their control yet. Now, Tian wanted to meet Liang face to face. Just then, Chen's phone rang. It was Liang. Is the mission done? Liang asked. Chen, under Tian's watchful eye, hesitated before replying. We have the target under control, but he insists on meeting with you before revealing anything. Liang's voice dripped with frustration. You're useless, Chen. You can't even handle one man? Chen quickly apologized, explaining that Tian was tight-lipped and had already taken out several of their men. There was silence before Liang finally gave in. Fine, take him to Warehouse 78. I'll be there soon. The call ended abruptly. Unbeknownst to Liang, Tian had forced Chen to say those words. With no time to waste, Tian tied Chen up and had Xia switch clothes with him. During the car ride, Xia, still shaken, quietly thanked Tian. Tian simply responded, "Don't get sentimental. Your father was just in the wrong place at the wrong time." Xia lowered his head, murmuring an apology. When they arrived at the warehouse, Xia, disguised as Chen, stepped inside with the bound Nan. Liang stood waiting, flanked by two men, his expression filled with suspicion. "Why just the two of you? Where's the boy?" Liang demanded. Xia quickly made up an excuse. "The messenger got knocked out. He's in the car, and Chen, he had a stomach ache, so he ran to the restroom. I figured I should bring Nan over first." Liang scoffed. Pathetic. He turned his attention to Nan, who was bound and battered. "You're still alive? Guess I didn't hit you hard enough?" His men laughed before delivering another cruel kick to Nan's side. Xia trembled under Liang's piercing gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Liang barked. "Bring him here." His men continued to beat Nan, while Liang sneered, calling them worthless. Then everything changed. A thunderous crash shook the warehouse as Tian came smashing through the roof, landing a powerful kick straight into Liang's chest. Stunned silence followed. Liang, struggling to get up, coughed and glared at Tian. The walls weren't easy to climb, he muttered bitterly. Tian didn't respond. He simply raised his gun, aiming directly at Liang. The two guards froze in place. "Don't move," Tian ordered. His voice was calm, but the threat was clear. Liang's eyes darted toward the unconscious Chen. "How did you get here? Did Chen betray me?" Tian smirked. "You're a smart man, Liang. How did someone as clueless as you become the head of Tianrun?" Liang clenched his teeth. "You think you can just waltz in here and kill me?" "Depends," Tian said casually. "You just threatened a child. Maybe I should see if it's worth keeping you alive." Liang straightened up. "If you kill me, my men will kill Nan instantly." Tian arched an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" A flicker of doubt crossed Liang's face. "Killing you is far cheaper than negotiating," Tian added. Liang snapped his fingers. "Kill them all!" His men reached for their weapons, but before they could react, Tian pulled the trigger. 2 shots rang out. The guards collapsed to the floor, lifeless. Xia gasped in horror. "You didn't have to—" Tian cut him off. "If you think I'd let them live after what they tried to do, then you're even dumber than I thought." Ignoring Xia's protests, he turned his gun back to Liang, who was now completely alone. "You wanted to play this game, Liang," Tian said, his tone icy. "Now let's see how well you handle losing." Xia, still trembling, wasted no time. He rushed to free his father, knowing that Tian's wrath was only just beginning. Xia and Nan knelt before Tian, their faces heavy with guilt and gratitude. Xia bowed his head, apologizing for everything, admitting that his regrets could never make up for what had happened. Still, he thanked Tian for sparing them. Tian, unfazed, assured them that he didn't believe in guilt by association. Nan had done him no harm. Nan, however, blamed himself. "I should have stopped him," he muttered. "I should have done something." "Enough with the apologies," Tian said. "Move forward instead of asking for forgiveness over and over." He made it clear. Xia didn't deserve punishment, and he wouldn't harm him. But what happened next? That was up to Xia. Xia swallowed hard and promised that he and Nan had no secrets left. They were on Tian's side now. Tian nodded. "Then let's clean this up, gather the bodies." Nan hesitated. "What are you going to do?" "Get rid of the evidence," Tian said simply. As they stacked the bodies together, Xia glanced at Nan. "Is he burying them?" Nan sighed. "Leaving them here is too risky." Just as Nan reached out to move Chen's body, there was a flash of movement. Chen, barely alive, lunged with a jagged piece of broken mirror. Nan barely dodged, stumbling backward in shock. Xia's eyes widened. "How?" Chen smirked, his face twisted in pain. "I've got nothing left to lose. Might as well take one of you with me." He swung the broken glass at Nan again, but this time, Xia stepped forward, taking the blow himself. "Xia!" Nan shouted as blood seeped from his side. Before Chen could strike again, the roar of an engine cut through the chaos. Tian's truck barreled forward, a sickening thud. Chen's body crumpled to the ground. Xia gasped in pain, collapsing as Nan rushed to his side. Tears welled in Nan's eyes. "You idiot! Why did you do that?" Xia forced a weak smile. guess I finally did something right. Nan shook his head, guilt twisting inside him. You were right about me. I was useless, too scared to be good, too scared to be bad. And because of me, you... His voice broke. You deserved better. Shia exhaled, his strength fading. Tell Han, thanks for the candy. He closed his eyes, and he was gone. Nan clenched his fists, overwhelmed with grief. After a long silence, he and Tien set fire to the warehouse. Flames engulfed the remains, erasing the evidence of the battle. Far away, in a quiet office, Ren sipped her tea as a frantic messenger burst through the door. Calm down, she said coolly. Speak slowly. The messenger took a shaky breath. Liang is dead. Ren's fingers paused around her cup. Oh? Soon after, she examined the bodies herself. Are you certain? A forensic doctor nodded. DNA from dental pulp confirms it. Liang and Chen are dead. The others, we have no matches for them, no missing persons reports, and given the lack of police resources, further investigation isn't likely. Ren barely acknowledged that. Accident or murder? Murder, the doctor replied. Several bodies had bullet wounds. They were shot before being stacked and burned in a car. Some showed signs of torture. Ren studied the remains. Whoever did this wasn't just killing. They were sending a message. She tapped her nails against the desk. If this was a personal attack against Liang, then she had no problem celebrating tonight, with 2 bottles of red wine. But if this was a strike against Tianrun Corporation, she narrowed her eyes. That meant war. Tien placed a small bomb at the back of Nan's neck. Are you sure about this? He asked. Nan's expression was hard. I'll risk my life for it, he declared without hesitation. Tien nodded. I've erased what I could, but Tianrun might still find a trail leading back to us. Don't let what happened to Xia happen again. Nan clenched his fist around the device. I won't fail. With that settled, Tien shared everything with him before they returned home. As they arrived, Tien called out, Han, what are you up to? Nan blinked in surprise. Han was completely unfazed by the chaos they had been through. She even had a robot dog following her around. Outside, she had arranged a crane and a small mound of sand, carefully concealing the bodies. When she noticed them, she quickly denied doing anything wrong. I was just playing a digging game, she said innocently. I didn't set anything off. Tien sighed. I saw everything. Han's shoulders slumped. I didn't want you to hate me. Tien's expression softened. Why would I hate you? Because She hesitated. I killed people. Nan watched quietly as Tien knelt before Han. No matter what you've done, Tien assured her, I'll stand by you, always. You're my family, Han, the most important person in my life. I'm just glad you know how to protect yourself. Han's eyes welled up. Then, I'll always protect you too. Nan exhaled, feeling the weight of the world shifting too fast around him. Then, Han hesitated before revealing something else. I saw them, Tien, the ones who tried to hurt us. They were red. Tien frowned. Red. Han nodded. That's the color they gave off. It made me hate them. Is that why you ordered B to eliminate them? B said they deserved it. They knocked down the gate while I was watching cartoons. Tien thought for a moment. And do other people have colors? Han tilted her head. Yeah, you're blue. Hei is green. Xia was red too. Nan swallowed hard. And me? Han hesitated. Gray, but there's a little green too. Tien realized something. Everyone Han saw in red had harbored ill intentions. Could it be an evolved ability? Do you see any words or letters on them? He asked. She shook her head. Number just colors. Tien's mind raced. And when did you start seeing them? A week ago? Right when the world began to collapse. Tien pinched Han's cheeks playfully as he thought. Han huffed. Why do you always do that? Tien smirked. Because I think better that way. Nan chuckled despite himself. Tien's theory solidified. After eating radiation-resistant crops, their bodies had changed. Their strength, reflexes, even their perception had evolved. Han's ability to see colors, it was like a built-in warning system. "You have the eye of good and evil," he told her. Han beamed. "Does that mean I can help you?" Tian nodded. "If you ever see someone glowing red again, tell me. You're my strongest assistant." Han giggled. "I like that." Tian ruffled her hair. "Now, are you hungry?" She grinned. "Always." Later, they all sat down to eat. Tian turned to Nan. "From now on, you'll live here. Help with the farm." Nan didn't argue. "I don't know everything yet, but I'll do what you say." Han clapped. "Where will you stay?" "I'll build a small hut near the gate. Keep watch." Han paused. "And Shia?" Nan's voice was quiet. "He's gone to another world to atone for his sins." Han thought about that. "It seems like people who glow red don't live long." Tian didn't correct her. "I'll make sure no one bullies you or Hei," Han declared. "If they do, B will take care of them." Tian chuckled. "Good girl. Now, eat." Nan sat silently, realizing there was no going back. His hands were already stained with blood. If he was going to live in this world, he would follow Tian, and he would make sure his son's death wasn't in vain. Elsewhere, in a high-rise office, a man watched a press conference. A speaker addressed the crisis. "It has been 15 days since the catastrophe. The death toll on Blue Star has reached 38.6 million. In the Yanhang Federation, 4.7 million have perished. The federal government is transferring grain reserves, and soilless cultivation technology will soon be scaled up. Do not panic." The man's son approached. "What should we do?" The man's gaze didn't waver. "Did you read Ren's report?" "Yes," the boy replied. "Liang is dead." A smirk crossed the man's face. "Tian is a good earner. A shame we lost him." He glanced at a classified document. The mutation process was accelerating faster than expected. "The military police have captured a level 5 mutated beast near the southern border," he murmured. His son's eyes widened. "That's impossible. The highest level we've ever researched is level 3. The man leaned back in his chair. "Nature is evolving faster than we are." There was a long pause. "Jing," he said finally, "you'll take over the lab. Ren discovered something interesting about Liang's experiments. We'll see if she was right." The boy nodded. Ren sat in her office, lost in thought. The records from 2 days ago had seemed entirely routine, giving no hint of anything unusual. Yet, the surveillance footage from those critical days had been deleted by Liang, leaving them with nothing to go on. It seemed futile to dwell on it now. For the moment, they had more pressing matters to attend to, like the location of the new research institute. And of course, she still had to welcome the incoming leader. Stepping outside, Ren greeted Jing, who had arrived from the south. After a firm handshake and a few brief introductions, Ren noticed a man standing behind Jing. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who's this?" Jing explained, "This is Kui, the king's assistant." Jing then mentioned hearing about a possible research institute location and asked Ren if he could take a look at it. Ren nodded, agreeing to show him a few locations on the outskirts of the city for him to choose from. The scene shifted to Tian, who was inspecting his fish livestock in the pond. He had fish ranging from level 1 to level 5, and he marveled at the variety of species available. Tian noted that the points required to purchase different types of fish at the same level were consistent. Then, his eyes caught something unusual, a bluefin tuna, a rare pre-apocalyptic fish, available for 500 points. Excited, Tian asked Han, "Do you like bluefin tuna?" Han's eyes widened. "Isn't that the one that melts in your mouth?" "Yes," Tian confirmed with a smile. "We couldn't afford it before, but now we can eat as much as we want." Han beamed. "Let's have a feast." Tian gathered his equipment and suggested to Han that they use the excavator to dig a fish pond. Han, full of enthusiasm, agreed immediately, and soon Hei joined them with the excavator. Tian, Han, Hei, and Nan made their way to an open area where Tian instructed them to start digging. Nan, rubbing Hei's head, noticed how much larger it had grown and asked about its age. Tian explained that Hei had already reached adulthood and shouldn't be growing any larger. Nan speculated that Hei had gained weight due to the good food on the farm, recalling how small Hei had been when it first arrived, only reaching Nan's knees. Now, it reached up to their thighs. Tian nodded, acknowledging that daily proximity made the gradual changes less noticeable. He feared potential mutations, like bees, but reassured himself that all poisonous crops had been disposed of after the bee incident. He considered whether Hei had evolved due to the consumption of radiation-resistant crops, like Han, and decided to keep a close eye on him. As Tian continued to monitor the situation, he noticed a visitor approaching. Wondering who it could be, he turned to check, and Nan asked what had caught his attention. Tian observed 2 men and a woman approaching with a threat level of 8. It was Ren, Jing, and Kui. Jing knocked at the gate, and Ren asked Jing if they truly needed to inspect the new locations she had selected. She emphasized the enhanced equipment and security the locations offered, but Jing assured her the farm was excellent and the location adequate. He intended to finalize the purchase before transferring operations there. Ren reluctantly agreed, but couldn't shake her feeling of frustration at Jing's lack of acknowledgement for the effort she had put into securing those places. Jing instructed Kui to keep knocking, determined to get Tian's attention. When Tian arrived and inquired about their business, Jing identified Tian as the owner and expressed a need to discuss business face-to-face. Tian refused, insisting that they speak from where they stood and to make it quick, as he was busy. Jing conceded, attributing the urgency to the chaos outside. Ren, puzzled by Tian's demeanor, introduced herself as the general manager of Tian Run Company and clarified their intention to purchase the farm. She asked about his price, and Tian wondered how they had found his farm already. Ren explained that they would meet Tian's demands, whether it was his asking price or other conditions. She even offered him a place in the villa area of the city center if he needed it. Tian firmly declined, expressing his preference to stay where he was. Ren pressed him to hear their offer, hinting that being from the southern side, Tian might recognize Tianrun's reputation and change his mind. Tian reiterated his contentment with his current situation, stating that not even a mountain of gold would sway him. Frustrated, Kui slammed the gate in anger, triggering a security alert in Tian's system. The warning indicated a minor attack with a strength of 2, asking if Tian wanted to retaliate. Tian declined, noting that Kui could easily trigger a serious response with just 1 punch. Jing scolded Kui and slapped him, reminding him of their leader's teachings and warning him against such behavior without permission. Kui apologized, acknowledging his mistake. Tian found the situation intriguing. Jing reassured Tian not to take it personally, describing Kui as ignorant. Tian dismissed the incident and invited Kui closer to the gate. As Kui approached, Tian swiftly struck him with precision using his hummingbird technique, knocking Kui to his knees. Tian quipped that Kui had punched his gate, and in return, he had punched him back. With a smirk, he suggested they were now even and indicated they should leave if there was nothing else. Jing, silent but smiling, didn't protest. Jing wrote a brief note, apologizing for the inconvenience they had caused Tian and expressing regret for any trouble. He included his phone number, suggesting that Tian could contact him if he ever changed his mind. Ren, however, found Tian's dismissal rude and doubted he would ever call. She watched as Tian tore up the note without hesitation, fueling her determination not to be looked down upon. As they got into their car to leave, Tian stood by, pondering how quickly Tianrun had managed to locate his farm. He questioned whether they had specifically been searching for him, or if it was mere coincidence. Resolving to retrieve the hummingbird guard, he watched their departure, knowing they would cross paths again soon. With only 10 days remaining until the next destructive season, he took stock of his plantation's stable output and the progress in the aquatic area. His next step was to develop a livestock section, ensuring survival in the difficult times ahead. Later that evening, after preparing dinner, Tien sat down to eat with Han and Nan. Han excitedly asked him to try the sesame sauce she had made, and after taking a bite, Tien agreed. It was delicious. She mentioned how comforting mutton hot pot was during winter, and Tien nodded in agreement, reminiscing about its warmth. Nan, shifting the topic, questioned if they were dressed appropriately for the current climate and expressed concern about the land's decreasing cultivability. Tien noted that Han had been curious about something for a while, but decided not to elaborate. Nan, understanding the unspoken message, assured him he wouldn't pry into his secrets. Tien then revealed something unexpected. He wanted Nan to mentally prepare himself, as the food they had been eating wasn't ordinary. Over time, it could lead to changes in the body, such as heightened immunity to cold, improved physical fitness, and possibly even unique abilities. Nan, intrigued but skeptical, remarked that it sounded like something straight out of a science fiction story. Tien chuckled and explained that, given the nature of the apocalypse, what once seemed like fiction had now become reality. He likened the changes to evolution rather than anything supernatural. Nan admitted he didn't fully understand, but decided to focus on his meal. Curious, he asked if anyone had visited that day. Tien confirmed it had been representatives from Tianrun. Nan was surprised by the implications and half-jokingly wondered if even he, an old and seemingly useless man, could benefit from the farm's food. Tien reassured him, advising Nan to rest early while he went out for some errands. Meanwhile, Tien tracked the location of Hummingbird number 1 and discovered it was in the Harmony Villa district. The scene shifted to Ren, who had returned home with Jing and Kui. She offered them a place to stay for the night and promised to arrange proper accommodations the next day. Jing thanked her, expressing concern about causing trouble. Ren dismissed the notion and led them downstairs, allowing them to choose from the 4 available rooms. She assured them that dinner would be brought to their rooms, and Jing agreed with her arrangements, urging Ren to rest early. As Ren settled in, a small hummingbird drone from Tien's possession hovered around her, irritating her. She grumbled about mosquitoes being present despite the cold weather, not knowing that she was being spied on by a mechanical bird. After a long day, she decided to pamper herself with a skincare session. Staring into the mirror after a refreshing shower, she studied her reflection and mused about whether a successful and beautiful woman like herself left any room for others. Applying a face mask, she noticed the persistent buzzing noise and mistook it for a beetle. Annoyed, she opened the window to let it fly out. The fresh night air was a welcome relief after the room had been heated by the air conditioner. However, just as she took a deep breath, she froze. Outside the window, standing eerily still, was a young boy staring directly at her. The boy leaped inside, moving swiftly before Ren could react. She tried to call for help, but he silenced her with a firm grip over her mouth. Panic surged through her mind as she wondered where her bodyguards were. How could they allow an intruder to get this close? She mentally noted that she would fire every last one of them. The boy forced her to lie down, his strength overwhelming. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free. Realizing resistance was futile, she tried a different approach. She had to stay calm and de-escalate the situation. He issued a chilling warning. He would release her only if she remained silent and did not resist. Otherwise, he would act faster than her guards, and he had a knife to ensure it. Ren forced herself to breathe evenly. When he finally let go of her mouth, she quickly offered him an alternative. "There's money, jewelry, gold, all in the bedside cabinet," she said, her voice steady despite the fear bubbling inside. "Take it. Take everything you want. Just don't hurt me. I swear I won't call the police." The boy smirked at her cooperation. "You understand how things work," he mused. Ren nodded, keeping her tone composed. "The world runs on wealth. Hurting me would bring you nothing but trouble. If you take the money and leave quietly, it'll be enough to buy plenty of food." But then, his expression darkened I didn't come here for money. A cold realization struck her. This wasn't a robbery. Her mind raced to another possibility. Then what? A horrifying thought flashed through her mind. You're not some pervert, are you? He cut her off sharply. Did you send someone to kill Liang? His voice carried a sharp edge of accusation. Why did it take you so long to start investigating? Ren's pulse quickened. So this was about Liang's murder. It wasn't a random attack. He must have been connected to Liang in some way. But how? As far as she knew, all of Liang's closest associates were dead. You knew Liang? She asked cautiously. The boy's gaze hardened. He did me a favor once. Now, I want revenge. Ren pieced it together. He must have heard about her investigation and come looking for answers. If you're here to accuse me, you're wasting your time, she said firmly. Yes, I'm investigating, but I don't have enough clues yet. No one does. The boy remained skeptical. Convenient, he scoffed. Liang dies, and you take his place. That doesn't look suspicious to you? Ren clenched her jaw. He was right. Without evidence, she looked just as guilty as anyone else. And she had made plenty of enemies in the southern side. It wouldn't have been difficult for someone to use the chaos to eliminate Liang. I had no reason to kill him, she stated. His position wasn't worth that much to me. The boy studied her carefully before nodding. That makes sense. His suspicion wavered, but doubt lingered. You really don't have any suspects? Ren sighed. None. Liang erased all recent documents and surveillance before he died. I don't even know who he was dealing with at the time. How do you expect me to find a suspect when there's nothing left to investigate? The boy frowned. So, Liang was covering his own tracks. He wanted everything for himself. Before Ren could respond, footsteps echoed outside. The boy tensed. Without hesitation, he struck her on the neck, knocking her unconscious just as the door burst open. Kui charged in, his voice booming. Ren! The maid, pale with fear, hurried to check on her. The alarm system was triggered, she stammered. Something happened. Kui scanned the room, eyes darting to the open window. Don't let him escape, he ordered. Outside, the boy swiftly descended, but he had underestimated his pursuers. Jing stood waiting below, calm but firm. Breaking into a woman's bedroom in the middle of the night? He mused. That's pretty low. The boy narrowed his eyes. How did you find me? Jing smirked. You stepped on a gravity sensor at the window. The moment you did, I told Kui to block the door. If you didn't want a direct fight, you only had one way out. The boy gritted his teeth. He had to admit, Jing was sharp. But could a bean sprout like him actually stop him? Testing him, the boy lunged forward with a powerful punch. Jing blocked effortlessly, countering with a strike of his own. The force sent the boy stumbling back. He was stunned. Jing wasn't just some strategist, he had real combat skills. Jing glanced down at the faint scars on his own leg. Interesting, he mused. Your bones should be shattered after that impact, but you're still standing. The boy's hands trembled slightly. Jing's gaze sharpened. You've trained in martial arts, haven't you? I didn't see any techniques though. Where did you learn to fight like that? Silence stretched between them. Jing's voice turned ice cold. If you don't answer, I'm not letting you leave tonight. Tian studied Jing carefully, still stunned that his opponent had blocked his punch so effortlessly. His physical abilities had already surpassed normal human limits, yet this man had stopped him. Was Jing a trained martial artist? The thought troubled Tian. He didn't want to be entangled with a skilled fighter. But before he could dwell on it further, approaching voices signaled that others had heard the commotion. Tian exhaled sharply and looked at Jing. I don't have time to play with you, he said. Next time we meet, I'll beat you to death. Jing lunged to attack, but the boy swiftly tossed a handful of dust into the air, blinding him. Jing coughed, struggling to clear his vision as the boy mocked him. Wash your eyes, I'll be leaving now. By the time Jing managed to blink the dust away, the boy had already leaped over the wall. Goodbye, he called out, disappearing into the night. Jing's companions arrived moments later. "Are you okay?" one of them asked. "Did you let him escape?" Still rubbing his stinging eyes, Jing shook his head. "That kid, he's something else." He was fast, intelligent, and possessed near superhuman physical strength. Whoever he wasn't ordinary. Jing felt an unexpected sense of admiration, but also determination. He would find this boy again. One of his men suggested they pursue him, but Jing declined. "With that speed, we won't catch him," he admitted. Instead, he turned his attention to Ren. "What's her condition?" A guard returned from checking on her. "She's unconscious, but it's not serious. He didn't hurt her beyond that." Jing sighed. "Give her the medicine from the cabinet when she wakes up. The dosage should already be written." The maid hesitated. "Should we call the police?" Jing shook his head. "Number, the southern side is too chaotic right now. If we involve the authorities, we might create unnecessary problems for our contacts in the army and police force." The maid nodded in understanding. "Things are getting worse out there." Just then, Kui entered, his face grim. "We have a problem," he announced. "The hard drive is missing." Jing's eyes narrowed. "The gray one that was plugged into my computer?" Kui confirmed with a nod. Meanwhile, Tian had already returned home. He placed the stolen hard drive on his desk, contemplating his next move. Disconnecting his network cable, he ensured there would be no external access before plugging it into his laptop. If this belonged to Jing, it might hold valuable information about what Tian-run Corporation was really up to. As the files loaded, Tian's eyes flicked through the contents. Experimental reports, creatures undergoing mutations. The results were grim. Many had died in the process. But what caught his attention the most was Jing's personal notes. Jing believed in something greater. Despite the failures, he saw evolution as the key to a better world. He wasn't just running experiments. He was searching for a way to push humanity into its next stage. Tian frowned. This wasn't just some confidential Tian-run document. This was Jing's vision. A world where human limitations no longer existed. Jing theorized that radioactive food was accelerating genetic mutations, reshaping the bodies of beasts, and possibly even humans. These weren't just catastrophic deformities. This was forced evolution. According to the notes, the current mutations were flawed, leading to premature deaths. But Jing believed he could correct that path. Even if it cost countless lives, he was willing to push forward to what he called the next civilization. A world where humans wouldn't suffer from terminal illnesses, where birth defects would be eradicated, where people wouldn't be seen as burdens due to weakness. Instead, they would be as strong as tigers and leopards, living well beyond 100 years. Tian leaned back, deep in thought. Was this madness or genius? Jing's words carried an unsettling conviction. He was fearless in his pursuit of this future, whether it led to triumph or annihilation. Back at their headquarters, Jing and Kui had no success in tracking the hard drive. It's possible they haven't accessed the contents yet, Jing speculated, or they used some method to avoid detection. The master disk wasn't receiving any signal from the stolen drive. Kui frowned. Was the information on it important? Jing exhaled. It's old data. Even if they managed to open it, they wouldn't understand it. Still, unease settled in him. If someone discovered his research notes, they would realize he hadn't come to the southern side for business. He had come for something far more significant. Kui crossed his arms. Feels too coincidental. We arrive here, and suddenly we're attacked. You really think number 7 was behind it? Jing shook his head. If number 7 wanted us dead, he wouldn't have sent a rookie. That kid is strong, but he lacks experience. A silence settled between them. Ahead of them lay only darkness. Behind them was the abyss. There was no turning back now. Tian glanced at his calendar. November 21st, 2025. He stared at the hard drive, mulling over Jing's ideas. Some of them resonated with him. But the willingness to sacrifice human lives? That was where he drew the line. Had they already begun human experimentation? Tien held up a small piglet, a fluffy rabbit cub, and a tiny chick. Han's eyes lit up in excitement. "Where did you get these cute little animals?" she asked, practically bouncing with joy. Tien hesitated. Explaining it properly would be too complicated. Instead, he smirked and came up with a simple answer. "I have a magic treasure bag," he told her. "I can take out anything I want from it." Han gasped, her excitement doubling. "Really?" "Really," Tien assured her. "But it's our little secret, okay?" She nodded eagerly, making him chuckle. It was amusing how quickly she accepted his explanation. Then, he noticed her cradling the rabbit, stroking its fur as she played with it. "Han, don't play around with our precious food," he said. "Put it back in the shed." Han froze. "Food?" She clutched the rabbit protectively. "You mean, you're going to eat it?" Tien sighed. That's what livestock is for. He started listing dishes. Spicy rabbit stew, grilled chicken legs, pork chop rice, sautéed rabbit with pickled pepper. "Stop!" Han wailed, hugging the rabbit tighter. "I don't want to eat it, it's so cute." Tien folded his arms. "You're not planning to become a vegetarian, are you?" Han hesitated, looking at the rabbit, then at Tien. Finally, with a deep breath, she handed the rabbit back. "Fine," she mumbled. "I'll eat everything, without wasting a single bite." Tien smiled. Good. Just then, a message arrived. His plantation had produced a rare crop, albino corn. Intrigued, he told Han to go play while he checked on the cornfield. When he arrived, he examined the new crop. The albino corn was a rare level 2 item, a single-use consumable with an incredibly low probability of appearing, 1 in 100,000. Its effect? A temporary burst of power, increasing strength, speed, and reflexes tenfold for 30 seconds. Tien raised an eyebrow. "So it's basically Popeye's spinach," he muttered. Curious if he had more, he searched through the fields. No luck. It was clear that these rare crops only appeared by pure chance. If he wanted more, he'd have to increase his planting efforts. But that came with risks. Overplanting might reduce the overall quality of the crops. Instead of gambling on rare products, he decided to focus on steady, honest farming. Points were his real priority, and rare finds like this were just bonuses. Meanwhile, Ren sat in her office, deep in thought. The thief who had broken into her home? Who was he? He had come asking about Lang. Her hands clenched into fists. She vowed to find him and make him pay. Her security guards were useless. They had failed to stop a single intruder despite their numbers. The military and police had no resources to investigate, so if she wanted results, she'd have to take matters into her own hands. Then she remembered. The hair. A single strand had gotten stuck to her clothes. Too light to be hers. It had to belong to the thief. She smirked. "Got you." Determined, she went downstairs to speak with Jing, who was calmly sipping tea while reading a book. Jing glanced up as she approached. "Feeling better?" She nodded. "The massage techniques you taught me really helped," she admitted. "I didn't feel any pain today." He set down his cup. "Glad to hear it, but I assume that's not the only reason you came." Ren sighed. "You know me too well." She hesitated for a moment, then continued, "It's a bit embarrassing, but since you're an expert in biological research, I was wondering if you could help me with something." Jing raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" She pulled out the strand of hair. "Can you run a DNA comparison and find a match for this? It's from someone in the southern side." Jing examined the hair, then leaned back in his chair. "You realize how difficult that would be, right? Comparing it to the entire southern side would be like finding a needle in a haystack. There are over 100,000 people there. Collecting and analyzing that many DNA samples would take forever." Ren crossed her arms. "I just need to find one person. If it's too difficult, we can forget it." Jing studied her for a moment, then smirked. I never said it was impossible. Ren's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Then, I'll be counting on you. Ding carefully measured the reagent, ensuring the dilution was precisely 10%. As the injection completed, the experimental subject's muscle fibers thickened dramatically, cellular activity surging thousands of times beyond normal limits. Then, something went horribly wrong. The subject's genes, contaminated by foreign organisms, caused unexpected mutations. Its eyes split into a cluster of compound lenses, its body convulsing as it entered a violent, uncontrollable state. Restraints snapped like brittle twigs. Experiment 5, Virus B, the 34th attempt, had failed. Glass shattered, chaos erupted, the lab was destroyed. Jing bolted upright in bed, heart pounding, drenched in sweat. The nightmare had returned. A memory from long ago played in his mind. A gathering, a party, boys whispering. One of them smirked, asking why Jing was always left alone. His brother, Jin, stepped forward. Because he's a bastard. The others snickered. They decided to have some fun, holding Jing's head under the water, forcing him to swallow it, humiliating him. Be gentle, Jin had instructed. Leave no marks. Our father expects better from him. They obeyed, but the cruelty remained. Gasping for air, choking back sobs, young Jing had pleaded, "Please, just stop." They only laughed. Jing clenched his fists as the dream faded. He wasn't that helpless child anymore. The V-shaped viruses were stabilizing. He was close. Once he perfected his ultimate mutant, he would surpass his brother. For good. At Tien's house, Han sat in front of the television, watching the news. The screen displayed grim reports. It has been 19 days since the world changed. Over 100 mutated livestock carcasses have been discovered piled in N-Town. Tien walked in, raising an eyebrow. "Since when do you watch the news? What happened to cartoons?" Han crossed her arms. "I'm not a little kid," she said. "I want to know what's going on." Tien smirked. "You already helped me plenty. You can see people's evil thoughts. That's useful enough." She beamed, but remained firm. "You're getting stronger, so I need to catch up." Tien had been watching her closely. Despite her rapid evolution, she never seemed to lose control. The anti-radiation products were clearly reshaping her body, but it wasn't the same as the dangerous mutations others had undergone. That was a relief. He patted her head. "Nan and I are heading out to dig the pond. If you get hungry, grab some snacks." An hour later, Han wandered into the kitchen, stomach growling. On the table sat a small wooden box. Curious, she lifted the lid. Inside, 2 shimmering seeds rested on silk padding. Divine Gain Seeds, level 4. Tien had mentioned he and Nan were growing nuts. Maybe these were part of that? She shrugged and popped one into her mouth. Instant regret. Ugh, it's so bitter. She winced, quickly handing the second seed to Han, before rushing for water to rinse the taste away. Moments later, drowsiness washed over her like a wave. Her limbs felt heavy, her mind foggy. Something wasn't right. That night, as the household slept, a low growl echoed through the darkness. Nan stirred awake, ears twitching. Then, a bark. He sat up, alarmed. Turning on the light, his eyes widened in horror. Hay was on the floor, coughing violently. Blood splattered against the wooden planks. Then, her body convulsed. The dog's limbs twisted unnaturally. Her breathing turned ragged. She lifted her head, and her eyes gleamed with something inhuman. With a guttural snarl, she lunged. Nan barely had time to react before she attacked. Nan barely managed to dodge Hay's sudden attack, his heart pounding. He had seen many mutations before, but this was different. Hay's stance was low, her body coiled like a predator ready to strike, yet there was no mindless rage in her eyes. She was still Hay, just changed. Carefully, Nan raised his hands in a calming gesture. "It's me, Uncle Nan," he said gently. Hay's gaze flickered with recognition, but before he could reach her, she let out a sharp bark, startling him. Then, without hesitation, she bolted, leaping through the window with unnatural grace. Nan's breath caught as she scaled the tall fence effortlessly and vanished into the night. Just then, Tien arrived, his expression tense. What happened? She just ran, Nan said, still in shock. She was different, wild, but she still knew me. Tien's jaw tightened as he processed the news. Before he could respond, Han appeared, rubbing her eyes sleepily. What are you guys doing outside? Tien forced a reassuring smile. Nothing to worry about. He probably just wanted to stretch her legs. She'll come back soon. But Han wasn't convinced. She never leaves my side when I sleep, she said, frowning. And what did Uncle Nan mean by crazy? Tien glanced down, noticing Han's bare feet against the cold ground. Without thinking, he lifted her up. You'll catch a cold, he murmured. Han wrapped her arms around his neck, her voice small. Is she gonna turn into Ba too? Tien hesitated. Don't overthink it, he said. Did Hei eat anything unusual today? Han shook her head, then paused. Just farm food. Oh, and some of your growing nuts. Tien's eyes narrowed. The divine grain seeds. His mind raced. Could they have triggered an evolution? And if so, why was she acting so erratic? He called up his system, but no response came. A sinking feeling settled in his chest. Turning to Han, he set her down. I'll go bring her back, he promised. You stay with Grandpa Nan and get some sleep. Han clutched his sleeve. You have to bring her back. I will, he said firmly. She's family. Hei sprinted through the night, her body burning with unnatural heat. Her vision sharpened. Her ears twitched at the faintest sound. The urge to hunt clawed at her mind. She imagined tearing into the throats of living creatures, tasting their warmth, their life. But she couldn't. If she killed a human, she could never return. Just as her thoughts spiraled, a figure emerged from the shadows, a woman in a long overcoat. Her piercing gaze locked onto Hei. The oracle spoke of a sacred beast, she murmured. And now, here you are. Tien tore through the streets on his bike, his patrol mosquitoes scanning every corner. Next, his chest tightened. If the military police found Hei first, they'd kill her. Then, a voice called out, You're looking for the black wolf dog, aren't you? Tien skidded to a stop. A woman stood before him, calm and unreadable. Where is she? He demanded. Instead of answering, she tilted her head. Do you know the truth behind the apocalypse? Tien clenched his fists. I don't care. Just tell me where she is. The woman smiled faintly. The disasters were divine punishment. Humanity's sins must be cleansed. This world will not heal until every last human is gone. Tien exhaled sharply. Great. A lunatic. She continued as if he hadn't spoken. But salvation is still possible. Join our self-help society. Confess your sins, and you may yet be spared. Tien narrowed his eyes. And let me guess, there's a membership fee? The woman nodded solemnly. Different levels, different offerings. The higher your rank, the closer you are to God. Tien scoffed. And how much does salvation cost? Between 300,000 to 300,000 units, she replied. But since you are the master of a sacred animal, you may simply bring it to us instead. Tien's patience snapped. You need to refine your scam tactics, he said flatly. That was embarrassing. Her expression darkened. How dare you insult God? Tien smirked. Because I don't have time for fairy tales. He turned on his heel, walking away. The woman called after him, her voice cold. Those who reject salvation will face eternal damnation. Tien didn't bother looking back. Sounds like a you problem, he muttered. Hei's mind drifted back to the past. Tien stood on the side of the road, a cigarette between his fingers, smoke curling into the night air. The hum of passing cars barely registered in his ears, until he heard something, a faint whimper. Frowning, he turned toward the sound, stepping off the pavement. A few feet away, just past the curb, a dog lay motionless. Blood pooled beneath its body. A car accident? He wasn't sure, but beside it, huddled in the shadows, was something even more heartbreaking. A tiny, trembling puppy. It was curled up against the lifeless body, barely breathing, but still alive. Tien crouched down, gently scooping up the small creature in his hands. "You're tougher than you look," he murmured. The puppy blinked up at him, too weak to resist. Tien exhaled, glancing back at the larger dog. The mother, gone for days, but her pup had somehow survived. He sighed. A lot of people lose their parents like this, too. His thoughts snapped back to the present as Hei suddenly lunged forward, sinking his teeth into a man's leg. A scream rang out. Nearby, a group of men, armed and tense, watched the scene unfold. One of them smirked. "Looks like Xiao won't last much longer." Just then, Jing arrived, his gaze sharp. "How did the mutated beast get inside?" One of the men, shifting uncomfortably, explained. "Xiao. He's addicted to smoking. Went into the woods for a cigarette. Didn't see the beast until it was too late." Jing's eyes narrowed. "And?" "He flicked his cigarette butt at it." The man continued. "Must have pissed it off. Thing went berserk and attacked him." Jing's expression darkened. "And you let this happen?" The man raised his hands in defense. "The beast wasn't hiding in the bushes. We didn't see it until it attacked." Jing's mind raced. Low-level mutants don't hide. They wander, mindless, following warmth and movement. But this one had waited. It had strategized. And now it had bitten the guard's leg without finishing him off. Jing's breath hitched. That meant it understood the danger of guns. It was using the guards as shields. Jing felt a rare thrill pulse through him. This is it. The perfect specimen, the key to stabilizing the V virus. "Get everyone," Jing ordered. "Now." The men stiffened at his tone. "Capture it alive before the military police arrive," he continued. "Tranquilizers only. We can't risk killing it." They hurried to obey, loading sedative rounds into their guns. Hei, sensing the danger, bolted. Shots rang out. He dodged one. Another grazed him. His muscles tensed. Then, a hit. Panic surged through him, his vision blurring as he stumbled forward. "Don't let him get away," Jing barked. Meanwhile, at home, Tien stiffened as a second hummingbird alert came in. Large canine paw prints detected. Approximately 700 meters southeast. His gut twisted. "Hey?" Without hesitation, he grabbed his gear and rushed out. When he reached the location, his breath caught. Paw prints, blood, fresh. Tien knelt, running his fingers over the crimson-stained dirt. Hei had been here, injured. His pulse pounded. What in the world happened? And more importantly, who was after him? The people from Ding's group were chasing Hei in their cars. Ding thought that no mutated animal could move so fast, and he was excited to observe its muscular tone while running, admiring the creature's beauty. He was determined to catch the dog. Meanwhile, Tien spotted Hei and ordered the hummingbird to show him. He saw Hei being chased by cars and, upon zooming in, recognized Ding among the people in the vehicles. Tien wondered why Ding was after Hei and if he wanted to capture him for research. Tien took out an albacore from his inventory, determined that those people wouldn't get away with it. The pursuers were shooting at Hei, who dodged their attacks as he continued ahead. Ding contacted the other two cars in his group and instructed them to surround Hei from both sides, aiming to drive him into the old factory up ahead. They agreed and moved into position. As they prepared to execute the plan, Hei spotted them and used a tree for support to jump over one of the cars, causing it to crash. A man fired a bullet toward Hei, but Tien swiftly moved in with white light blazing around him, using his power to intercept and block the shot. He realized that after consuming the albacore and entering a frenzy state, he had 26 seconds remaining before it wore off. Hei wondered if the person blocking the shot was Tien. Ding was astonished to see the white light surrounding Tien. Tien knew he had only 26 seconds left and swiftly moved to take down all the men before the effect wore off completely. Ding was shocked by Tien's sudden prowess. With just 5 seconds remaining, Tien closed in and delivered a powerful punch, causing Ding to fall. As the 26 seconds elapsed, Tien moved back, sensing there might be side effects from using the Albin core. Ding realized how close he had come to danger and decided Tien was too dangerous to be left alive. Aiming his gun at Tien, he fired. The bullet hit Tien just as Hei launched an attack on Hong. Tien gritted his teeth, feeling the searing pain from the bullet wound. He pressed a hand to his side, trying to steady his breathing. His enhanced state from the Albin core had faded, and exhaustion was creeping in fast. As Tien regained consciousness, he found himself lying on top of Hei, who was walking at the time. He asked how Hei was doing. Trying to access the system, Tien discovered it wasn't responding. He then noticed something white appearing. Tien's breath caught in his throat as he watched the white cocoon surrounding Hei crack and crumble away. From within the fragmented shell, a figure emerged, no longer just the massive black-furred canine he had known. Hei now stood upright, his body towering over Tien, his form caught between human and beast. His powerful limbs bore traces of muscle and sinew far beyond any normal animal, and his glowing amber eyes burned with intelligence. Tien could hardly believe what he was seeing. Hei? The creature blinked, his elongated claws flexing. He looked down at himself, then back at Tien. His mouth opened, and though his voice was rough and guttural, it carried words. Master. Tien took a step back, his heart pounding. This wasn't just evolution, it was something entirely beyond that. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Ren's grip tightened around the edge of the bed as she watched Jing's body convulse violently. His veins darkened beneath his skin, his muscles bulging unnaturally. The V-shaped virus was taking effect. Keep him restrained, Ren barked, her usually composed demeanor breaking for the first time. The medical staff had already shackled Jing to the reinforced hospital bed, a thick bomb collar secured around his neck in case he lost control. His eyes shot open, pupils dilating as his entire body trembled under the immense force of the virus, rewriting his very being. Dai watched in silence, his jaw clenched. If this works, he won't be the same person anymore. Ren didn't look at him. He'll be stronger. The scene shifted back to Han and Nan, waiting at home. Nan urged Han to sleep, assuring her that Tien would return with Hei soon. He warned that the cold weather could make her sick, but Han shook her head. I won't get sick. I'm healthy, she insisted, determined to wait. She reached for Nan's hand. Grandpa, hold my hand. It's warm. Nan chuckled as he took her small hand, only to pause in shock. It really is warm, he murmured, amazed at how much her health had improved since eating food from Tien's farm. Han grinned. I'm an evolved superwoman. Nan laughed, lifting her onto his lap as they waited together. Eventually, dawn arrived, and both had dozed off. A sudden noise jolted Han awake. She rushed outside, calling for Tien. Did you find Hei? Then she saw them, Hei carrying Tien on his back. Her eyes widened. What happened to him? Tien managed a weak smile. I brought Hei back. Nan hurried over, astonished at the sight of Hei standing upright like a person. Meanwhile, Tien helped Hei put on normal clothes to cover his transformed body. Han circled Hei, inspecting him with awe. You changed a lot, but your fur is still the same color. Hei smirked, effortlessly lifting Han onto his shoulder. You're still as mischievous as ever? Tien, now more composed, analyzed the situation. Hei, a Czech wolf dog, had somehow fused with human genes, evolving into something beyond nature's design. His transformation must have occurred when his atavistic genes triggered a berserk state, causing him to flee to avoid harming them. Now, Hei had stabilized. but the implications of his evolution were staggering. As Tian's injuries caught up with him, Nan brought the medical kit. "You need to disinfect the wound first," he cautioned. Tian ignored him, sterilized a knife, and dug the bullet out himself, wincing as he did. Nan flinched. "You're just pulling it out like that? What if it gets infected?" Tian waved off his concern, then retrieved a glowing carrot from his inventory. Nan gasped as it appeared out of nowhere. "Where did—" Tian bit into the carrot. Within moments, his wound closed, and even his fractured bone knit back together, leaving only soreness behind. Nan stared in disbelief. "What? What kind of miracle medicine is that?" Tian wiped his mouth. "Ancient-grade medicinal carrots. Helps with healing." As his body repaired itself, Tian's mind wandered to genetics. All living things underwent constant cellular regeneration, old cells dying, new ones taking their place. Normally, this process was stable, but under certain conditions, stability could be shattered, creating sudden genetic mutations. These mutations could go two ways. The first, beneficial evolution, like what happened with him, Han, and Hei. Their bodies gained enhanced abilities without losing their original functions. The second, fatal defects. The terrifying mutated beasts roaming the world were prime examples. Their physical strength was monstrous, but their genetic flaws doomed them to short, unstable lives. Even if they regained sanity, they wouldn't last long. Survival wasn't just about strength, it was about genetic perfection. Meanwhile, in a sterile lab, Jing's eyes fluttered open. He was alive. The researchers around him murmured in amazement. "No human has ever stayed conscious after being injected with the V virus." Jing's survival meant their experiment had entered a new phase, but Jing knew better. "This isn't a success," he rasped. "Even though I survived, my mutation isn't perfect." The others fell silent. "My strength and speed are enhanced," Jing admitted, flexing his fingers. "But my body is deteriorating. At most, I have days left to live." A chilling realization settled over the room. If Jing didn't find a perfectly mutated creature soon and extract its DNA, he was as good as dead. Ding prepared himself, his upper body ribs forming a protective structure on his back. Da arrived and informed them that a detective from the Southern Military Police Bureau was present. He questioned whether it would be appropriate for them to investigate the intruder and alert the military. Ding responded by stating his proficiency in boxing, Muay Thai, grappling, Sanda, and several other deadly martial arts. He also possessed a 65-kilo Golden Dragon badge from the Federal Sanda Association. His reflexes and physical fitness were more than 2.8 times that of an average adult. In other words, he could already be considered one of the strongest people in the world, and there were few who could defeat him head-on. However, the person who attacked him couldn't be considered human at all. His power source was similar to that of the perfect mutant wolf dog, indicating he might also be a perfect mutant. Perhaps their perfect mutations originated from the same source, which could explain why he came to rescue the wolf dog. That person's movements reminded Ding of the other guy from before. Daewei asked if Ding suspected that those two were the same person, but wondered if it was wise to reveal their hard-earned research results. Ding replied that he knew what he was doing. The V virus hadn't allowed him to achieve perfect evolution yet, but if that information could lead him to the perfect mutant, he could afford to take the risk. After all, he didn't have much time left. He then went to meet Detective Yuan and apologized for keeping her waiting, hoping his appearance didn't frighten her. She reassured him that it didn't, and asked if what he had to tell the military would be of interest to her. He excused himself and unbuttoned his shirt to reveal the changes in his body, explaining that he was in a state that would normally be impossible to survive. The additional bone spurs continued to grow as his body developed, and if his heart were pierced, that would be the end for him. Time was running out, and in exchange, he expected her full assistance in finding that person as soon as possible. She agreed, expressing pleasure in working with them. The scene shifts to Tian sitting on his farm, where he purchased 19 divine-level powerful seeds. He considered the level 4 divine-level powerful seed category, such as the cherry tomato. Its soil requirements included fertile, high-quality land with daily irrigation using pure water. The growth cycle spanned 18 days with a survival rate of 18%. Its effects included promoting genetic vision, enhancing beneficial genetic development, preventing negative genetic developments, and promoting evolution. Tian explained that, in other words, the primary focus of level 4 seeds was to promote evolution, which he saw as the key to a new era for mankind. He wondered if, in the future, humans could become gods. With such advancements, would he be the god who created the gods? He found the planning conditions to be harsh, realizing he needed to spend a lot of points to level up the land. Despite its expense, he proceeded with the purchase. He spent 95,000 points to purchase 19 good land upgrade coupons, leaving him with 580,000 points. Now, 19 ordinary lands had been upgraded to good land. He noted the nutrient-rich black soil capable of growing crops above level 4 and boosting yields for crops below level 3. Aware that there wasn't much time left before the second wave of the destruction season arrived, he considered growth agents, which were also costly. He purchased 12 growth agents, knowing their limited effectiveness in promoting the ripening of level 4 crops. He planned to add more agricultural robots to speed up planting and needed to save points to buy ordinary seeds to upgrade his farm. All the small robots were busy farming, and Tian knew he had to do his best to harvest as many ripe crops as possible before the second wave of the destruction season arrived. The scene shifts to the city, where two men in white coats covering their heads enter a building. The first man asks the second if it would be possible for someone as humble as Immaculate Eagle to meet the Holy Lord as a human being. The second man replies that the first man needs to tell the Holy Lord what he saw, and the Holy Lord will pass judgment. Despite not attracting the required number of believers that week, if the information is true, they could still receive gifts from the Holy Lord. The first man remarks how wonderful this is and thanks him, noting that his family could survive another month. Only those who devoutly worship the Holy Lord can survive in the apocalypse. They continue walking and talking, arriving at a hall where the first man informs the Holy Lord that the pure sheep sent a letter stating that a new holy beast has been discovered. They notice two individuals already present in the hall, one of whom asks the man in the coat to elaborate on the news. He then claps and says that it is good and that it would make the Holy Lord even more powerful. The man in the coat congratulates the Holy Lord, saying that with the nourishment of the new holy beast, the Holy Lord will soon complete his emergence. He asks if he can inspect the recent arrivals. The man next to him agrees, mentioning that the Holy Lord had grown tired of eating small desserts, and all they needed to do was bring back the sacred beast and sacrifice it to the Holy Lord after his emergence. Behind them, a voice from a hooded figure speaks, saying he wants something. A man replies that he understands and thanks the Lord for his kindness. The figure insists again that he wants to eat the wolf cubs. Teen sat watching the news, the glow of the screen casting flickering shadows on the walls. Breaking news, the anchor announced. A tragic accident occurred earlier today on a mountain highway in the southern suburbs. A private vehicle lost control on a sharp bend, plunging nearly 100 meters down a cliff before rolling over and exploding upon impact. Tien's grip on the knife tightened as he chopped vegetables. The anchor continued. Authorities have confirmed 3 passengers were inside, 2 adults and a child. Firefighters arrived swiftly, but while both adults were found deceased in the wreck, the child was miraculously discovered hanging from a tree branch nearby. She has been transported to a local hospital for treatment. Tien sighed, his heart heavy. A child losing both parents in an instant. It wasn't fair. A glance at the clock made him pause. His parents had promised to be home by 3 p.m., yet the hours had slipped by and there was still no sign of them. A strange unease settled in his chest. He picked up his phone and dialed, only to be met with silence. Their numbers were off. He tried again, no response. Meanwhile, miles away, sirens wailed as firefighters fought against the raging flames of a car engulfed in fire. Smoke billowed into the night sky as emergency responders rushed to rescue a child, Han, who dangled precariously from a tree. Carefully, they secured her, taking note of her injuries. A fracture, but she was alive. Gently, they transported her to the hospital. At the hospital, medical staff whispered among themselves. "Has she spoken yet?" one nurse asked. "She's young. She might not remember anything. Or maybe she's just too traumatized to speak," another replied. One of the nurses checked with local authorities and returned with a surprising discovery. She was an orphan, adopted just 2 days ago. Wait, then her adoptive parents were the ones in the accident? A third nurse asked, eyes widening. A colleague hushed them, shifting uneasily. "Let's not speculate too much. There are some irregularities in the adoption process. The orphanage she came from, it wasn't exactly following protocol." A voice interrupted their murmurs. "Has the deceased's family been notified?" "Yes," a nurse confirmed. "They're on their way now." Soon after, Yuan and Tian arrived at the hospital. "Where is the morgue?" Yuan asked. The nurse hesitated. "Are you here to claim the bodies?" Yuan nodded, leading Tian through the cold, sterile hallways. As they stood before the 2 covered bodies, Yuan turned to Tian with a solemn expression. "I'm sorry for your loss." Tian shook his head. This has to be a mistake. My parents were the only ones in the car. Where did the child come from?" Yuan frowned, offering a measured response. "I understand this is difficult. To be sure, we can run a DNA test." Tian nodded stiffly. "Yes, there's no way. My parents aren't dead. They've just disappeared." As he waited outside the examination room, Han approached him, hesitating before whispering, "I'm sorry." Tian looked at her, confused. "Why are you apologizing?" Tears welled in her eyes. "If I hadn't asked my aunt for help that day, my uncle and aunt wouldn't have taken me in, and none of this would have happened." Tian knelt down, pulling her into a hug. "It's not your fault. Don't ever think that." Moments later, W arrived with the results. The DNA test confirmed a 99% match. They were your parents. Tian's breath caught in his throat. The weight of reality crushed him. His parents were truly gone. Overcome with emotion, he held Han tightly, the grief washing over them both. The door burst open as a woman hurried toward Ding, her breath uneven. "We have the results." Ding's sharp gaze settled on her. "Go on." She took a steadying breath before continuing. "The intruder has been identified as Tian, 26 years old, a graduate of Jingnan Normal University with exceptional academic achievements. 2 years ago, his parents adopted a 4-year-old girl. Unfortunately, both parents died in a car accident, after which Tian returned to the southern suburbs from Jingyan province. He inherited their farm and has been living there ever since." Ding narrowed his eyes. "That's it?" The woman nodded. "There's nothing remarkable about his background. Even if the DNA test confirms he stole the USB drive, there's no direct proof that he was the one who attacked you." Ding leaned back, thoughtful. "He seems ordinary, but no ordinary man could have taken me down so easily." He replayed the fight in his mind. That night, Tian had displayed unnatural speed, strength, and precision. A person living an average life for over 2 decades shouldn't have been able to overpower someone like him, someone trained in combat. If Tian had been in hiding, honing his skills for years, there would have been traces, experience that couldn't be faked. But his movements had been raw, unrefined. That left only one possibility. His physical abilities must have undergone a dramatic change recently, Ding muttered. His fingers drummed against the desk. There's only one explanation for that: perfect mutation. The pieces started falling into place. If Tien had undergone a perfect mutation, it would explain why he intervened to protect the wolf dog. Their powers must have originated from the same source. Ding's expression darkened. An organization capable of producing not just one, but two perfect mutants. That's a power far more terrifying than anything we've seen before. The woman hesitated before speaking. What if we've been looking at this the wrong way? She glanced at Ding. What if perfect mutation isn't just a result of the V-shaped virus? What if something else is at play? Ding's gaze sharpened. Are you suggesting his mutation wasn't caused by the V-virus? She nodded. Ding scoffed. The probability of a perfect mutation from the V-virus is 1 in 100 million. There are only a handful of known perfect mutants worldwide, including the Beastmaster. And yet, 2 cases appear in the southern suburbs. His voice dropped. The odds don't add up. It's beyond improbable. He stood, hands clasped behind his back. There must be another factor at play, a second key to perfect mutation. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit office, a man sat behind a heavy wooden desk, studying a set of documents. Yuan handed him the files without a word. After a long silence, he finally spoke. If this is truly a case of successful human evolution, the military will take an interest. They'll send someone to keep a close eye on both parties. Yuan nodded. That was my assessment as well. Many of you have noticed that a lot of channels have been getting taken down lately, and it's been a huge concern for us too. Copyright issues are real, and we're doing everything we can to keep bringing you content without interruptions. That's where our Patreon comes in. By joining us there, you'll get 2 episodes early before anyone else. And if anything happens to our channel, we'll continue posting the series directly on Patreon, so you'll never miss out. Plus, we'll feature your name at the end of every video as a special thank you for your support. Click the link in the description to join and get all these perks today. Tien stood in the middle of his field, carefully pouring 2 growth agents into the soil. Within moments, the ripening time of the level 4 divine crops was cut in half, reducing the remaining maturity period to just 128 hours. His focus was broken by Nan's voice over the radio, sounding concerned. Tien, something's wrong with Hay. Tien stiffened. What happened? Nan hesitated. He's been staying on the roof all day. No matter how many times I call him, he won't come down. That's never happened before. Usually, he listens. Tien's eyes narrowed. He had seen this behavior once before, on the eve of the first destruction season. Hay's instincts had evolved, making him even more attuned to danger. If he was acting this way, it meant something was coming. Without hesitation, Tien activated the hummingbird drones, sending them on a wide patrol within a 1-kilometer radius. Just as he was about to check their readings, his phone vibrated in his pocket. At first, he ignored it. Who would be sending texts at a time like this? But when he finally glanced at the screen, his entire body tensed. The basket of fruit in his hands slipped, scattering across the ground. Nan and Han looked at him in confusion. Tien? But he didn't answer. He barely heard them. His heart pounded in his chest. This has to be a joke, right? Without another word, Tien sprinted to his truck, jumped in, and sped off, leaving behind a cloud of dust. From a hidden surveillance station, Ding watched Tien's truck disappear into the distance. He turned to Dowie, who monitored the live drone feeds. Looks like we got his attention. Dowie let out a low whistle. We're using a high-end UBTWZ stealth drone to spy on a farm. You don't think that's overkill? Ding didn't respond, his focus locked on the screens. He leaned closer, eyes narrowing. Zoom in there, enhance. Dowie followed the command, revealing tiny reconnaissance drones scattered across the farmland. Ding frowned. Miniature unmanned scouts on a rundown farm? That wasn't the only strange thing. The crops flourished in an environment where nothing should grow. Globally, every plant with soil exposure contained the V-shaped virus. Yet here, everything was untouched, thriving even. These crops are immune, Ding murmured, and they aren't just growing, they're being cultivated. A heavy silence settled in the room. Dowie finally broke it. So, what are we looking at here? Some miracle farm? Ding's expression darkened. This isn't a farm. He leaned forward, his voice cold. It's a stronghold. He had already mapped out every detail of the layout. If Tien wasn't there, that meant only one thing. He was, the perfect mutant. He turned to his team. Move in, now. Helicopters roared overhead, sending out 3 successive shockwaves to scan the area. The electromagnetic pulses swept over the land, yet every electronic device remained operational. A soldier's voice crackled over the comms. All clear, no interference detected. The moment confirmation came through, the teams disembarked, weapons at the ready. Ding stepped out, his boots crunching against the soil. His gaze swept over the farm with careful calculation. He wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. Tien gripped the steering wheel tightly as he skidded to a stop in front of a cemetery. He barely registered his own shaking hands as he ran toward the gravesite. His breath caught in his throat. His parents' graves were empty. He took a step forward, his mind racing. This isn't possible. His phone buzzed again. Slowly, he raised it to his ear, staring at the new message. If you want their ashes back, you'll come see me. Bring the holy beast, and as a token of goodwill, your hand and foot. Tien's fingers clenched into a fist. Whoever this is, they're insane. His parents would never forgive him if he considered such a trade. They'd probably haunt him for even thinking about it. But the message didn't end there. Tien scrolled down, his breath hitching. The holy beast. Did they mean He? Meanwhile, He wandered the outskirts of the farm, oblivious to the stares he was drawing. People whispered, eyes widening at his towering figure. Back at the cemetery, Tien's fury ignited. He typed out a response. You really think you can control me with a box of ashes? Do what you want with them, but mark my words, you'll kneel before their graves and beg for forgiveness when I find you. Whoever was behind this, they weren't after him. They were after He, and they had no idea what they were dealing with. Night fell. At the farm, shadows moved between the trees as an elite unit of soldiers surrounded the perimeter. Thermal imaging scanners detected heat signatures inside the house. The lead soldier raised a hand. Wait for my signal. Suddenly, the images flickered. Then, they vanished. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances. Where did they go? Above them, perched on the rooftop, He stood motionless, his eyes glowing in the dark. Han clung to his shoulder, gripping onto him tightly. He's lips curled back into a snarl, and for the first time, true rage burned in his gaze. Han narrowed her eyes. Those people are all bad. She pointed toward the soldiers and commanded, turn them into compost. At that moment, the windows shattered. A barrage of small explosives was hurled inside, triggering a series of violent detonations that shook the entire house. The lead soldier barked an order. Move in, search every room. Dozens of soldiers rushed inside, weapons raised, sweeping through the wreckage. Jing was among them, his eyes scanning the scene. Something felt off. A cold sensation crawled up his spine. Everyone, fall back, now, he ordered urgently. Before they could react, a blinding beam of light tore through the building. The soldiers screamed as they were vaporized in an instant. Only Jing and 2 others managed to escape, stumbling outside, coughing from the smoke. Jing's mind reeled. What the hell just happened? He turned his gaze to the perimeter, expecting reinforcements, only to find the outside troops had been wiped out as well. Their bodies lay motionless on the ground, scattered like discarded dolls. His breath hitched. This was supposed to be an ordinary farm. So why? Why were there battle-class defense robots? A voice echoed through the destruction. So, it was you. Jing turned sharply to see Tien stepping forward, his expression unreadable. Jing exhaled, straightening himself. I suppose you figured that out, Tien smirked. I appreciate the effort. You must have spent a long time investigating me. That's a lot of work just for revenge. Jing chuckled dryly. It wasn't hard, but I'll admit, you exceeded my expectations tonight. The two men locked eyes, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Jing sighed, shaking his head. At this point, there's nothing left to say. I'm already on borrowed time. If my plan fails, I'll be dead soon anyway. Whether I die here or in a hospital bed makes no difference. Tian's gaze didn't waver. Then let's settle this properly. Winner takes everything. From behind, Nan called out, "Kill them, Tian." These people aren't worth saving. Tian held up a hand. Before I do that, I want answers. His eyes bore into Jing's. Where are my parents' ashes? Jing frowned. What? Tian's expression darkened. Don't play dumb. You took them, didn't you? Jing's confusion deepened. What the hell are you talking about? For a moment, they just stared at each other. Neither understood what the other meant. Meanwhile, miles away, a phone was flung against a wall. Shen, Jing's brother, seethed with rage, his fingers trembling as he clenched his fists. That unfilial bastard, he spat. How could he ignore our mother's ashes? He kicked the phone across the floor, his chest heaving. If it were me, I'd give my entire body for our mother. The room around him fell silent. His men shifted uneasily as they watched his fury unfold. One of them cautiously stepped forward. Shen, maybe we should... Shen silenced him with a glare. I don't want to hear excuses. He exhaled sharply before adding, and that fool didn't even offer the sacred beast. Because of him, all of Mother's offerings are gone. Another man quickly brought over new goods, kneeling before Shen. We've gathered fresh offerings for her, Lord Shen. Shen clicked his tongue. Useless. She's sick of eating the same disgusting things. The men exchanged nervous glances but nodded in agreement. Shen's fingers twitched. Mother wanted wolf cubs. His voice dropped to a near whisper. And you pathetic cowards still haven't delivered. One of his subordinates tried to explain, but Shen's fury erupted again. Enough! I don't want to hear your worthless excuses. At that moment, a chilling voice drifted through the air. Shen? Shen's entire demeanor changed in an instant. His breath hitched. His rage melted into something almost childlike. His mother's voice. Slowly, a figure emerged from the shadows. Shen's lips trembled. Mother, I missed you. She stepped forward, her pale skin ghostly under the dim light. My good boy. Shen fell to his knees, his body trembling with emotion. It's my fault. I failed you. I couldn't bring you the wolf cubs like I promised. His mother's lifeless eyes flickered with something unreadable. Shen reached out to touch her. Please don't be mad. I'll get them. I swear I'll get them for you. You'll be happy when you eat them, right? So, don't be angry. His mother finally smiled, but it was not the smile of a loving parent. Her mouth stretched unnaturally wide, her teeth gleaming in the dim light. She was no longer human. She was a blackened monster, and she was hungry. Tian's eyes narrowed as he studied Jing. Did you steal my parents' ashes? Jing's expression flickered with surprise. What? He scoffed, shaking his head. Why would I? But Tian wasn't convinced. Something was off. By all logic, Jing should be dead. Hay had bitten clean through his neck, and yet here he stood, alive and speaking. Narrowing his focus, Tian activated his ability to analyze Jing's stats. His gaze darkened as the results surfaced. Survival time. Remaining 118 hours. The evaluation revealed something even more unsettling. Jing had tapped into the power of evil evolution to keep himself alive. It had temporarily saved him, but if he failed to trigger an evil mutant gene fusion within his brother before time ran out, the same force that granted him life would drag him straight to hell. Tian exhaled sharply. So, that's it. The radiation from the plants must have disrupted his evolution, but Hay's perfect mutant genes somehow stabilized him, at least for now. Jing wasn't just after survival. He wanted Hay's genes. Tian's voice was cold. Even if you didn't steal my parents' ashes, your intentions don't serve me. I can't let you leave. The sentry robots locked onto Jing, their weapons primed. Jing raised a hand, his voice calm despite the threat. "Wait, there's no reason for us to be enemies." Tian's glare didn't waver. Jing continued, "Your parents' ashes matter to you. I can help you find them." Tian remained silent. "There's no deep hatred between us," Jing reasoned. "Why waste time fighting when we can turn this into a mutually beneficial deal?" Tian hesitated, then signaled the robots to stand down. Jing exhaled slightly, sensing an opportunity. "We can exchange resources. You have something I need, and I have connections that can help you." Tian's voice was measured. "You claim you can find the ashes. How?" Jing smirked. "Because I have influence, a vast network of resources, technology, and connections. If you want to track someone in the Southern Territories, I can do it much faster than you ever could alone." Tian mulled over the offer. He wasn't foolish. Jing wasn't making this deal out of kindness. "If you're after evolutionary genetics," Tian said slowly, "then just this bargaining chip alone might be enough. Even without your help, I'd find them eventually." But something in Jing's words caught his attention. He kept emphasizing his connections to Nectar rather than Tianrun. Tian's gaze sharpened. "What's your connection to Tianrun?" Jing's smirk faded slightly. "I'm not a part of Tianrun." His voice was firm. "I work independently. No allegiances, no loyalty to any faction." "So, you have no interest in Tianrun's affairs? No grudge for what happened to Liang, the attack on the villa, or Ren?" Jing shrugged. "None of that has anything to do with me. All I care about is getting what I need." Tian chuckled, though there was no warmth in it. "So, you just see me as a tool." Jing met his gaze evenly. "If it gets me results, does it matter?" Tian's lips curled into an amused smirk. "Interesting." But behind him, Nan clenched his fists, his expression darkening. He didn't like this one bit. Jing stepped forward, extending his hand with a smirk. "We can both benefit here. I'll get you the evolutionary genetics you need to save your life, and you can help me with the ashes of your parents. It's a win-win." But Tian didn't shake his hand. Instead, he moved with deliberate calm, stepping in front of Jing and ordering his men to squat in the corner, hands on their heads. "Follow me," Tian said, leading Jing inside. As they walked, Han used her ability and glanced at Jing, noting the faint green aura surrounding him. She gave a subtle nod to Tian, signaling that everything was fine. Tian turned to Jing with a reassuring smile. "This is the gene you've been looking for." Jing's eyes widened. "Is this the perfect mutant?" His voice was filled with awe and curiosity. "How did it come to be like this?" Tian observed the creature with a steady gaze. "If I'm right, He here absorbed a human gene during its perfect mutation process. The human whose gene it acquired was you, Jing. Based on your genetic fitness, this perfect mutant's genes should prevent your evil evolution from taking hold." Jing was visibly excited. He marveled at He, his mind racing. "I've seen mutated beasts before, especially those on the southern borders. Most of them, after merging with human genes, lose their minds, driven only by instincts to feed. But this one, it's different. It has self-awareness, and it obeys commands." His eyes gleamed with ambition. "If I can unlock its genetic secrets and mass-produce this, imagine the possibilities." Tian interrupted, his tone sharp. "That's enough. Now it's time to fulfill your end of the bargain." He handed Jing a number and continued, "I need you to track down this number. I want call records and signal locations from the last 10 days. Show me what you can gather. Let's see how good your network really is." Jing, ever the negotiator, smiled. "It's easier said than done. I'll need a blood sample to start, and I have less than 5 days to find the key." Tian's expression hardened. "You don't have the leverage to negotiate with me just yet. You need to move quickly." Jing nodded, agreeing to the task. Later, a helicopter hovered above Tian's farm and touched down. A man emerged and approached Jing. He looked around, visibly uncomfortable. "Why didn't you come to find me at my base, Jing?" Why bring me here? Jing simply showed him the chat. The man scanned the message and sighed. Is that all? I thought this was urgent. Jing remained unfazed, his voice low. Don't play coy. Check the signal of that number. And while you're at it, find the circuits in Tian's house. That's your apology for using shock weapons on us. Tian studied the man carefully. There was a calmness about him that suggested he was highly skilled. The man, Lan, pulled out his system and tapped a few commands. I'm not the boss here, just an old man doing my job, he said with a grin. Tian raised an eyebrow. Is Lan really someone you can rely on, Jing? Jing, unbothered, replied, he's the best when it comes to technology, trust him. Tian nodded slowly, turning his attention back to Jing. How did you become like this? Mutated into whatever you are now? This feels like the dawn of a new age, Jing, an age of gods. Jing chuckled. I suppose it was inevitable. You must have accessed my USB drive, didn't you? You already know how advanced we've become. Tian nodded in agreement. Jing continued, his tone more contemplative. 10 days after the world changed, my team extracted the V virus from a radioactive planet. It's the source of the mutations in those who consume it. In my experiments, I learned that this virus causes cells to divide at an alarming rate, spurring the evolution of these evil mutations. Tian listened closely, his expression calculating. So your experiments with the V virus led you to these conclusions? Jing shrugged. It's not cruel, just practical. There's always a price to pay for knowledge. The world has always advanced by stepping over those who've fallen in the process. If it wasn't for the harsh conditions of this apocalypse, the progress I've made wouldn't even be possible. He paused, his eyes narrowing. I'm willing to be a guinea pig if it means I can get the results I need. Even as a failure, I'm valuable. Tian regarded him silently. You're insane. Jing laughed darkly. Biological and scientific progress has always been built on the backs of the sacrificed. In this world, that's the way it works. Tian's gaze hardened as he considered Jing's words. The apocalypse had changed everything, but some things never truly changed. Lan received the information, his phone buzzing with the latest updates. He glanced at the screen, confused, and turned to Lan. I didn't give you my email address. How did you get this? Lan, visibly frustrated, shot back. How long have we been living together, Tian? You didn't think I'd dig up your details? I found it all in 10 minutes. And don't get me started on the conversation I overheard about your skills. Tian raised an eyebrow, sensing Lan's mounting irritation. Lan continued, his voice dropping to a warning tone. If you question my skills again, I'll hack into your cameras and broadcast you two in the bath. Just try me. Tian, bewildered by the threat, looked at Jing, who shrugged with a smirk. Despite Lan's big mouth, he does stick to professional ethics, he added, his voice casual. But if he keeps gossiping, his payment's getting cut. Meanwhile, in a dark, eerie castle, 2 guards in white coats stood watch, their guns loaded. One of them yawned and squinted at what he thought was a mosquito buzzing near his face. When did moths get so big in this cold? He muttered, his gaze tracking the small creature. It wasn't a moth. It was a hummingbird, part of Tian's surveillance. The guard blinked in confusion. Be cautious! Tian's voice crackled through their communication. It's not poisonous, but there's an increasing number of mutated creatures these days. The hummingbird's strike was swift. One guard was knocked unconscious with a gentle thud. The other guard was still processing when Tian's shot rang out, incapacitating him with a clean shot to the forehead. Tian positioned himself atop the castle, taking in the scene below. Inside, a group of people in matching attire gathered around, listening to one of their own, who proclaimed loudly, "The Holy Lord, our true Creator, has blessed us with her will, power, and love. We shall now begin the reincarnation ceremony, as she has granted us the fruit of immortality." The leader opened a box with ceremonial reverence and instructed 2 kneeling men to partake. He continued, explaining that they must now water the fruit with nectar from a recent sacrifice to hasten the completion of their reincarnation process. They revealed the body of a dead woman, and the two men began eating it. Tian, horrified, didn't hesitate. He shot one of them dead, and the rest of the group panicked, fleeing in confusion. Shang, who had been watching the whole event unfold, rushed over, demanding answers. "Who dares to disrupt our reincarnation ceremony?" he shouted, spotting Tian aiming his weapon from the roof. Tian stepped forward, declaring, "I am your lord now, and your reincarnation ceremony is nothing but a mockery." He ordered his hummingbird spies to finish off the remaining guards. The chaos was instantaneous. As the guards were eliminated one by one, panic spread through the group. Someone shouted for the Holy Lord to flee, but no one moved to protect her. Tian landed on the ground in front of the remaining figures, his voice dripping with disdain. "You're not even thieves. You're worse than animals." Shang demanded, "Are you Tian?" Tian nodded, his tone darkening. "Yes, now bring me the ashes of my parents. Do so, and I'll promise you a quick death." Shang hesitated, eyes narrowing. Suddenly, a dark, eerie figure emerged from a dead man's mouth. Shang grimaced. "Killing me won't help you find the ashes. You'll only lose the trail." Tian's voice hardened. "Don't provoke me." The dark entity, taking on a grotesque human form, loomed menacingly over them. Shang quickly devised a plan, whispering to the others, "We need to distract it. We'll use nonsense if we must, just until we can escape." But Tian, aware of the creature's power, was ready for whatever came next. The monstrous creatures continued to transform before Tian's eyes, their bodies shifting into horrific forms as they roared. Each of the creatures sprouted wings, adding to their terrifying appearance. Tian gritted his teeth and drew his gun, cursing under his breath as he fired. However, the bullets ricocheted harmlessly off their tough hides. The monsters charged at him with ferocity, and Tian dodged, his mind racing for a solution. He dashed towards his warehouse, hoping to find a variety of lethal weapons. His eyes darted over the available gear, but his optimism quickly faded. He realized he didn't have enough points to purchase anything useful. Most of his resources had been spent on seeds just the day before. Frustrated but determined, Tian summoned his hummingbird warriors, watching as they launched an attack on the creatures. But their firepower was equally ineffective. The monsters were far stronger than Tian had anticipated. He had expected ordinary thugs taking advantage of the apocalypse, but these creatures were something entirely different. A realization hit him. These weren't just low-level enemies. Tian decided to call in his heavy combat warriors. He found a hiding spot, briefly collecting his thoughts, while Shen's voice echoed in the distance. "Are you out of your mind?" Shen shouted, but Tian was already preparing for a fight. With no albino corn left and ordinary weapons useless against the monsters, Tian knew he had little time. He considered using his limited firepower to target the creature's eyes to buy some time. But just as he prepared, the monsters attacked again, their strikes lightning fast and powerful. Tian barely dodged, realizing that their speed and coordination were impressive. Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the area, throwing Tian off balance. The scene cut to Yuan, sitting in her office when the telephone rang. She picked up the receiver and identified herself as being from the Southern Military Police Station. On the other end, an elderly man's voice was frantic. "There's been an explosion near my house. Strange noises, mutant beasts causing havoc. Please, we need your help. I'm here with frightened children." Yuan's expression shifted to concern. "I'll head there immediately. Can you provide the exact location?" After confirming the details, Yuan instructed her team to mobilize. "Prepare a cleanup crew and follow me. There's a chance we may encounter level 2 or 3 mutant beasts on the outskirts. Stay sharp." A man responded affirmatively, while another voiced his excitement at the prospect of capturing such a beast. Yuan quickly warned them, "Level 3 mutant beasts are far more dangerous than the regular ones. Don't get too eager." Back at the scene, Tian struggled as the monsters closed in. Despite his efforts to shoot out their eyes and slow them down, the creatures relentlessly pressed forward, their strength overwhelming him. His ribs were shattered, and with no other option, he resorted to using ancient medicinal-grade tomatoes to heal his wounds. Shang, watching from a distance, noted Tian's tenacity. He's on the brink of death, yet he still fights. He didn't even fight back when he was badly injured before. He'll be the monster's next meal if this continues. The creatures leapt toward Tian, knocking him outside the wall. Shang, unsure of Tian's fate, wondered aloud if he had perished. "Those monsters are like pigs. Do you really think he's still alive?" Tian, though seriously injured, clung to life. He could hear the creature's relentless attacks getting closer. As the monsters attacked again, he narrowly avoided their strikes. He heard desperate cries for help, turning to see a group of women chained and imprisoned nearby, all pleading for assistance. They were crying, scared of the monsters, desperate to go home. Tian wondered, was the girl who was sacrificed also considered just another piece of goods? How many people had Shun already killed? The monsters were approaching. The women trembled in fear as the creatures crept closer. Tian knew he couldn't let them come any further. Then, he noticed something, an old warehouse. But it wasn't just a storage place for the captured women. Inside, he saw piles of food, gold bars, jewelry, and antiques. He hadn't expected to find such valuable items hidden away. Then, his eyes landed on a sword clutched in the hands of a statue. Without hesitation, he climbed up and grabbed it. To his surprise, it wasn't just decoration, it was a real Tang Dao sword. A masterpiece of craftsmanship, one of the strongest and sharpest blades ever forged. A true killer's weapon. Just then, he heard the women's screams. The monsters were getting closer. He gripped the sword tightly. Now was the time to test it. He lunged forward and slashed at one of the creatures. The blade cut through, but it wasn't enough. With his current strength, he couldn't kill them in a single strike. Worse, the attack only enraged them. Realizing he couldn't win in a direct fight, Tian turned and ran, luring the monsters outside. They rushed after him. In the open space, they attacked relentlessly. One of them swung its tail, slamming him against a wall. Gritting his teeth, he broke free. Attacking their thick hides wasn't working. He needed to find their weak points. A monster lunged at him. Tian focused, waiting for the right moment. Then, slash. He struck at the creature's head, cutting deep. The monster collapsed. One down, he turned to face the next. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shun inspected his precious collection, confident his brothers would soon tear Tian to pieces. Not even a scrap of bone would remain. But then, Tian arrived, sword drawn, eyes blazing with determination. Shun's smirk faltered. "Impossible," he muttered. The outer shells of the working ants were impenetrable to bullets. How had Tian managed to kill them? Shun's voice turned cold. "If you mess with my superiors, they won't let you go." Tian's grip on the sword tightened. "If I can kill monsters," he said, "I'm not afraid of your superiors." With that, he lunged forward. "Go to hell!" The sword slashed toward Shun. Just as Tian was about to act, someone yelled for him to stop. He turned to see Yan arriving with a gun, ordering him to put his sword down. Shang, feigning innocence, pleaded for help, claiming that Tian was trying to kill him and urging the police to shoot. Tian stood his ground, insisting that the gun should be pointed at Shang, not him. When Yan questioned him, he told her to look around. She did, and saw terrified women chained up. A police officer confirmed that some of them had been reported missing, recognizing them from photos. Shocked, Yan took in the scene, including stacks of supplies, and wondered what was going on. Another officer then informed her of an even graver discovery. A mutilated female body had been found in the main hall. Several cult members had been shot dead, and 2 mutated beasts lay lifeless in the side hall. Yan quickly took control, ordering everyone to stay calm. She instructed officers to notify the bureau, the hospital, and cooperative units while calling for reinforcements. Shang was arrested, but as the police took him away, he smirked at Tian, taunting him. "What can you do now?" Tian clenched his fists, but took a deep breath, calming himself before retrieving his sword. Yan then turned to Tian, recognizing him. "Do you remember me?" she asked. Tian hesitated. "Who are you?" She reminded him of an accident 3 years ago when they both identified bodies. Tian recalled a female officer being present and was impressed by her memory. She then stated that the DNA from that car accident had led them to him. Yan urged him to stay calm, emphasizing that Shang's fate was not yet sealed. The military police and parliament still control the Yanhang Federation. "This isn't a place for vigilante justice," she told him, acknowledging his strength. "Even if there were more of us, we couldn't stop you from killing Shang. But we won't let any guilty person walk free. It's our duty. Trust the military police." Tian took a moment, then agreed to cooperate. Yan thanked him. Soon, ambulances and more police arrived, along with civilians searching for their missing daughters and wives. The rescued girls emerged, draped in white cloths. Those injured were taken to the hospital, while the unharmed reunited with their families, leading to emotional reunions. As Yan escorted Tian, a policeman asked how to report the deceased. She instructed him to state that during the arrest, officers encountered fierce resistance, forcing them to fight back, resulting in injuries and deaths. The officer nodded in understanding. As Tian walked away, he saw a stretcher being carried out, a lifeless hand visible beneath the curtain. Suddenly, a girl approached with her mother, thanking him. "You saved us," she said. "If it weren't for the noise you made, attracting the military police, we might have all been sold, toys for the rich and powerful, and then sacrificed." Tian stiffened. "Toys?" he echoed. Yan turned to the girl. "Do you know more?" The girl hesitated, then revealed she had once been recruited into what she thought was a self-help society. They had promised mutual aid and low-cost food in exchange for bringing in more people. But over time, she uncovered the truth. When she tried to escape, they caught her and locked her up. Before that, she had managed to see the location of their transaction ledger. Yan pressed for details, and the girl shared everything she knew. Meanwhile, from a distance, 2 figures observed the scene. One of them muttered, "The Holy Lord controls all," before instructing the driver to leave. After everything, Tian was sent to live in a room. He told the officer that most matters had been sorted out, and asked if he could leave since he still had things to do at home. Outside the window, Yuan and an officer were watching over Tian. Yuan expressed her disagreement with how the situation was being handled. The officer replied that, since ancient times, merits and demerits had been irreconcilable. Even if Tian had done good deeds, they couldn't erase the fact that he had committed a crime. As a citizen, he had no authority to take the law into his own hands, judge others, or kill them. Yuan acknowledged this, but added that it was only true if the missing girls had been found before Tian did, and if the higher-ups had officially ordered his detention. The officer responded that they were waiting for a decision from the city council, but it was unlikely that the higher-ups would tolerate a dangerous man like Tian. Yuan pointed out that the world had changed. Both the military and police were severely understaffed. The future of law enforcement was unpredictable. Even though the higher-ups hadn't yet responded, the man was rushing to convict Tian. To put it bluntly, she suggested he was panicking about his own dereliction of duty. She then prepared to send evidence of Tian's law violations directly to the leadership's desk the moment they received a response from the higher-ups. She emphasized that this would actually make the officer's job easier. However, she questioned whether such leniency would truly bring justice to the girls who had been killed and trafficked. Chen, growing angry, told Yuan to watch her mouth. He asserted that he didn't care about her background. He was the sheriff, and she was his subordinate. He ordered her to detain the suspect and keep him under guard. Just then, someone approached Chen and asked what he was doing. Chen was startled. It was his superior. Respectfully, he asked why the man was there. The newcomer was Chief Inspector Zhen from the Military Police Department of Handing Province, accompanied by Senior Police Officer Ye. Zhen turned to Yuan and remarked that Chen had been well trained, becoming more promising. However, While he wasn't particularly skilled at catching criminals, he seemed quite good at making enemies. Chen explained that he was simply following orders from his superiors. Jen asked whether those orders came from Yang or Dong, then instructed Chen to stay put and recite police regulations 20 times. Turning to Yuan, Jen mentioned that the bureau had briefed him over the phone about the situation. He asked her to take him to Tian. She agreed and informed him that Tian was in cubicle 03, inviting him to follow her. Upon approaching Tian, who was sitting silently, Jen asked if he was indeed Tian. Tian stood up and confirmed his identity. Introducing himself as Chief Inspector Jen from the Provincial Department of Handing, Jen remained seated and remarked that if a case required a senior official like himself to personally interrogate Tian, it meant Tian wouldn't be getting out of this situation easily. Jen chuckled, reassuring Tian not to be nervous. He explained that he had brought a file that he believed would interest Tian. Handing it over, he stated that the information had been gathered specifically for him. Tian hesitated. "Why me?" he asked. Jen replied that it was meant for people like Tian, those who could understand such matters. The file detailed a mutated beast discovered in the Kangma Mountains by a patrol officer 5 days earlier. When surrounded, the creature had been found feeding on humans. Later, they discovered human faces on its back, indicating it was becoming more intelligent, sometimes even outmaneuvering their troops. Jen asked if Tian understood the implications. Examining the photos, Tian noted that the monster's intelligence and behavior were becoming increasingly human-like. He wondered if their genetic barriers had been unlocked. Jen nodded. They had moved beyond merely combining genes from different animals to enhance physical attributes. Now, human genes had been successfully integrated to enhance intelligence, giving rise to a new species they called Beast Kings. At least 5 such advanced mutant beasts had been identified in Yanhang, with more expected to emerge. Tian asked why Jen was revealing these secrets to him. In response, Jen pointed to a nearby jar containing 3 red objects. As Tian began to grasp their significance, Jen confirmed that these were 2 eggs that had ceased to hatch after Tian shot 2 believers carrying them. Lab tests revealed that the eggs contained genetic material from insects, animals, and a significant portion of human DNA. Tian asked what this meant. Jen replied that in the southern region, there was a strong likelihood that a Beast King was hiding and reproducing among its kind. Tian was asked to wait, but with the destructive power of the Beast King, how could it possibly be lurking in the city undetected? JY mentioned another issue, the ledger. Tian asked if he had found it, and Jen responded that although the Beast King had a certain level of intelligence, it was far from evolving to the level of a normal human. It was impossible for it to create an organization in just a few dozen days after the mutation started. Tian then asked if Jen was implying that there were humans siding with the mutant beasts, and questioned why that was happening. Shen replied that the reason was unknown. Tian asked why Jen was revealing all this to him. Jen explained that he wanted to give Tian a better understanding of the situation, believing he would be able to make a more informed judgment. Tian asked for clarification. Jen explained that due to Tian's violent attack, which resulted in multiple deaths and severe consequences, both the military and police had been ordered to arrest him. An execution notice had been issued for his detention. Yen was about to speak, but Jen stopped her. Tian slammed his hand on the table, questioning the so-called serious consequences and negative social impact of killing gang members. He scoffed at such laws, saying they were laughable. Jen urged him to stay calm and listen, explaining that the world had changed. He stated that in the future, the military and police might not be able to protect all civilians, but until the existing social system collapsed, they remained the most powerful forces. Jen elaborated that with the rapid evolution of the mutant beasts, there was a trend toward integrating the military and city police. This would lead to the military police taking over the cities. Unlike city police, the military police had zero tolerance for law violations and operated like ruthless war machines. While they could currently shelter Tien and wipe his record clean, they would lose that ability once the military police took full control. Tien asked Jen to clarify his point. Jen made it simple. They wanted Tien to join them. They could offer him a privileged status, ensuring that even if the military police took over, he would still retain some special power. Tien asked if Jen was suggesting he become a military policeman. Jen explained that having an official status would be beneficial. It would guarantee protection for both him and his family. Tien said he needed time to think. Yen suggested returning his sword and gave him a deadline. He needed to decide by the morning of the day after tomorrow. If he agreed, he would fill out the form. If he refused, she would return with an enforcement team to find him. Tien questioned how she could speak so coldly. She handed him the letter and the sword, saying there was no point in flattery. If he joined the military police, none of this would be a problem. Tien assured her he would have his answer by the deadline. As he left, he noticed several men passing by with a policeman. Curious, he asked Yen if these people were involved in the transactions recorded in the ledger. Their faces seemed familiar. He wondered if they were members of the Southern City Council. When one of the men turned to look at him, Tien realized the inspector had been telling the truth. These weren't just wealthy elites, they were members of parliament. Tien hadn't expected even they would be involved. He wondered if they were merely engaged in transactions, or if they had already turned against humanity. Returning home, Tien checked on the level 4 Divine Gain cherry tomato. He asked Han if she would still support him if he became a military policeman. She agreed. He told her that if he accepted, he wouldn't be able to be with her as much, and she might find herself crying alone at night. She reassured him, saying she didn't want him to give up his goals because of her. She reminded him that 3 years ago, he had given up his job to return home and run the farm, and she felt she had been holding him back. Tien insisted she had done nothing wrong. It had been his own choice. As he gently placed his hand on her head, she told him she didn't want to rely on him forever and wanted to grow up too. No matter what choice he made, she promised to support him. She had Hay and Grandpa Nan to look after her, so she wouldn't be afraid. Tien acknowledged that she had really matured. He put her in charge of applying the growth potion to the Divine Gain cherry tomatoes, jokingly warning her not to slack off watching cartoons. Meanwhile, at the prison, a man approached Shang's cell. Shen kept smiling as the man discreetly passed a small seed-like object into the cell. Shang picked it up and ate it. The scene shifts to Tien, where they extract blood from Hay and transfer it to Lan. Tien affirms that this aligns with his promise, while Lan inquires whether this is the perfect mutant beast. Unlike the Beast Kings, this one lacks significant changes in its limbs and vital signs, appearing far less powerful. Tien explains that perfection in mutation can take multiple directions. The existing Beast King's mutations might not be the ideal path. A perfect mutation could involve enhanced strength, a transformation in physical form, or increased intelligence. Since mutation is a complex process, its outcome varies each time. Lan acknowledges Tien's reasoning, admitting that his initial assumption was incorrect. He adds that because each organism has a unique genetic makeup, the same perfect mutant gene may produce different results depending on the host. Tien then asks about Jing's condition. Lan responds that after Tien dismantled a cult, Jing was imprisoned for a while. If not for Tien providing the blood sample, Lan fears his boss's grave would have been overgrown with grass by now. The scene shifts to Jing, where surgeons examine his body. They discover that his bone spurs regenerate within 30 minutes of removal and are now growing at an accelerated rate, making surgery ineffective. Lan arrives with the blood sample. Jing, sitting up, expresses relief and instructs the doctors to analyze it immediately, emphasizing that he only has 24 hours left. Upon analysis, a surgeon reports unusual changes in the 20th chromosome pair, The blood cell examination reveals that the skeletal density is over 10 times that of an average dog and contains 79 chromosomes, one more than normal. Realizing what Tian has achieved, Jing understands that he has unlocked the genetic code. The surgeon elaborates that this extra chromosome drastically enhances size, strength, speed, and bone density. Another surgeon adds that this chromosome is nearly divine, representing the genes of a true perfect mutant, unlike the unstable, virus-induced mutations of the past. Although the success rate is uncertain, the first surgeon states they will attempt to replicate the process. Jing immediately orders preparations for replication. The scene shifts to Tian, who inspects the level 4 Divine Gain cherry tomato, now in its ripening stage. Observing its development, he ponders the immense potential of a Divine Gain fruit at this level. Tian realizes that consuming a level 4 fruit triggers an evolutionary path that awakens the genetic memory of bloodline genes, enhances the body's original data, and grants access to ancient racial talents. With an activation probability of 80%. Tian noted the different types of potential enhancements the human body could undergo. Intelligent brain type, enabled abilities like hypnotism, mind reading, and controlling electrical machinery by affecting electromagnetic fields. Activation probability, 4%. Divine type, allowed for supernatural traits such as immortality, wings, and extreme speed. Activation probability, 4%. Ancient divine type, granted control over elements like weather, water, and fire. Activation probability, 0.4%. Tian was amazed at the possibilities. While the first two types were tempting, he worried about atavistic evolution. If he ended up with a useless trait, it would be a massive loss. He decided to ask the system for advice. The system revealed that if he evolved into an atavistic type by consuming a level 4 fruit, he could continue eating more fruits. If other evolution types activated later, he could choose which one to keep. This meant that, as long as he had enough Divine Gain fruits, he could eventually evolve into the ancient divine type. Meanwhile, Jen asked Yan if Tian had agreed to join. Yan confirmed that Tian had contacted her and would send the application form the next day. Jen, satisfied with the news, remarked that his trip to the southern side wasn't in vain. As Jen prepared to leave, he mentioned that his superiors were pressing him to return. He had only come south because the Ministry of National Security had specifically assigned him to recruit special talents. Win, another agent, voiced concerns about their investigation. Despite detaining Congressman Li and Guo for over 10 hours, the political department had not intervened. She felt something was off. Jen asked if there was any movement on Wang's side, and Win confirmed there was. She urged Jen to stay in the southern side a few more days, sensing unease. The next morning, Tian stepped outside to submit his application form. As he exited the gate, his gaze froze. Hanging from a nearby tree was a dead body. At first, he didn't recognize her, but as he moved closer, horror struck him. It was the same girl who had exposed Shang's plans when he had rescued the captives. Tian's heart pounded. Without hesitation, he rushed toward her. A lawyer representing Congressman Li and Guo met with Jen, stating that he had been commissioned by the Southern Side Council to handle their case regarding their detention by the military police. Just as Jen received a call, the lawyer urged him to answer. Jen picked up and was visibly shocked by what he heard. The scene shifts to the hospital, where the mother of the deceased girl sobs in grief, questioning how this could have happened. Tian sits beside her, feeling sorry for her pain. Meanwhile, the lawyer speaks with Li and Guo, acknowledging their suffering. The grieving mother, still crying, glances toward them. The lawyer reassures Li and Guo that he will handle their case, ensuring they face no undue pressure. Smiling, Li dismissively asks what kind of pressure they could possibly feel. The woman suddenly approaches Li, calling out his name. When he turns, she tearfully tells him that her daughter had mentioned him before her death, implicating him in some dealings. In a fit of rage, she accuses him of taking her father's life and threatens to kill him. Lee reacts by kicking her to the ground, warning her not to touch him. Yuan quickly steps in, checking on the woman and then rebuking Lee, reminding him that they were in a military police station and questioning how he dared to use violence there. The lawyer intervenes, praising Yuan as a reasonable person, but arguing that the woman had attacked first, and Lee had only defended himself. Lee scoffs at the situation, finding it amusing. The lawyer then sternly warns the woman to watch her language, emphasizing that Congressman Lee and Guo had already been released on bail and were no longer prisoners. W is shocked by this revelation. The lawyer advises the woman to calm down, pointing out that attacking a congressman without cause could have serious consequences. Why protests, insisting it's impossible that they were released. The lawyer responds with a warning, stating that she had attempted to arrest a member of parliament and citing an extensive list of legal evidence required to convict someone in such a position: physical and documentary evidence, witness and victim statements, criminal investigation reports, expert opinions, forensic examinations, and even audiovisual and electronic data. Tian silently takes in the exchange. Yuan argues that they had already captured the ringleader, and it was only a matter of time before they obtained a testimony. The lawyer, however, reminds her that the maximum detention period of 24 hours had elapsed, and he was now taking the congressman away. As he walks off with disdain, he remarks that she should learn to distinguish between criminals and law-abiding citizens in the future to prevent such incidents. He further dismisses her witness, revealing that the individual had been diagnosed with psychiatric issues and had a medical certificate invalidating their testimony. Yuan warns the lawyer not to assume the matter is over, vowing to keep watch. The lawyer remains unfazed, asserting that their release was a direct order from the Ministry of National Security and that she could verify it with her superior officer. He insists that he was merely following formal procedures and promises that the witness would later be transferred to the custody of the Southern Side 4th Hospital. Yuan is stunned by this final revelation. As the lawyer notices Tian's intense gaze, a chill runs down his spine. He quickly leaves with Li and Guo, driving away. Meanwhile, the grieving mother cries bitterly, lamenting that her daughter had been right. Nothing could be done against these people. If even the military police station couldn't hold them accountable, who could? Returning to his farm, he finds that his level 4 divine gain cherry tomatoes are ripe and must be harvested immediately. He gathers them, totaling 2.5 kilograms. After eating some, he senses an awakening within him. The 47th evolutionary chromosome activates, triggering a successful atavistic evolution. His ability to resist heart-avoid awakening skills strengthens, and his basic attributes double. The scene shifts to the lawyer's car, where he informs Li and Guo that the situation is under control, as only a few people are aware of the matter. He assures them that with proper follow-up, the impact on them will be minimal. Advising them to work together to diffuse tensions, he emphasizes the importance of maintaining their image. Li, smoking, remarks that he understands and suggests handling the lower-class people with condolence money and supplies. Guo, however, disagrees, pointing out that public opinion online still holds weight, especially with circulating photos of them shaking hands with the victims' relatives and distributing money. He proposes getting reporters to write favorable stories and holding a press conference to refute rumors, manipulating public perception to rehabilitate their reputation. Li grumbles about the inconvenience of pretending for what he calls fools, but Guo urges patience. He reminds Li that this is a critical moment in their transformation into emperors, and that only by appeasing the masses can they secure their future food supply. Just as Li acknowledges the strategy, a sword suddenly severs Guo's head, shocking Li. Looking up, he sees Tian standing atop the car. Tian casually inquires about the food. Stunned, Li demands to know how Tian dares to do such a thing, reminding him that he is a congressman and warning him of the consequences. Furious, he declares that Tian is courting death. Tian, unfazed, calmly responds that after consuming that thing, only blood can cleanse them. They no longer deserve to be human. Without hesitation, Tian kills Li as well. After parking the car and cleaning up the blood, Tian notices a small living creature emerging from the vehicle. He swiftly crushes it before consuming something himself. Almost instantly, he senses the successful completion of his evolution, acquiring an atavistic-type transformation. His newly awakened skill, Flash, doubles his basic attributes. He reflects that he has now consumed the 40th Divine Gain Vu tomato, still the weakest evolutionary stage. Feeling stronger, Tian continues eating, digesting thoroughly before proceeding with his atavistic evolution. He notices a shift within himself, sensing that his transformation is taking a new direction. Inspecting his status, he discovers a rare item, an intelligent brain, which enhances his attributes similarly to his previous evolutionary enhancement. Intrigued, he decides to test his new telepathic ability. Activating it, Tian finds he can now sense living creatures within a 10-meter radius. Spotting a nearby bird, he focuses on it and hears its thoughts. It is hungry and searching for rice. Realizing that he can read the minds of creatures upon contact, Tian finds the ability fascinating but insufficient. As he leaves, the bird muses that humans are bad, but birds are good. Tian ponders this briefly before deciding to contact Lan. Arriving at a peculiar building, he connects with Lan via electronic communication. He informs him that the person confined in the hospital room is not their intended target. The prisoner has been swapped with someone nearly identical. Lan reassures Tian not to worry, promising to locate the real target. Soon, Lan successfully finds Shen and sends Tian a map, warning that the target is constantly moving and occasionally disappearing from electronic surveillance. During those moments, Tian must proceed cautiously, as Lan will be unable to assist. Studying the map, Tian realizes Shen is underground, which explains why he couldn't sense him earlier. The scene shifts to a man in white walking along an underground canal. Tian arrives, announcing that he is looking for Shen, and immediately attacks with his sword. However, Shen reacts swiftly, dodging the strike. Tian acknowledges Shen's enhanced reflexes, but warns that he won't evade the next attack. Striking again, Tian successfully severs one of Shen's arms, but with incredible speed, Shen leaps to the other side of the canal. Tian questions whether Shen is trying to escape, but Shen simply smiles. Without hesitation, Tian leaps across the canal, ready to strike once more. Tian discovered that Sheng had disappeared and found bugs swarming in the area. Suddenly, a monster approached Tian from behind, chastising him for taking so long to arrive. The monster apologized, explaining that it had recently evolved into an adult and was still adjusting to its new body. With bugs surrounding him, Tian swung his sword vigorously to fend them off. Sheng returned to human form and urged Tian to forget the incident, lacking the energy to punish him. The monsters were shocked to see Sheng's injured arm, but he dismissed it as insignificant, stating he was in the midst of evolving. Tian attempted to strike Sheng again, but Sheng vanished once more, enraging the monsters. They questioned Tian's audacity in attacking the Holy Lord. Suddenly, Sheng reappeared behind the monster, advising it to control itself better, while the bugs continued to swarm around him. The monster apologized, admitting its lack of skill. Sheng ordered it to kill Tian. The monster agreed and moved toward him, promising Sheng he would return after completing the task. However, Sheng insisted they leave Tian alive, needing to recharge after completing his evolution. Facing the monster directly, Tian charged forward, declaring his disdain for those who boast. Meanwhile, Sheng returned to his mother to Pupat, covering himself in white cloth. As the battle raged on, the monster acknowledged Tian's strength, wondering how an ordinary human could possess such abilities. Tian's appearance showed no signs of evolution, yet he could evade attacks as if predicting them. Realizing he could read the monster's movements as long as he focused, Tien knew every move it would make. He asked if the monster recognized him, to which it replied affirmatively, though Tien did not recognize his opponent. The monster then declared it would give Tien a gift, admiring his resilience and the eerie sight of a girl hanging from a tree. At that moment, the monster grabbed Tien's sword. Tien sneered, insisting the bug should be flushed down the drain. The monster, unfazed, asked if Tien truly understood who he was dealing with, dismissing him as nothing more than a mere human. Tien struck back at the monster, and the impact sent a ripple through his mind, unearthing memories. A vivid scene surfaced, Wang kneeling before Shen. Shen had warned Wang not to limit himself to a mere minor mayor's position, urging him to aim higher by joining forces with him. As an incentive, Shen promised him something extraordinary, an immortal body, one that would surpass the limitations of ordinary humans. Without hesitation, Wang agreed, his desperation for eternal life overriding all else. Shen placed something into Wang's mouth, explaining that his survival would depend on the devotion of his followers, especially the worship of young, vibrant women who would serve as his nourishment. Wang accepted the offer without question, pledging unwavering loyalty and promising to provide tribute to his new lord. The monster reflected on the nature of power in this post-apocalyptic world. Strength was the only currency that mattered. The strong thrived, while the weak existed solely to be consumed. It was only natural, he reasoned, that the lesser beings perish if their demise fueled his evolution. Turning his attention back to Tien, the monster demanded an explanation. What had Tien done to him? Tien exhaled, feeling the strain of probing another's mind. The process was mentally draining. Without missing a beat, he reached into his inventory and consumed a high-grade ancient medicinal carrot, allowing its effects to restore his stamina instantly. Now reinvigorated, Tien met the monster's gaze and spoke calmly. He had unraveled the monster's identity. What surprised him most was how pitiful Mei Wang had turned out to be. Terrified of death, a coward at heart. The monster narrowed his eyes. How had Tien uncovered the truth? Tien answered without hesitation. He had sifted through the monster's thoughts and memories, which reeked of arrogance and selfish ambition. The monster recoiled at the revelation. Such an ability shouldn't have been possible. He questioned whether Tien was some kind of evolved human. He had never encountered anyone in the southern region with such an ability before. According to the Holy Lord, evolution required consuming the fruits of hope. Tien scoffed at the idea. Was the monster referring to those disgusting, slimy bug eggs? He sneered, stating that Shen didn't need such a revolting method to achieve evolution. In fact, what the monster called evolution was nothing more than parasitism. The monster frowned, confused by Tien's words. Tien explained what he had seen in the monster's subconscious, how the bug's mind was fighting for dominance over his body. It wasn't simply a fusion, it was a war. The monster's very existence was on borrowed time. Eventually, the parasite would win, and Wang's consciousness would vanish completely. Tien then asked the question the monster had likely been avoiding. How much longer could Wang's mind resist before he became a mindless beast? Snarling, the monster warned Tien not to compare him to lesser creatures. He declared that the egg he had consumed was second only to those of the princess. Even if his consciousness eventually faded, he had already transcended humanity, shedding the fragile shell of his former self. Tien's mind raced. The mention of a prince was intriguing. Did that mean Shen had devoured an even more powerful egg? Before he could dwell on the thought, he spotted movement nearby, a living body. His senses barely had time to register the danger before another monster lunged at him. Tien barely had a moment to react. The newly hatched creature moved with terrifying speed. A searing pain shot through him. Tien looked down. His hand had been severed. Before he could process the loss, he lost his footing and plunged into the canal below. Wang praised Shang on the birth of the prince, but Shang was furious, accusing Wang of failing to eliminate a mere human, leaving him to handle it himself. Wang, however, refuted this, explaining that Tian was a Samsung evolver. Shen, the monstrous figure, commented that a survivor had indeed emerged from the southern region. Wang conceded that he had been outmatched, while Shang dismissed Tian's evolution, calling him nothing more than a low-tier human lacking physical enhancements. He lamented the wasted third-level eggs gifted by his mother. Wang then instructed Shen to observe Tian. In response, Tian retrieved an ancient medicine-grade carrot and consumed it, astonishing onlookers as his severed hand regenerated. Shen found this intriguing, while Tian realized that, despite the carrot's effectiveness, flesh regeneration took time. If his enemies recognized this limitation, he would be in serious trouble. Shang, initially set on killing Tian, reconsidered after witnessing his rapid healing. Instead of simply consuming Tian for his genetic advantages, Shang found the notion dull, considering the many secrets Tian held. Opting for an alternative, he proposed an offer. Tian asked to hear the terms. Shang explained that superior evolved beings like them should unite, as humanity's fate was already sealed. The poisoned land had triggered a devastating food crisis, further intensified by the emergence of evolving beast kings. With humanity's outdated technology, their extinction on Blue Star was inevitable. Weak, lesser creatures like humans were destined to become sustenance for the strong. Only the evolved could thrive in this transformed world. Shang invited Tian to join their ranks, seizing control of the southern lands before the Beast Kings claimed them. Together, they could secure food, resources, and push their evolution further. Wasn't that an enticing prospect? Tian admitted that Shang's argument was compelling, but dismissed the idea, stating that humans were not just prey for the evolved. He warned Shen not to underestimate them. Realizing negotiations had failed, Shang grew curious about Tian's true abilities, but declared that, in the end, Tian would serve as nothing more than his nourishment. Without hesitation, Shang launched an attack, vowing to send Tian to hell. Meanwhile, back at Tian's home, his allies continued farming. Han suddenly winced in pain, dropping the food in her hands. Concerned, Nan asked if she was all right. Han reassured them it was nothing, attributing the sensation to a sharp ache in her chest and a bout of dizziness. She assumed some rest would help, yet the discomfort was overwhelming, resembling a severe case of heart palpitations and filling her with an unshakable sense of foreboding. Despite this, she urged Nan to continue gathering food, while Tian reminded everyone of the urgency to stockpile supplies before the second wave of destruction hit. Pushing through, Nan insisted she wouldn't slow them down. Back in battle, Tian let out a piercing scream. Shang smirked, claiming he had finally uncovered Tian's secret. His ability to heal only worked after consuming that peculiar fruit. Seizing the opportunity, Shang resolved to prevent Tian from eating it again, restraining both of his hands. Shen pointed out that despite being outnumbered, Tian remained a formidable threat to their kind. Shang hesitated, admitting he couldn't bring himself to kill Tian just yet. Elsewhere, Wang drifted through the canal, wounded by Tian. Yet, Shang ignored Wang's pleas for help, his curiosity about Tian's miraculous fruit intensifying. With a cruel smirk, he made Tian one final offer. If Tian revealed the secret behind his healing ability, Shang might grant him a swift and painless death. As Tian's small hummingbirds swarmed to attack, Shen barely reacted. He wondered why there were still more. Tian seemed relentless, pulling out every trick he had. Yet, the firepower of the tiny creatures was useless against Shen's hardened armor. They were nothing more than stray bullets, more dangerous to their own side than to him. Shen scoffed at the buzzing swarm. Mosquitoes? Are they supposed to tickle me? But Tian wasn't trying to hurt him directly. He struck Shen's sword with a hummingbird, then followed up with a swift slash. Shen's eyes widened. Tian had found his weakness. His hard armor was formidable, but his joints were vulnerable. Tian's blade cut deep into his leg, making Shen scream in pain. Tian quickly retreated. He knew he couldn't keep fighting like this. He needed to improve. He pulled out some fruit and began to eat. Shen fell to his knees, panting. "I just evolved. I haven't eaten anything yet," he muttered. He lacked the energy to repair his injuries and felt incredibly weak. Nearby, Wang begged him for help. "Shen, please, the last battle drained me. I can't even stand. Take me back to your mother. She can repair me." Wang insisted that Shen needed him to control the southern side. His evolution had taken an enormous toll. He didn't want to die. But Shen barely listened. Hunger gnawed at him, clouding his mind. "Tian, you're like an annoying flea," he muttered, frustration growing. His stomach twisted in pain. He needed to eat. Wang urged him again, telling him not to waste time infiltrating the southern side's military. "Just eat something, Shen. Don't throw away everything we've worked for." Shen finally spoke, his tone cold. "Your role was to collect food. I promoted you as a reward for your hard work, but I didn't expect you to be so useless." Then his eyes darkened. Mother is nearing the final stage of her evolution. Once she emerges, we'll control the entire southern side. My people will have everything they need. Hunger overtook him. Wang paled. "Wait." Shen didn't hesitate. He killed Wang in an instant and devoured him. The moment Wang's level 3 essence flooded his body, Shen felt a surge of power. It felt incredible. He had never eaten a level 3 evolver before. He craved more. Tian, watching in horror, saw a notification flash before him. Atavistic Awakening activated. Bloodline genetic memory. Unlocked. Evolution probability 80%. Tian was stunned. Shen had eaten his own king. And now there was no fruit left in his inventory. He had consumed dozens of precious level 4 fruits in a row, but every evolution type he obtained was atavistic. Shen's gaze locked onto Tian. "If I eat you, I'll become even stronger." Tian swallowed the last fruit in his possession, realizing with dread that Shen had become too fast. He couldn't escape. Shen moved in, his pointed hand reaching for Tian's eyes. Jing suddenly found himself immobilized, unable to move his body. Confused, he wondered what was happening. Meanwhile, Tian realized he had finally achieved it. The evolution path had reset, and the transformation was complete. His newly awakened skill was gravity mastery, field expansion. His basic attributes remained the same, but were enhanced by atavistic evolution data. Not only had the ancient divine type been restored, but the ultra-rare rule system had also awakened. Tian understood that the ancient divine evolution was categorized into 3 branches: elemental, superhuman, and rule systems. The world of Blue Star was governed by fundamental forces such as gravity, acceleration, potential energy, and inertia. Mastering these essential rules meant attaining godhood in the truest sense. To him, the rule system was undoubtedly the most powerful evolutionary path. His new ability granted him a 3-meter range of gravity control. Field expansion allowed him to amplify this range tenfold for a short duration, though at a great cost to his mental and physical energy. With his newfound power, Tian seized control of Jing's body, causing him to scream in agony. He then landed a solid blow, sending Jing reeling. Jing couldn't believe it. Tian was only a level 3 evolver, yet he had become exponentially stronger. Tian knew that even at level 1, the power of ancient divine evolution was formidable. Consuming level 4 or higher crops and meat would further enhance his abilities. The thought of future evolutions thrilled him, filling him with an addictive rush of power. Jing, exhausted and coughing, knelt on the ground, struggling to comprehend how Tian had become so powerful so suddenly. In a desperate attempt to fight back, he activated his hard armor, but Tian shattered it effortlessly with a single strike. Realizing he was no match, Jing made a split-second decision. He had to escape. Staying meant certain death. He turned and ran. Tian pursued, using his gravity manipulation, but quickly realized his control wasn't refined enough. Jing managed to flee, leaving behind a trail of blue blood. As he ran, Jing reached a massive underground chamber, his mother's hatching site. He fell to his knees before the enormous cocoon and whispered an apology. He had failed her. He had not lived up to her expectations. Just then, an explosion echoed from the direction Tian had come. Moments later, Tian stepped into the chamber, scanning his surroundings. He noted with amusement that the sewer exit had led directly to the ground floor of the municipal building, explaining how Jing had managed to operate undetected by the military police. Wang had chosen a clever hiding place for him. Ironically, Jing had never expected to die at the hands of the very religious cult he had once worshipped. As the floor trembled beneath him, Jing glanced at his mother's cocoon one last time. Then, with a deep, reverberating crack, the shell split open. She had evolved. The massive creature emerged, towering over them. Tian narrowed his eyes. "I thought you were desperate enough to consume your own kind of evolvers," he remarked. Then, he tilted his head and smirked. "Now tell me, who exactly are you calling mother?" Shen's temper flared as he demanded to know who Tian was calling Leiahi. Despite his mother being incredibly loving, she had a fierce temper. She often punished him harshly, beating him, denying him food, and calling him foolish. If he didn't get first place in exams, she would slap him and force him to kneel. But when they were surrounded by a group of mutant ants, it was his mother who saved him. As he fled, feeling like a coward for abandoning her, Tian believed Shen was in good shape, but found his behavior odd. Shen quickly shut him down, telling him not to speak any further, and spoke harshly. Shen then casually mentioned to his mother that he was feeling a bit hungry and low on energy, asking for her help. After all, a newly evolved being would still be weak. His mother agreed, assuring him that they could stay together. Tian, however, felt uneasy, especially with the monsters closing in. He thought Shen had willingly let the Break King devour him, questioning the reasoning behind such an extreme choice. It didn't seem right that the two had merged like that. Suddenly, Shen's body began to glow brightly. The scene shifted to the research lab, where excitement filled the air over their successful replication of the divine gene, a monumental breakthrough. One of the researchers quickly suggested they inform Jing and inject the gene into his body. But just then, one man noticed the table shaking violently and wondered if something unusual was happening. Another responded that he didn't sense anything strange. The first man insisted they check the shaking equipment, but another dismissed it, arguing that Jing's safety was their priority. Meanwhile, a reporter was broadcasting live, announcing that an abnormal seismic event had been detected at the municipal building, likely caused by a high-level mutant beast. Military and police forces from the southern side had surrounded the area, with helicopters flying overhead. Yuan, who was among them, watched as a powerful explosion erupted from a building, revealing a level 8 Beast King, a massive ant queen causing chaos. Yuan was stunned by the sight and wondered how such a powerful beast could have appeared in the city. The reporter, on the other hand, eagerly commented on the spectacle, thrilled by the possibility of a sensational headline. Amid the chaos, Tian shouted out to Yuan, demanding to know how he had arrived there. The reporter and cameraman were taken aback by the question. The reporter sheepishly admitted he had gotten so excited that he accidentally shouted, revealing they were from the Southern Side Daily Journal. Yuan, clearly irritated, questioned their sanity, asking who had given them permission to fly in, stressing the danger of the situation and ordering them to retreat. The reporter defended his actions, claiming that as a journalist, he couldn't pass up covering such a massive story. Yuan reminded him that high-level Beast Kings were typically found only in frontier or remote areas, not in the southern side. The reporter, however, was thrilled to witness the high-level Beast King firsthand and to be the first to cover such an event. Soon, something caught their attention. an odd blue light moving near the Beast King. The cameraman zoomed in, and they discovered, to their shock, that the light was emanating from a human. Tien, flying through the air, was deep in thought. He considered that by altering his own gravity, he could achieve a floating state. By reducing the friction of his body and combining it with his enhanced attributes, he could accelerate to incredible speeds. However, maintaining this float would drain both his mental and physical energy. On his screen, he saw the ancient divine rune system, human evolver, and his skills, including gravity mastery, field expansion, with a range of 3 meters. This could be leveled up by consuming crops above level 4. The field expansion would allow him to increase his gravity mastery range 10-fold in a short period of time, but at the cost of significant mental and physical energy. Summoning insects, he hoped they would help replenish his strength, but he quickly realized he couldn't kill all the bugs. Worse still, the gravity mastery attack range was too small to deal lethal damage to the Beast King. Additionally, the constant stream of bugs to heal him would eventually run out of energy. If Tien used the field expansion to deliver a fatal blow, it should end things, but something stopped him. He feared that using the field expansion would deplete him mentally and physically, leaving him at his weakest, unable to recover if the Beast King wasn't defeated in one strike. Falling into a coma could result in his death. Suddenly, the Beast King struck him, and Tien realized the gravity of the situation. Several blasts landed dangerously close, but he dodged them with agility. Yuan called out, offering cover fire and instructing him to target the Beast King's core. Destroying its brain would stop its recovery. Tien thought carefully about her words, knowing that the core was usually located near the brain, and it was the most heavily armored part of the Beast King. Yuan warned him to be cautious, noting the tricky environment around them. Tien acknowledged her advice and continued his assault on the monster, trying to determine the exact position of the core. As he closed in on the Beast King, Tien noticed the bugs gathering around a specific spot, which seemed to be its core. With the help of the military police, he unleashed all his mental power, determined to end this. Tien prepared to deliver the final blow. After unleashing everything he had, he began to fall. Just then, helicopters swooped in, using nets to catch him and prevent his crash. He was shaken, but alive. One of the onlookers commented on how close it was, wondering about the mysterious figure that had just appeared. Finally, the Beast King was defeated. The reporter on the broadcast announced that at 6:14 a.m., a super large mutant had appeared at the municipal building, causing destruction over a 10-kilometer radius. It was estimated to be at least a level 8 Beast King in terms of size and energy fluctuations. The creature had been eliminated by a powerful blue humanoid figure, covered in a light that made it hard to see clearly. The report speculated whether this was a new government weapon or a new type of mutant, but admitted they had no further information. The Hungu store was unreachable, and a boy in a hoodie, watching the broadcast, remarked that the mysterious figure was an evolver. The scene shifts to Tien, who is lying on his bed, deep in thought. The second wave of destruction was fast approaching, and with only 8 hours left, he knew there was no time to waste. Tien's mind raced as he realized he needed to upgrade his shelter's level and improve its defenses to survive what was coming. He couldn't help but wonder just what this second wave would bring. As his thoughts drifted, Tien recalled the intense battle that had drained him of both his physical and mental energy. It had been so overwhelming that he'd fainted, but fortunately, it wasn't for long. He quickly remembered the system's reminder. His farm's defenses were far from adequate to withstand the upcoming disaster. Staring at the countdown, Tien felt a heavy weight on his chest. The second wave would likely be far worse than the first. In fact, based on his projections, humanity's current technology might hold up only until the third wave. After that, the collapse of civilization seemed almost inevitable. Opening his point screen, Tien saw that he had 79 out of 80 points. just one short of the amount needed to upgrade his shelter to level 2. With little time to spare, he decided to harvest another batch of crops. Although the recent battle had taken a toll on his resources, the system's inventory still had plenty of room. A thought crossed his mind. What if he could store a weapon in there? Could he access it later if the need arose? He decided to test the idea by placing the Tang horizontal sword into the inventory. To his surprise, the sword fit, and when he inspected it, he saw that it was at level 1. This sparked a new question. Could real-world items level up by simply being stored in the inventory? Tian speculated that as the sword leveled up, its power would likely increase as well. But now wasn't the time to rest. There was a sense of urgency in the air. Time was ticking away, and Tian knew that crops took time to mature and be harvested. If he didn't act quickly, he could miss his chance to upgrade in time. He realized just how timely Officer Yuan's advice had been, and although he planned to thank her later, he needed to stay focused on what lay ahead. In a burst of determination, Tian jumped out of bed, ready to take on whatever challenge came next. He later found himself face to face with Yuan, who was speaking with Ye, clearly concerned after discovering Tian had escaped the hospital. Ye immediately asked if Yuan planned to bring him back, but Yuan dismissed the suggestion, explaining that Tian would never agree to return. The conversation shifted to Tian's capabilities. Ye expressed concern about Tian potentially causing trouble outside, but Yuan countered, asking if Ye believed the military could capture a mutant strong enough to take down a Beast King single-handedly. She pointed out that the most powerful mutants in the military only had enhanced physical strength and abilities, but Tian was on an entirely different level. Ye reluctantly acknowledged Tian's strength, but assured Yuan that she wasn't pressuring him into anything. She explained that their goal was to build alliances with individuals like Tian, not to force him into anything he didn't want to do. After all, Tian was likely frustrated with the military's incompetence, especially since they couldn't even protect a girl properly. Ye also promised to try and convince her father to see things their way. She didn't believe Tian had any ill intentions towards humanity. In fact, she was confident he was on their side, but she didn't want to bother him just yet. Instead, she suggested they wait and see just how powerful Tian would become in the future. Tian, meanwhile, had returned home to find Han and Nan overjoyed to see him safe. They rushed to him, hugging him tightly. Tian, feeling guilty for worrying them, apologized and promised not to leave them in suspense again. As they embraced, Tian thought about how much stronger he had become, but his mind was still occupied with questions about his superpower. He asked Han and Nan to let him go, lifting Han easily off the ground and teasing her to keep working on her strength. Tian couldn't help but notice Nan's evolved body and commented on it. Nan confirmed that she'd undergone some changes as well, and that she hadn't been sure which food had triggered her evolution. Han was also eager to share that she had gotten stronger too. Curious, Tian took a look at Han and Nan's stats and quickly realized that both of them had evolved into the atavistic type, likely due to the anti-radiation corn and peppers they had been consuming. The crops had matured and Tian was ready to harvest them. With renewed energy, Tian announced that a new batch of crops had ripened and it was time to start harvesting. They all agreed and moved to collect the crops. As they gathered the goods, Tian noticed something special about the camouflaged chili pepper. It was a rare purple item with a unique ability. When consumed, it allowed the user to blend into the environment for 10 minutes, making it nearly impossible to detect by sound wave, thermal, or optical technologies. It was a game changer in terms of stealth. Now that he had enough points, Tian confirmed that he was ready to upgrade his shelter to level 2. The system asked him once more if he was sure about spending 80 W points on the upgrade, and after a moment's hesitation, Tian confirmed. The upgrade would significantly increase the shelter's defense strength and area, and grant a new skill called Flaw Mastery. With a swift decision, Tian purchased the upgrade, and the process began immediately. As the upgrade progressed, Tien noticed that there were only 3 hours left before the second wave of destruction would hit. The original shelter's properties remained intact, but the livestock sheds were renovated, further enhancing their chances of survival. The fish pond and planting field underwent major renovations. A thermal energy detection radar tower was constructed with a range of 30 kilometers, and an electromagnetic interference radar tower was built, covering a 20-kilometer radius. Turrets were also under construction. When Han saw the fish pond, she was amazed at how much it had grown, now resembling an artificial lake. Meanwhile, Tien confirmed that the upgrades were complete. The planting field had expanded to 300 acres, the livestock area to 3 acres, and the fishing area to 5 acres. As a reward for successfully upgrading the shelter to level 2, Tien received a gift package, unlocking the permission disguise and the skill life flaw mastery. Looking around, he thought the shelter now resembled a military fortress. It was impressive, but too conspicuous. He decided to activate the disguise feature, making the shelter appear as a rundown farm to outsiders. This would help avoid unnecessary trouble. Excited about his newly unlocked skill, Tien began experimenting with life flaw mastery. At level 1, he could see the detailed data of all objects. At level 2, he could analyze the flaws in all living beings and pinpoint their most fatal weaknesses. He pondered how this ability could be used in combat. Checking the system, he confirmed there were no restrictions. Every being, no matter how powerful, had a flaw. Even ancient divine evolvers had hidden weaknesses. This skill meant that in the future, Tien could potentially defeat evolved beings with a single move. He also noticed that his level 4 divine crop, cherry tomatoes, had ripened. The system urged him to harvest them immediately. With this, Tien realized he could potentially reset Han's evolutionary path, provided she didn't insist on following the ancient divine type. These fruits could push both of them to complete their evolution. Han and Tien began picking the cherry tomatoes. As Han ate, she admitted that she had been repeatedly resetting her evolution, and every time, she ended up with atavistic traits. She felt frustrated, almost sick from it. Tien jokingly encouraged her to keep eating. Maybe she'd win this time and not lose to Hai. Determined, Han stuffed herself with more tomatoes. Hai, watching them, was stunned. Suddenly, something shifted in Han, and she acknowledged it immediately. Tien checked and saw that her intelligence-type evolution had manifested as magnetic field mastery of the Eye of Truth. He was impressed. Then, they noticed something happening to Hai as well. Han, excited, commented on how cool it was. Tien observed carefully and realized that Hai had awakened the sacred beast skill, King Pressure. Just as they processed these developments, the system notified Tien that the second wave of destruction was about to hit in 30 seconds. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, Jing had just received an injection of the good virus. When asked how he felt, he replied that he was in peak condition. Not only had he fully recovered, but he also believed he had successfully replicated the divine gene. He trembled in excitement. He was now a pioneer in the era of the gods. The countdown reached its final 5 seconds. As the second destruction wave struck, massive water surges reshaped the environment, completely altering the weather. Tien watched, realizing that all naturally flowing water on Earth was vanishing. The third destruction wave was set to arrive in 60 days. Until then, he intended to make full use of this time. Suddenly, a massive circular formation appeared in the sky, triggering violent lightning storms. Meanwhile, out in the open sea, a ship crew was facing an unprecedented crisis. Their communication systems failed. No signals, no radar. A crew member called the captain to witness something terrifying. As they stepped onto the deck, they were met with a horrifying sight. The ocean had turned blood red, teeming with mutated sea creatures. The captain, overwhelmed, questioned whether this was an isolated phenomenon or if all water sources had been affected. Whatever had happened, it was beyond their understanding. The world was changing, and the unknown loomed ahead. A man was approaching the divine gene, acknowledging that he hadn't expected Jing to actually create it. Just as he reached for it, a skeleton tail lashed out, injuring his hand while attempting to snatch the divine gene. The man, angered, demanded to know who dared interfere. When he saw Jing, he remarked that Jing's evolution had been highly successful and that he had arrived so quickly, suggesting that something must have been triggered. Jing stepped forward, demanding to know how the man had obtained the password to the safe box. The man responded that Jing was indeed a descendant of their family, and that the headquarters had been right to entrust him with the responsibility of extracting the divine gene. Realizing it was Ming, Jing asked how he had come to be there. Ming explained that he had arrived to deliver orders from headquarters. Calling Jing his brother, Ming declared that from that moment on, all of Jing's research projects in the southern region would be taken over by him. He further ordered Jing to return to headquarters that very day to report on his work. Jing asked if Ming had come alone. Ming scoffed, stating it was obvious he hadn't. He explained that Jing's evolution data had been reported to him long ago, so naturally, he wouldn't come unprepared. At that moment, a group of armed men emerged behind Jing. Confused, Jing questioned what Ming was implying. Ming accused him of having a personal agenda, asking why he hadn't reported his successful research to headquarters immediately. Was he trying to monopolize the achievement? Ming remarked that even after years apart, Jing was still the same, domineering, shameless, and justifying his actions as profit recovery rather than outright robbery. He reminded Jing that the headquarters and the Bai family had provided him with everything: funding, research support, and technical resources, so his findings should rightfully belong to them. However, he assured Jing that he need not worry, as he had brought great benefits to headquarters. Even if he returned now, he would still receive a generous reward. Ming claimed he wasn't robbing Jing of his credit, but was taking him back to enjoy his success. Jing coldly asked what there was to enjoy, stating that he feared he would simply be dragged off and turned into an experimental subject in the Divine Creation Project as soon as he landed at headquarters. Ming dismissed his concerns, reminding Jing that he had already experimented on his own body, so there should be no issue in letting them further study the results. He then pointed out that as far as he knew, Jing had only made 2 copies of the divine gene, one he had used on himself, and the other remained in his possession. Ming demanded the remaining sample. At that moment, Lan and other researchers arrived. Lan insisted that Jing had no ties to their family and, as a worker, should be allowed to leave. Ming, however, disagreed, saying someone as valuable as Jing could not be allowed to simply walk away. Jing turned to Ming and asked if he truly believed he could use them to threaten him. Ming agreed, stating that by taking control of the Southern Research Institute, he could prove to Jing that despite his evolution, he was still just a human with a mortal body. Against their many guns, he wouldn't remain unscathed. Ming told Jing to stop his meaningless resistance and obediently hand over the divine gene, as his current situation was both sad and embarrassing. Jing assessed the situation, realizing that with his current physical strength, there was no way he could withstand a barrage of assault rifles. However, with his extreme speed, he might be able to escape. Ming observed Jing's hesitation and concluded that he wasn't willing to cooperate. He remarked that some evolved beings possessed super healing abilities, so even if Jing's arms and legs were broken, he should still survive. Just then, a blast erupted. The scene shifted to Tian's house, where he had prepared a meal. Han commented that the food looked delicious. Tian responded that there was nothing Han disliked eating. Nan then asked why there was a feast. Tian explained that it was to celebrate the fact that they had gathered all the evolutionary directions. Because of this, he had put extra effort into the meal, using high-grade ingredients. He also mentioned that the second destruction wave had occurred, and since everyone was still at level 1, he wanted them to level up sooner. Han noted that despite the celebration, He wasn't eating with them. Tien reflected on Hei's transformation conditions, explaining that he had deactivated his Beast King mode due to his low physical strength, which had weakened him to the point where he could no longer maintain it. Tien mentioned that Hei enjoyed his current state, so he had prepared a separate meal for him outside. Han agreed, commenting that Hei looked more handsome now. Suddenly, Tien received a warning. 2 heat signatures were rapidly approaching the farm. He detected that they were human, moving at 38 meters per second. Both targets had sustained severe damage, their body temperatures dropping. They would reach the farm in 23 seconds. Tien pondered their speed, realizing that only mutants could achieve such velocity. Using his abilities, he identified the approaching figures, Jing carrying Lan. Jing reached the entrance gate, observing the farm and sensing an invisible force preventing him from advancing. It became clear that Tien wasn't offering assistance. Aware that Ming would soon track him down, Jing turned to leave. Just then, Tien appeared, flying in with his gravity skill. He remarked that Jing had gotten himself into a big mess. Jing recognized him immediately. Tien asked if Jing planned to leave with such a disappointed look on his face. He then allowed them to enter, expressing his interest in Jing's evolution.
Director Xing reminded Tien that just a few days ago, this was nothing more than a run-down farm. Yet, in such a short time, it had transformed into a fortress. However, from the outside, Jing still saw nothing but a dilapidated farm, which baffled him. Technology simply couldn't achieve such perfection. It was incredible. Desperate, Jing pleaded with Tien to save them, admitting his fear of dying. Tien responded that he could save Jing, but he wanted to know what he would get in return. Jing offered valuable information that he believed Tien would find interesting. As they entered, Jing asked if Tien's evolutionary ability was gravity control. Tien was curious how he had figured that out. Jing explained that he had studied footage of the southern city center where the Beast King had been slain. The wounds on its body showed signs of hypergravity compression, something he had analyzed in videos. Though he hadn't seen the cave clearly, the abilities displayed resembled Tien's, especially the way he levitated at high speeds. Everything pointed to gravity manipulation. Tien acknowledged that Jing's deduction was interesting. Despite their differing views on evolution, Jing found himself respecting Tien more and more. Tien welcomed them to the farm just as Hei arrived with Nan and Han. Jing was stunned. Hei had grown massive, towering like a small mountain. Han turned to Tien and joked that Jing had turned green with shock. Jing, still trying to process everything, asked if they had all evolved. Tien questioned why he was so surprised. Jing admitted he was amazed by the speed of their evolution. Perfect mutations happening at such an unnatural rate, especially with Hei's transformation. But there was no time for distractions. Tien reminded Jing that Lan wouldn't last much longer. If he wanted to save her, he needed to act now. Jing didn't hesitate. He handed Lan over and they quickly took her inside to rest. Tien fed Lan a carrot and, upon coming out, informed the others that they needed to wait for Lan to wake up. Jing, tending to his numerous bullet wounds, asked Tien if that was all. Was surgery unnecessary for someone as severely injured as Lan, an ordinary human? Tien simply responded that he had his own methods. Realizing he had overstepped, Xing fell silent. Tien then asked Jing to explain what had happened. Jing revealed that he had replicated Hei's evolutionary genetics and used them on himself, which not only allowed him to survive, but also resulted in a perfect mutation. He showed Tien the divine gene, and explained that before escaping the research institute he had destroyed some data and managed to seize a second potion. Tien wondered if the potion had effects similar to his divine fruits. Could replacing Hei's atavistic gene induce atavistic evolution? If so, did replacing other evolutionary genes have the same potential? Jing confirmed that he had achieved a perfect mutation, but dismissed his severe injuries as unimportant. However, he quickly added that the head office had discovered his attempt to conceal his research and had sent his own brother to retrieve him for further study. Fortunately, he had managed to escape their pursuit. Tian questioned how Jing could treat his injuries as insignificant. He also pondered what kind of family would conduct experiments on one of their own. Han asked Jing how his own brother could harm him, and firmly stated that if anyone ever tried to hurt her, Tian would deal with them, perhaps lethally. Jing's expression grew emotional as he explained that not all families were like Han and Tian's. He once had a good brother. Han glanced at Tian, reaffirming that she had relied on him from the start. No matter what happened, she would always stand by his side without hesitation. Tian noted that despite their short acquaintance, someone like Jing, who possessed self-healing abilities and remarkable speed, should have been able to assess the situation rationally and escape on his own. For him, fleeing should have been simple. But what about Lan? Jing admitted that he despised owing favors, especially to meddlesome fools. Tian had previously thought of Jing as a cold, science-obsessed maniac with no regard for life. But now, it seemed he had misunderstood him. Jing stated that he wouldn't stay for long. News of his escape, along with the Soul Divine gene, had already reached the head office. It was only a matter of time before they launched a full-scale search. With their power and ambition, they would turn the entire southern region upside down to find him. The divine gene's value was immeasurable, enough to reshape the world. Tian questioned whether Jing could truly escape while protecting an ordinary person. Even if he managed to flee the southern region, where would he go? What was once considered just another atavistic gene had now become a coveted treasure, fought over across the globe. Jing acknowledged that he had always known he would be hunted if he defied the head. Storm Island lies at the intersection of the three major nations, Yanhang, the European Union, and ancient Egypt. Due to its unique terrain, powerful storms sweep through the area year-round. Despite its lack of strategic significance and minimal mineral resources, the island remains unclaimed. Only a small population of indigenous people reside there, relying on fishing and animal husbandry. Their level of technology and civilization is notably primitive. Jing confided in Tian that years ago, during his biological research expeditions, he secretly built a small base on the island, something he had never disclosed to anyone. This made it the perfect hiding place for him now. Tian then asked about the head office, and Jing explained that it was a monopoly controlled by several powerful families, each involved in nearly every profitable industry. The five dominant families, Bai, Ren, Lan, Qin, and Zhang, formed the foundation of this organization, representing the highest echelons of power. After the world changed, Jing saw infinite possibilities in their radioactive plants. He proposed the Divine Creation Project to the head office, but opinions were divided. Many opposed it on humanitarian grounds, while others saw it as a lucrative opportunity. Without informing the Bai and Zhang families, the head office allocated resources to Jing, allowing him to establish a research institute in Southern City under the pretense of developing new medicines. However, Jing's true goal was to use these resources to further his own ambitions. Despite being part of the Bai family, Jing was an illegitimate son, leaving him with little influence in both the head office and his family. To secure approval for his work, he had to weave convincing lies. He believed he had full control over the situation, but reality proved otherwise. Tian, understanding the risks, agreed to send Jing to Storm Island. Surprised, Jing pointed out that sneaking onto a ship was no longer an option. The polluted oceans were now home to mutated sea creatures, making travel extremely dangerous. Furthermore, the head office was likely monitoring all air traffic, adding another layer of risk. Tian simply asked, "Who said we needed a boat?" He then led Jing outside, revealing a helicopter coated in stealth paint, designed to evade radar detection. He assured Jing that it would safely transport him and his equipment to Storm Island, including all necessary lab supplies and living essentials. Jing questioned why Tian was helping him, wondering if he believed the plan was too extreme. Tian replied that after witnessing countless brutal events, his perspective had shifted. He believed the world needed drastic change, especially given the pollution crisis. However, if Jing accepted his investment, he would need to adjust some of his plans. Jing agreed. If Tian truly helped him reach Storm Island with all his equipment, he swore that when Tian needed him in the future, he would travel any distance to repay the favor, regardless of the opposition. They shook hands, sealing the agreement, and Tian reminded Jing to honor his promise. Until they were ready to depart, Jing couldn't stay at Tian's place, so he asked for help in feeding the sheep for a few days. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Ming, who was speaking with his father. Ming was furious that Jing had resisted him. Despite meticulous planning, he hadn't expected this outcome. He acknowledged Jing's unexpectedly powerful evolutionary abilities, but assured his father there was no need to worry. Jing wouldn't get far. Ming had already deployed people to monitor all airlines and transportation hubs across the southern region. The medical industry was also under their control. Severely injured and unable to access proper medical treatment, Jing wouldn't last long. As soon as he surfaced, they would capture him. His father reminded Ming that despite everything, Jing was still family, making it difficult to justify harming him. Ming dismissed the concern, stating that whether Jing lived or died had no bearing on their family. His father ordered him to handle the situation, and Ming confidently assured him that it was under control. His father then mentioned hearing that Jing had achieved a perfect mutation. Ming confirmed it. His father was astonished. His own son was the first among the 5 major families to reach perfect mutation. He admitted that if not for Jing's defiant ideals, he would have made an excellent heir. However, the family's successor needed to be exceptional in every way. He urged Ming not to disappoint him. Determined, Ming declared that if he failed to capture Jing within 3 days, he would relinquish all his privileges in both the head office and the family. His father held him to that promise, expecting results within the deadline. As the call ended, Ming ordered one of his men to bring Ren. He had some questions for her. Jing was feeding the pigs while Tian sat nearby, commenting that Jing was too stingy with his work. Jing replied that he had been doing such tasks since he was 8. Tian mentioned that even the young master of the Bai family had done similar work before. Jing explained that he was an illegitimate child, raised by his mother until he turned 8. If his family hadn't been so thinly spread, they might never have acknowledged his existence. But he didn't mind. He never felt like a true member of the family, but carrying their surname provided him with the resources he needed. Tian thought it sounded like the dramatic scandals of wealthy families. Just then, he received notifications on his phone. Jing asked what was going on, and Tian said he had something interesting to discuss. Meanwhile, Ming was pressing Ren for details about everyone Jing had interacted with since arriving in the southern region. But the information didn't differ from what Ming already knew. Ren revealed that Jing had destroyed a lot of data before leaving the Institute, making it difficult to retrieve much. When Ming asked if there was anything special, Ren said everything she had was already shared. Since he was an insider, he should already know that she hadn't spent much time with Jing. Ming noted that Ren seemed somewhat hostile toward Jing. She admitted that it might be because Jing had questioned her and destroyed her carefully prepared laboratory after arriving in the southern region. Ming explained that the 3 families had made the decision to go after Jing because he had stolen the divine gene belonging to them and betrayed them. Ren considered how serious headquarters was about the matter. It meant the power of the potion must be far beyond her imagination. She thought about the divine gene, the inhuman creatures in the research lab, and the mutation in Jing's body after he injected the semi-finished product which had led to Liang's death. Suddenly, she had an idea. Perhaps Tian was responsible. Ren then told Ming that the head officer's true research had always been about human transformation. Ming responded that it wasn't something she should get involved in. Right now, the three families had a chance to bridge the power gap, and he needed to find Jing. He asked Ren to play her part. Ren found him unpleasant and pointed out that, with the power of Ming's family, they should have already blocked Jing's escape routes. If even his family couldn't find Jing, how could a mere manager without access to high-level secrets do so? Ming dismissed her criticism, saying that since the Ren family head hadn't granted her the right to know, it meant she wasn't taken seriously, blaming it on her status as a woman without the capital to be part of the core. Ren thought she wouldn't share anything even if she knew more. She apologized, saying that was all she knew about Jing. As she excused herself, Ming remarked that this was why he always said women should stay at home and raise children. Outside, Ren pondered his words before getting into her car. She then called Tian, identified herself, and requested to meet him urgently, knowing Jing was at his home. Tian initially feigned ignorance, but Ren insisted he knew what she meant and urged him not to disappoint her rare kindness. She promised to arrive at his farm within half an hour. When she arrived, Tian was already waiting. Without wasting time, Ren asked him to hand over Jing. Tian dismissed her request, questioning her sudden appearance and accusations. Ren urged him not to play games, revealing that her men had obtained a DNA comparison report linking Jing to him. She warned him that their personal ties shouldn't interfere with headquarters affairs and threatened to escalate the matter unless Jing was handed over, stating that she had not yet reported the findings to headquarters. Just then, a sniper attack targeted Tian, but he managed to dodge it. Ren was shocked, wondering where the shot had come from. Moments later, Ming arrived with his men, sarcastically expressing surprise that Jing had been hiding in such a run-down farm. He thanked Ren for unintentionally leading them there, and warned her to consider how she would explain tipping off a traitor to his family. Ren was stunned. She asked if Ming had followed her, but he scoffed, saying he didn't even trust his own family's illegitimate son, let alone her. He had monitored all devices, expecting to provoke her, and she had fallen right into his trap. Frustrated, Ren decided to sneak Jing away and hand him over to his guardian, thinking that Ming's comment about women being stupid was directed at both her and Jing. Ming, meanwhile, called them both garbage. Tian and Ren soon found themselves in a sniper's crosshairs. Ming ordered everyone to stay put, stating that they would settle things peacefully. Ming warned Ren that as long as she didn't oppose him, she could remain in her family and avoid harm. He then urged Tian to return Jing. Observing Tian's modest demeanor and financial strain, Ming questioned what he stood to gain from sheltering a fugitive. Offering wealth and resources, he demanded that Tian hand over Jing. Tian hesitated, wary of Ming's well-equipped men, before criticizing Ming's arrogance. He then unleashed his hummingbird warriors, catching Ming's forces off guard. Ming, bewildered, ordered his snipers to target Tian and Ren. Ren took cover while Tian used gravity control to redirect the bullets harmlessly. Stunned, Ming and Ren watched as Tian questioned Ren's hesitation, suggesting she didn't fully trust him yet. At that moment, Han arrived, stating she couldn't control so many people at once. Tian reassured her and then used brainwave control to immobilize Ming, who was shocked by his inability to move. Ming demanded to know if Tian was a perfect mutant. Ren explained her caution was for her own safety. Understanding, Tian swiftly eliminated Ming's remaining men with his hummingbirds. Furious, Ming accused Ren of deception. She revealed she had suspected an insider around Jing and found a bug on her phone. To deceive Ming, she used a colleague's phone to stage their exchange. She noted that Ming bringing all his men had saved them the effort of capturing them one by one. Trembling with anger, Ming was caught off guard when Jing emerged and pressed his sharp tail against Ming's neck, declaring his death was deserved. Jing proclaimed that power, money, and armed force no longer ruled this world. Ren's aide mocked Ming, pointing out the irony of his downfall at the hands of a woman and the illegitimate child he despised. Furious, Ming threatened that both families would come after her, asking if she could afford to kill the Bai family heir. Ren countered that the Bai family wouldn't investigate his disappearance. Confused, Ming demanded clarification. Jing reminded him that he too bore the Bai surname. Ming asked if Jing wasn't afraid, but Jing retorted that if he killed Ming, he would be the Bai family's sole heir. He challenged Ming to consider whether their patriarch, despite his affection for Ming, would accept Jing as the heir after such an act. Ming scoffed, calling Jing the son of a lowly woman, unworthy of recognition. Jing, scratching his neck, stated that Ming didn't have to decide. Ming accused Jing of daring to remove a threat to the Bai family despite knowing he'd never be acknowledged. He warned that the family's enforcers wouldn't let Jing go unpunished. Jing questioned why the Bai family's approval mattered, having already lost everything. With nothing left to fear, he decapitated Ming. Tian, witnessing this, asked where the Bai family was. Jing dialed Ming's father, who answered. Jing apologized for disappointing him. Recognizing Jing, Ming's father revealed that Jing was also his son and pleaded for him to return with Ming, promising nothing would change for him. Jing, saddened, noted that his father only remembered him in moments like these. With a heavy heart, he delivered the grim news. Ming, the future head of the Bai family, had died by my hands. Jing's father was shocked to hear that his son had killed a member of their own family. However, Jing remained calm, stating that he had never considered himself part of a family since he was 8 years old. He formally informed his father that if the search for him continued, he would willingly surrender his assets, either to the authorities or to corporations like Zeus Pharmaceuticals and Lion King, both of which were highly interested in his discoveries. As the sole heir to the Bai family, Jing asserted his right to inherit. He suggested that if his father truly wanted to preserve their kinship, he should allow him to lead the family into prosperity after his passing. This only fueled his father's growing anger, but Jing remained undeterred. He acknowledged that if his father wished to seek revenge for Ming's death, he would accept it. However, he warned that as long as he was alive, he would dismantle the Bai family and ensure that anyone bearing the Bai surname met a disgraceful end. Jing then declared that he had no plans to return to Yanhang anytime soon, advising his father to take care of himself. If his father exhausted himself with rage, the Bai family might not even last until the day Jing chose to return. With that, he ended the call. As he looked around, he noticed Lan piloting a helicopter that had just landed in the field. Tian, standing nearby, asked if Jing believed his father would compromise. Even the most level-headed man would be devastated upon hearing of his beloved son's death. Jing smiled wryly, remarking that this was the dilemma of holding power. No matter how furious one might be, they had to remain composed and weigh the consequences carefully. Cynically, he added that men like his father always operated with profit in mind. His father was, first and foremost, the head of the Bai family and one of the 5 major shareholders in the company. Secondly, he was Ming's father, but he lacked the courage to relinquish control. For the next few hours, the Bai family would be focused entirely on him, unaware of Tian and Ming's independence. Even if father discovered that Jing was hiding on the farm, he wouldn't report it. not to the company nor the Bai family. Doing so would risk the Ren or Lian families taking credit. As long as they eliminated everyone Ming had left behind in the southern city, Tian's farm would remain safe and hidden. Ren then asked what Jing thought of her, given that she had also played a role in Ming's downfall. Did he consider them in the same predicament? Jing admitted it wasn't that he didn't want to trust her, it was simply that he saw no compelling reason for her to help him. Siding with the head office seemed like the safest choice for her. Ming's sudden appearance had caught him off guard, and as a precaution, Jing apologized for his delayed reaction. However, he worried that Ren, whom he found untrustworthy, might inadvertently expose Tian's identity. Tian interjected, insisting that Jing hadn't harmed Ren yet and asked her to let him finish. Ren acknowledged that working with Tian temporarily made sense, but she preferred taking a chance. She believed they shared more mutual trust than they did with the head office. Additionally, she revealed that Ming had made a sexist remark she had overheard, which had irritated her. Gender and bloodline had always influenced the power dynamics among the 5 major families. Ren had decided to assist Jing, hoping it would help her rise to the head of her own family. She found the idea amusing, imagining how their male counterparts would react when 2 unwanted children seized power. She then asked Jing if he looked forward to that day. He found her perspective intriguing. Afterward, Jing and Lan boarded the helicopter, observing the devastation below. Lan commented that Tian had done an efficient job erasing every trace. Then, he asked Jing if he had accepted Tian's request. Jing recalled Tian's insistence that he couldn't condone human experimentation without consent. In response, Jing had promised to modify the executive program accordingly. He paused, reflecting on the irony. Trying to enforce something like the Nuremberg Code in an apocalyptic world seemed naive. Yet, he recognized the necessity of having some rules. Without them, he risked descending into moral oblivion far too quickly. Besides, in a world as broken as theirs, there would never be a shortage of people willing to become experimental subjects. Lan nodded, remarking that this was the Jing he knew. Despite his seemingly inhuman remarks, he was still the same man at his core. As they flew away from the ruined city, Lan mused that they might cross paths again in the future, when all of them had reached the pinnacle of their power. With that, they disappeared into the distance, leaving the devastation behind. The Navy Patrol Force clears Area 50 in the sea. Inside the ship, the pilot informs Colonel Miao that the mission was a success. However, Colonel Miao remains unsatisfied, questioning why the sea beasts seemed so easy to handle. He remarks that compared to their powerful ships and weapons, the creatures are no match, giving him confidence they can eliminate them all. The pilot encourages him to advance further, but Colonel Miao points out a concern. While they can block the harbors and coast, they have no idea where the monsters might be hiding. If one were to slip through the defenses and reach the city through the creeks, could the Navy's high-class rocket launchers stop it in time? The pilot then asks if Colonel Miao has noticed anything peculiar about the sea beast attacks. Miao asks for clarification, and the pilot explains that the creatures seem to be engaging in suicidal assaults, their behavior growing increasingly erratic. However, he has detected a pattern in their movements, a rhythmic sequence. He suggests that the sea beasts may be acting as an organized group, their attacks far too strategic to be random. Colonel Miao is taken aback by this revelation. Could the sea beasts be structured into ethnic groups, or have they managed to form civilizations in an astonishingly short time? The pilot cautions against jumping to conclusions, but asserts that their assaults are not meaningless. The creatures appear to be learning from their battles with humans, adjusting their strategies and becoming more dangerous. If this is true, he warns, the consequences could be catastrophic. The pilot further notes that the larger beast kings seem to possess intelligence on par with humans. Both men hope their suspicions are unfounded, yet an ominous sense of impending doom looms over them. Just then, a crew member rushes over with urgent news, a message from the Ministry of National Security. The military will seize control of the entire Yanhang country within 3 days. When asked about the exact location, Colonel Miao confirms it: Baiju Battle Zone on the city's southern side. As night falls, a woman awakens with an eerie sense of a presence outside her window. She tries to wake her husband, but he dismisses her fear as a hallucination. However, in the next moment, she sees it: a monster staring at them from the darkness. Meanwhile, the military escalates to a level 1 alert upon confirming that a creature has infiltrated the city. That night, disaster strikes Maki Town. Over 5,000 people perish in the monster's rampage. The villagers are urged to evacuate immediately, and everyone bands together in a desperate effort to flee. Driven by the scent of food, the monster heads toward Tian's farm. As the beast nears, an alarm blares, signaling the approach of a large heat source. Shiai stands ready for the coming threat. The creature, a formidable Prussian crocodile species, boasts a speed of 105 and a strength of 850. However, an observer coldly declares that while it appears massive, it lacks true form and does not deserve the title of king. He then orders Shia and Haley to take it down, as the farm is running low on meat for his dog. As time passes, Han asks his brother if the meat is ready, only to receive the disappointing reply that it isn't cooked yet. The beast's meat is notoriously difficult to prepare. Tian jokingly suggests that if Xiao can't wait, he should eat the monster's legs. Han protests, finding it unfair, but Tian explains that the dog can eat raw meat without issue. Meanwhile, our protagonist observes the beast's remains, noting that its skin could be turned into leather shoes, its teeth could serve medical purposes, and its meat could be used for a variety of dishes. Weighing around 10 tons, the creature's meat would be enough to feed the dog for days. Once the food is finally cooked, Han and our protagonist take their first bites and are instantly amazed. The meat is incredibly tender, its white texture unlike anything they've ever tasted. As he continues eating, he notices something extraordinary. The meat enhances his strength, triggering a rare change in his evolutionary traits. This realization leads him to a conclusion: consuming the flesh of such beasts could open new paths to evolution. However, a chilling thought crosses his mind. Had this creature fed on its own kind? The blood and flesh of evolvers are known to greatly benefit others like them. As he contemplates this unsettling possibility, Li reflects on the looming second destruction wave and the terrifying threat of the V-shaped virus. Understanding the grim future awaiting humanity, he considers how some evolved individuals might resort to devouring their own kind in pursuit of power. Such shortcuts, though rare, are both immoral and dangerous. Meanwhile, Xiao, now fully satisfied, enjoys the meal without a care in the world, while our protagonist ponders his next steps to strengthen himself further. Elsewhere in the city, the military receives an alarming report. There is no trace of the Beast King. The officers find this hard to believe, as the only evidence left behind is a piece of scale armor marked with bite marks. Beyond that, there is no sign of the legendary beast. Yuch Chung, a former parliament member, is stunned by the news. Despite his worsening condition, his fits of bloody coughing growing more severe, he remains determined to capture the Beast King. He dismisses his own health as a minor concern compared to the greater challenges ahead. The military reports that the area has been abandoned, with all villagers having relocated, except for one farm near the site where the broken armor was discovered. This revelation catches Yuch and the council off guard, raising their suspicions. As they decide to investigate the farm, a female soldier considers a new possibility. Could Tian be involved? Inside the farm, Han practices the brainwave technique but stumbles and falls. Despite this, she notices her brain strength has improved. However, she complains about being tired and not enjoying training. To encourage her, he promises more fried chicken legs and suggests finding new ways to have fun. Testing this, Han plays with Shiai. Meanwhile, his brother analyzes her condition, realizing that while Han's brain power has increased, her skill value remains unchanged. After she eats the beast's meat, he understands that her mental strength depends on her increased mental attributes. He considers how consuming meat boosts points, but notes that the effects vary depending on the type of evolution. He also concludes that all basic attributes improve after eating the meat due to the intelligence linked to the atavistic brain. Despite encountering a monster larger than Shiai, the beast is ordinary in nature, and they defeat it with ease. However, he contemplates the challenge of facing a level 7 atavistic beast, which would be far more powerful. He observes that organisms are evolving rapidly, with no sign of human life in the sea, suggesting that newly evolved breeds will soon surpass earlier ones. This realization forces him to consider humanity's struggle for survival and the urgent need to adapt. Though sea creatures have yet to evolve to survive on land without water, giving humanity a temporary advantage, he understands the need to upgrade human capabilities. He then contemplates raising a beast king, recognizing its self-healing abilities, which could provide a steady supply of meat and other valuable resources while strengthening Shiai. His thoughts are interrupted by a sudden meow, making him wonder where a cat could have come from. Stepping outside, he finds Shiai making cat-like sounds. He turns to his sister, who explains that she was playing with Shiai and hacked his memories to make him behave like a cat since she wanted one. Her brother, unimpressed, tells her this wasn't his intention, but she dismisses his concerns. Later, as Shiai's memories return, he inquires about his discoveries. Han reveals that Shiai has found new creatures in town, monsters with hard shells resembling stinky crabs, now advancing toward a military jeep. The military forces fight desperately against the relentless onslaught of monstrous crabs. Despite their best efforts, bullets prove ineffective as the creatures regenerate almost instantly. A female officer orders the troops to target the eyes, but the crabs continue closing in. In the chaos, a military jeep crashes, leaving its occupants injured and disoriented. Inside, Jung frantically tries to wake Yuan, urging her to escape. With little time to spare, they manage to flee, narrowly avoiding the advancing crabs. As they run, a crab lunges at Yuan, but Jung pushes her out of the way, only to be grabbed by the beast. Both of them collapse to the ground. When Yuan regains consciousness, she finds a massive crab claw just inches from her face. To her shock, it stops at the last moment. Suddenly, their boy arrives with his crew, expressing his relief at seeing Yuan again. But before they can fully reunite, she warns him of a monster creeping up behind him. He remains calm, assuring her that it's only Shiai, and introduces the girl beside him as his sister. Their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of an enormous male crab. Without hesitation, Li commands Shiai to devour its heart, but leave the rest of the meat. Meanwhile, his sister, fascinated, excitedly claims the crab roe for herself. Amidst the battlefield, Yuan rushes to tend to Yu Chung, doing everything in her power to stabilize him. She encourages him to hold on, promising they'll get him to a hospital. Despite her efforts, Yu Chung insists the medicine should be reserved for the younger generation, revealing his renewed hope after witnessing Tian's strength. As tensions rise, their boy questions Yuan about her position as a parliament member, but before she can answer, Shay interrupts, pleading for help in getting Yu Chung to a hospital. Desperate, she offers military support in exchange for assistance. Li, though taken aback by her intensity, reassures her that he won't let Yu Chung die. As a man of integrity, he reaches into his supplies, pulling out an LV4 Divine Cherry Tomato and handing it to her, instructing her to use it to aid Yu Chung's recovery. Yuan is confused as she watches him hand her a tomato, finding the gesture absurd and assuming he must be joking. In pain and desperate, she continues urging him to go to the hospital, her frustration mounting with every passing second. He, on the other hand, growing tired of her persistence, silently finds her behavior increasingly annoying. Without a word, he grabs the LV4 Divine Cherry Tomato, consuming it himself before feeding her some as well. As soon as Yuan takes a bite, a shift occurs in her body, and she visibly becomes anxious, unsure of what's happening to her. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of heat floods her, and she collapses to the ground. Han, shocked by the sight, looks to her brother for an explanation. Remaining calm, he tells her that Yuan's body is entering a dormant phase, which is necessary for the self-repair process to begin. He then explains that the tomato is a divine-level fruit with an 80% activation rate, capable of healing and unlocking dormant potential in the body. This will speed up her recovery and enhance her strength. As Yuan lies motionless, he reassures Han that everything is proceeding as expected and that soon Yuan will undergo a remarkable transformation. He then checks Yuan's special ability, extreme speed, and contrasts it with Yu Qing's remarkable resilience. After weighing the situation, he decides that erasing their memories might offer them some protection. Yet, he considers that returning them to the government might be a better option in the long run. Han disagrees, feeling it's wrong to expose them to evolutionary elements in their environment. She impresses him with her thoughtful response, and his attention shifts to the increasing threat of sea creatures. These creatures, capable of evolving and coming onto land, represent a danger. Until now, only amphibians have had this ability. He begins formulating a plan to request additional military resources, anticipating the arrival of these sea monsters. He knows the threat is serious and feels that the Yanhuang military is the best option for preparation. Meanwhile, Han informs him she has adjusted their energy levels. Understanding her needs, Li instructs Han and Xia to take the crab meat to the farm. When Han mentions feeling hungry due to the energy modification process, Li reassures her, promising to prepare a hearty casserole and delicious meat when he returns. With that, they head toward their separate destinations. At the military base, Meiyu arrives, greeted by Yuan Yi and Yang Angyang. Meiyu informs them that he's been reassigned to oversee the southern region of Yanhang, and that he'll be taking charge of the Hangshan district at 3 o'clock. Intrigued by the concept of human evolvers, individuals who are stronger than regular people, Meiyu asks about their abilities. Yuan acknowledges their strength and, at Meiyu's request, agrees to join him for further discussion. Despite his calm, outward demeanor, Yuan struggles with a persistent cough, which he dismisses as trivial. The group heads to meet Professor Nan, who updates them on his research into mutant beasts and the successful creation of nanoglass. However, the demonstration goes awry when a human evolver, unable to control his overwhelming strength, inadvertently destroys the lab's nanoglass. Annoyed, Professor Nan assures everyone the damage won't go unaddressed. The evolver is revealed to be Yu Qing from the Southern City Parliament. Stepping forward, Yu Qing apologizes profusely for the accident. Mew is taken aback when he learns that human evolvers don't just grow stronger, they actually undergo drastic physical changes. Yui elaborates, explaining that their transformations differ from those of military evolvers, making them a unique force altogether. He then shares an update on Yu Chong, whose physical stats have surged, and he's awakened a powerful ability known as Blood Rage. Mew is particularly intrigued by this revelation, noting that Yu Chong's ability might cause him to lose control and enter a frenzied state. His curiosity deepens as he grows eager to learn more about other evolvers. As they continue talking, another evolver suddenly arrives with astonishing speed. Without hesitation, she confronts Mew, asking if he's the one who took over her father's position, mentioning that she's heard plenty about him. Impressed by her agility, Mew listens as Yui introduces her and reveals her special skill, stealth. She acknowledges the introduction with a nod, expressing admiration before humbly stating that her abilities are best suited for dealing with smaller creatures. In contrast, she explains, Yu Chong, with his raw power, is far better equipped to handle monstrous threats like the legendary Beast King. Mo acknowledges how terrifying it must be to take down such a creature with a single strike. Just as the discussion unfolds, Yu Chong arrives, catching the last bit of the conversation. Amused, he asks if they've been talking about him. She introduces him to Colonel Mew, and the two exchange brief yet firm greetings. Mew's curiosity only intensifies. Where did these evolvers come from? What shaped them into what they are now? He presses for answers, mentioning that he's heard they were discovered outside the military police department under strange circumstances. Why had they been there in the first place? And more importantly, why were there no records? The security cameras had mysteriously malfunctioned that night, leaving behind no evidence. Could this have been a deliberate act? Perhaps someone orchestrated the event, but there were no traces to confirm that theory. Yu Chong admits he has tried to recall what happened, but his memories are a complete blank. The female evolver echoes his sentiment, revealing that she too has no recollection of how they ended up there. Before the discussion can go any further, Professor Nan interjects. It's pointless to dwell on their past, he states bluntly. Instead, he shifts the focus to a more pressing matter, their access to superhuman gene banks. While they have the technology to cultivate more evolvers, a critical issue stands in their way: funding. Training these beings, providing them with weapons, and developing specialized combat gear all require massive financial resources. Unfortunately, with most of Yanhang's budget funneled into maintaining civilian shelters, the funding pool is running dry. Nan turns to Colonel Mu, hoping he can help secure financial backing. Mu agrees to escalate the request to his superiors, though the weight of the situation begins to press down on him. The conversation takes a grim turn as Mu considers the growing threat from the sea. Reports indicate that oceanic beasts are getting dangerously close to the mainland, and the Donggon fleet must mobilize immediately to counter the threat. But even with their current forces, Mu fears it may not be enough. More evolvers might be needed to face what's coming. Meanwhile, deep in the Southern Ocean, within the abyss of the Mariana Trench, something stirs. A new beast has emerged, its instincts sharp, its hunger unrelenting. It moves with purpose, its gaze set on the distant city. Late at night, a sudden noise jolts a boy awake in his apartment. Something strikes his window with a dull thud. Curious, he peers outside and spots an object lying on the ground. Stepping closer, he discovers a fragment of plarium, a remnant of the Beast King. The sight makes his stomach churn, but before he can react, the strange fragment suddenly springs to life, latching onto his face. Panic surges through him as he struggles, but the creature burrows into his skull, overriding his senses and seizing control of his body. Now possessed, his consciousness fades into the background as the entity directs his movements, compelling him toward a singular purpose: seeking out the king of mankind. Meanwhile, Han is engrossed in an experiment with a bizarre sea creature resembling a mutated fish. Concentrating, she delves into its mind, merging her consciousness with its through sheer psychic force. The connection allows her to sift through its thoughts and memories, but the strain is unbearable. Blood trickles from her lips as she convulses, her body overwhelmed. Tien, alarmed, rushes to her side, lifting her up in an attempt to stabilize her. But their brief connection has triggered something sinister. The sea creature, drawn to Han's mental energy, begins resonating with her brainwaves. A chilling realization dawns on her. She can feel an ocean teeming with thought, a vast network of aggression radiating from the depths. Her voice barely above a whisper, she warns Tien. "It knows I'm here. It's coming for me." He grips her tightly, assuring her that she's safe, but his mind reels. Somewhere in the depths, the sea monster has mistaken Han's formidable mental presence for that of the king of mankind. The realization ignites a dangerous instinct. With a silent command, it summons its legion of oceanic servants, dispatching them to hunt her down. Across the city, chaos erupted. A nightmare unfolded as ordinary citizens fell under the sea monster's influence, their bodies hijacked. Like marionettes, they moved without free will, attacking at random. Yuan arrived first, cutting through the controlled puppets with ruthless precision. Area D was cleared within moments. She wasted no time, moving to secure Area F. Meanwhile, Yu Chung worked to trace the origin of the puppets. His search led him to the professor, who insisted they capture a live subject. "These aren't just mindless husks," the professor murmured. "Listen to them." The puppets twitched, lips moving in unison. The king of mankind. The little girl. A chill crept through the professor. "They're searching for something," Yu Chung muttered. "Or someone." The realization set in like a slow-moving horror. This wasn't random. It was a hunt led by something intelligent. Far removed from the mayhem, Han sat at the dinner table, blissfully unaware. She savored the last bites of a seafood feast, the cheesy baked crab melting in her mouth. A contented sigh left her lips, though a thought nagged at her. "We're almost out of beast meat," she murmured. Her brother, deep in thought, barely heard her. His mind was on the farm. Ordinary meat didn't help him evolve, but beast meat, that was valuable. Yet no matter how much he fed Xiao, the consumption yielded no points. The balance was off. His thoughts broke when a glowing screen flickered into existence before him. Level up, level 1 to level 2. Shock coursed through him. He had evolved. Another notification blinked into view. New feature unlocked, side quests. Han glanced at him. "You're sweating." He barely registered her concern. His mind locked onto the message. Side quests. High risk, high reward. And if the attack was coming, he needed to be stronger. What's the first quest? He tapped the screen. Objective 1. Eliminate the puppets wreaking havoc in the city. Objective 2. Reach the city center. Locate and destroy the crystal stone. His pulse quickened. If he hesitated, Han would be in danger. The sea beast had already marked her. If it made landfall, no, he wouldn't let that happen. Time was running out. He accepted the quest. Tien has only 48 hours to complete both objectives. Failure will result in severe penalties. He arrives at a city overrun with puppets. In the distance, a faint glow catches his eye. He suspects it's the summoning crystal stone, the key to his side quest. As he prepares, the puppets fix their hollow stares on him. A status screen flickers to life, revealing a critical detail. Destroying a fragment will grant him the ability to kill the puppets. The fragment belongs to a secondary evolved Beast King. Gripping his sword, Tien braces for battle. The puppets advance. His blade swings in a powerful arc, cutting down several at once. More rush toward him. Time is slipping away. Only 26 hours remain. In that time, he slaughters 429 puppets. After resting and eating, he feels a surge in strength. With the planarian branch fragment destroyed, he finally reaches the summoning crystal stone. Then, a chilling realization strikes. This Beast King possesses the ability to divide into countless creatures, controlling them at will. Killing them all individually is impossible within the time limit. The penalties for failure loom over him. He's not willing to waste his hard-earned points. There's only one option: destroy the branching core with everything he has. With 26 hours left, Tien pushes forward. At the heart of the crystal's domain, an overwhelming number of puppets stand in formation. Observing them closely, he deduces they are created from clusters of smaller crystals. Scattered crystal groups dot the area, but he sets his sights on the largest one. It must hold the summoning crystal stone. He tests his theory, slicing through several puppets. Suddenly, his strength plummets. A sharp fatigue overtakes him. The cause? His gravity skill is draining him at an alarming rate. Completing the quest will not be as straightforward as he hoped. Thinking fast, he considers using medicinal-grade plants to replenish his stamina. But for now, he makes a crucial decision. He must conserve his energy. Using gravity skills recklessly will only lead to failure. With renewed focus, Tien begins cutting down the puppets one by one. Each kill saps his strength, but he doesn't stop. He commits fully to the fight. However, another problem arises. The energy boost from the carrot he consumed lasts only 20 minutes. Time is against him, but he presses on. Checking his inventory for anything that could boost his energy, Tien finds it nearly empty, except for a handful of ancient medicine-grade soybeans. They offer only 5 energy points, barely enough to sustain him. With just 4 hours left in the quest, his strength continues to dwindle. Desperate, he considers the albino corn. If he consumes it, he estimates he could kill the puppets in 30 seconds. But survival afterward? Unlikely. Gritting his teeth, he presses on, swinging his sword with every ounce of willpower he has left. Eventually, he gives in and eats the soybeans, knowing it's a waste, but having no other choice. A grim realization sets in. The combined effects of blood loss and energy depletion might kill him before he can finish the quest. Then, a status screen flashes before him. He's received a camouflage chili pepper, a rare item that grants 10 minutes of invisibility. Without hesitation, he activates it and quickly consumes high-grade food from his inventory. Among them is a cold bento, a meal that boosts his physical strength by 5, stops his bleeding, and quells his hunger. The moment the camouflage effect wears off, only 3 hours remain. With renewed focus, he resumes his assault. One by one, he cuts down every last puppet, 1,000 in total. By the time only 20 minutes remain, he is running on fumes. But the mission isn't over yet. Gripping his sword tightly, Tien staggers toward the massive formation. As he shatters the summoning crystal stone, a sudden surge of strength courses through him, only for it to fade just as quickly. His vision blurs. His body screams in exhaustion. But the quest is almost complete. With only 15 minutes left in the quest, Tien delivers the final blow, shattering the crystal stone and completing both objectives. A system notification confirms his success. He has finished the quest and earned a massive reward: 2 million points, a weapon upgrade coupon, and LV for crop seeds. But before he can celebrate, his stamina finally gives out, and he collapses from exhaustion. Meanwhile, beneath the waves, the sea monster learns of the crystal stone's destruction. Furious, it commands its sea soldiers to hunt down the one responsible and eliminate him. Back on land, Tien regains consciousness, groggy but alive. A new message flashes before him, a second side quest waiting for his acceptance. Surprisingly, his strength has been fully restored, but his food inventory remains dangerously low. Without hesitation, he chooses to accept the mission. Glancing at the weapon upgrade coupon, he wonders if he received it before blacking out. Without wasting time, he equips the Q1 sword, a powerful weapon capable of dealing heavy damage with continuous bleeding effects, but there's no time to dwell on it. His new quest is urgent. The objective: eliminate the hard-armored army. A countdown warns that he has only 4 minutes left to accept. Suddenly, the ground trembles beneath him. From the seashore, an ominous presence approaches. The sea monster's soldiers have arrived, their orders clear: kill Tien at all costs. The sea monster finally arrives in the city, wielding the power of domination as its skill. It is a crab king, and as it senses a heat source, it realizes the presence of the last human remaining on Earth. This heat source turns out to be Tien, the very person responsible for destroying the summoning crystal and killing the monster's puppets. The message about Tien's actions reaches the creature inside the sea, and it is enraged to learn that this human has not only broken its formation, but also taken down its puppets. The sea monster wonders if there are other humans with extraordinary abilities, but it quickly dismisses the thought. Humans are far less evolved than sea creatures. Fueled by anger and a desire for vengeance, the monster vows not to forgive Tien. The idea that humans could possess more power than sea creatures is intolerable. Determined, the monster decides to fight the man responsible for the destruction of its plans. Its generals, as hungry for blood as the monster itself, eagerly anticipate the impending battle. The Crab King believes that only the strongest creatures, sea creatures, should survive, and initially it plans to eliminate the King of Mankind and dominate the city. But as it contemplates the idea of facing this human with extraordinary powers, it finds the prospect more entertaining than simply conquering the land. The monster begins to prepare, feeling its domination power surge, signaling the descent of its full strength. A status screen confirms the shift. It sees Tien through the crab and dismisses him as insignificant, too weak to have destroyed the summoning crystal stone. However, the monster is intrigued by the idea of an entertaining fight, unwilling to settle for something dull. Tien, realizing that someone is controlling the Crab King, directs his anger at the destruction of the summoning stone. But what shocks the monster is that Tien is speaking the language of the sea creatures, understanding its thoughts. This ability is the result of Tien's Eye of Truth skill, which allows him to comprehend the simple language of the sea tribes. Tien knows that the language of the sea is straightforward and easy to learn. In contrast, the monster struggles to understand human languages. It remembers when Shia's language system was undeveloped, and he had to purchase a translator to make communication easier. Despite this, Tien isn't truly trying to communicate. He's only attempting to intimidate the monster with lies. The Crab King is taken aback by Tien's words, feeling underestimated. It views Tien's dismissal of the sea language as belittling to the sea tribe. In response, the monster declares that his tribe doesn't learn the language of lower-class beings, relying instead on raw, absolute power. It dismisses all human-made contraptions as mere child's play. Tien, unshaken, questions the monster's pride. If the sea tribe is so powerful, why hasn't it already conquered the land? Is it a matter of choice, or simply a need for a larger force? The monster, furious at Tien's insolence, finds the questions nonsensical and irrelevant, but they only add fuel to the fire of its rage. At the farm, Xia sleeps soundly, unaware of the growing tension. Han, however, remains restless, her instincts on high alert. A sudden unease washes over her, and without hesitation, she urges Xia to follow her immediately. Back in the city, the Crab King glares at Tien, warning him against arrogance. Unfazed, Tien tightens his grip on his sword and lunges, his blade slicing through the air. The monstrous crustacean, however, evades the attack with unsettling agility. Tien narrows his eyes. He knows exactly what's coming next. The creature will retreat into the shadows of its swarm, letting its underlings do the dirty work. Deep within the Crab King, the true mastermind, already wielding the terrifying power of domination, issues a command. The order is simple: capture the human. At once, the ground trembles as an army of smaller crabs surges forward, their pincers snapping hungrily. Tien doesn't flinch. With a swift motion, he swings his sword, carving through the wave of creatures. But even as their numbers dwindle, he quickly realizes the sheer force of the Beast King is beyond anything he anticipated. Amused by his struggle, the larger monster scoffs, taunting him. If he's struggling against mere subordinates, then he's hopelessly outmatched against the true ruler of the sea. Then, with a roar, the Crab King orders its forces to attack in unison. Just as the swarm closes in, Tien suddenly notices something unusual. The enemy ranks are already being torn apart. Confusion flickers in the Crab King's many eyes as it, too, registers the unexpected assault. Tien turns sharply, and relief floods him. His allies have arrived. Han steps forward with a sly grin, shaking her head. Ganging up on someone? That's hardly fair. With a confident smirk, she raises her weapon.